Okay, welcome members of council and welcome members of the public to this council meeting Wednesday, June 23rd. I will start the meeting by reading our COVID notice. Due to the efforts to contain the spread of COVID-19 and to protect all individuals, the city facilities will not be open to the public to attend council and committee meetings until further notice. The public can observe meetings of council and committees by viewing the live stream of the open session part of these meetings, which can be accessed on the city's website at richmondhill.ca and be viewed on our YouTube page, which is linked from the city's website. Okay, so I'll call the meeting to order and ask that you all rise for our national anthem. Okay, thank you, Council.
Just checking there. If you mute your mic, we're good. Thank you.
Okay, so members of council, we start our meeting with a public forum, not to exceed 15 minutes. Mr. Clerk, has anyone indicated a desire to speak?
No one is registered, Mr. Acting.
Okay, so we'll go right into council announcements, and I would like to say first a definite good news announcement for Richmond Hill. The province had just cut the ribbon on the opening of the new Bloomington Ghost train station. Now this is an extension of the Richmond Hill line to the northeast corner of Richmond Hill. Will much better serve our residents in Oak Ridges, and it takes pressure off the Stouffville station, which was getting pretty busy. Like when the Stouffville station was open, the major Mac station had a lot of pressure taken off of that. So that's the benefit there. It's definitely going to be a great commuter option for people from Stouffville and Aurora and elsewhere. But our Oak Ridges residents now have a great option. The first train departs on June 28th. Really looking forward to that. And this was a significant investment, $82 million investment by the province. You know, on top of what they've committed to with the Yonge North Subway, we are the beneficiaries of some great public transit investments in Richmond Hill. There's 1,000-car parking lot that's covered. You can go right from your home to a covered lot onto a covered platform to take the train, an express route into Toronto. It's just fabulous for our residents. So I wanted to make that announcement. So that's it for me. Other members of council, I see Councillor Barrows had his request to speak sign up, and then Councillor Munch.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Munch.
Thank you. I'd like to give a shout out to our people in the village core and to the businesses there. We have had some safety and security issues. We had some people who were injured unconscious in the last 48 hours. And want to give a real shout out to the people of Richmond Hill and to the people surrounding who really assisted and who have taken a real effort to make sure that our streets are safe and they looked after the people in the area. We have a lot of very wide divergence of what's evolving in our downtown with the Crossman Center closing and the congregation and with the York region doing all what they're doing with their efforts. So I want to give a shout out to the people of Richmond Hill. There was a couple of people who were severely injured, and they were looked after by the people. And I appreciate that the police are now doing a walkabout and really coming together and to show that we are fighting for that quality of life and helping and working with others. So thank you for that, and I look forward to working with all the people down there. And I hope that the members of council and we are committed to keeping our downtown safe and vibrant and continue our efforts. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And Deputy Mayor Pirelli.
Thank you. As everyone knows, I started my Enviro Day event, not last weekend, but the weekend before. And the plan was to help our residents replace their recycle bins and their green bins because the operations center due to COVID was closed, and there was a great demand to replace these broken bins. We added compost thanks to Miller for bagging it for us and coming through. And we provided flower seeds because the Enviro Day event was supposed to take place for Mother's Day, but of course, because of the provincial rules, it didn't take place on Mother's Day, and we had to wait till the 6th. Nonetheless, what we thought was going to be a one-day event turned out to be a 4-day event, and still we haven't met the demand. What we thought was going to be about 400 or 500 people has turned into over 8,000 residents have come to the Elgin Barrow Arena. A great thanks and a shout out to Dan DeRuccio, his team and operations, the workers. It was flawless. I mean, the cars were coming in. I think the longest anybody had to wait was 3 or 4 minutes in order to get their blue bin exchanged. So it's good news that all these broken blue and green bins will now be going back to the proper place for recycling, reuse, or repurposing. I want to assure all the residents, even if you didn't get a chance to participate, we've received over 800 emails since the close on Sunday, and we're going to get to all of you. And we're going to make sure that you have an opportunity to replace those bins, pick up compost if we still have. A special thanks to Councillor Munch for coming out. He was there almost every day, I believe. He was helping load and unload the bins and the compost, and he was, laughing it up with people and telling jokes, and it was really nice, as well as doing deliveries to people who couldn't make it to the event, didn't have a car to come, and he was picking up bins and bringing back broken bins, and thank you, Councillor Munch. I want to thank Councillor Barrows, who was there also every day, including Father's Day, which, was very special. I want to thank Councillor Barrows for being there and supporting and helping out with the organization. And I want to thank Councillor Liu, who also came out and shared some time with us and met with the residents and so on. It was a tremendous event. I look forward to doing it again next year. And I just want to let everyone know who's watching and let your friends know that if you've requested a blue bin exchange, that we will get to you. Please be patient. My staff of one is running ragged. She's working 18, 19, 20 hours a day, 7 days a week to try and meet with the demands. She's doing a fantastic job. And no greater thanks goes to anyone than Rose Van Nguyen, my executive assistant, who single-handedly made this a very successful event. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, does any member of council have an introduction of an emergency or time-sensitive matter? Councillor Munch.
Good day. I do have a time-sensitive matter. It's brought to my attention. The city sent out a press release in regards to the caterpillars that were coming out. And I received some phone calls and visited some sites and actually have bought apparatus and are treating residents of Ward 2 and others who ask for help. And for those that can't see, this is a jar of caterpillars that was for 1 hour. And for those people that are, I understand that Oak Ridges has got doing a program, and I think we should be able to discuss this because it is literally raining caterpillars on people's heads. And it is I've received numerous calls actually throughout the city. And I've actually visited to confirm what's happened and actually try to treat as much as I can to work with the residents. And I think that this needs to be discussed. And it's a serious thing. And each egg or each caterpillar will be laying 100,000 eggs, which means if you're hearing anything today, it is going to be a substantive problem a year from now. And so I don't want to go, and I've got a motion all set. I'm hoping that the members are also realizing that the residents are at wit's end and that our staff are trying to get out there and we have a program in place, but we need council to take some resolution to this effect. And it was brought to my attention and we can't wait because it has a very short cycle. So thank you.
Okay. Does someone want to move the adoption of the agenda with the inclusion of that emergency time-sensitive matter?
Sorry, Mr. Acting Mayor, if I might, pursuant to the procedure bylaw, Councillor Munch would need a seconder, and then there'd need to be a council vote to add this as a time-sensitive matter.
Okay, so seconded by Councillor Barrows. Any discussion on adding this? I think we're not going to talk about the issue. We're going to talk about whether or not it needs to be discussed today. I don't see any discussion. I do believe this is something that the city of Richmond Hill has to address, but I'm also confident our staff is more than capable and, you know, a mere direction to staff to propose a course of action would suffice. I don't see now emergency time sensitive. It has to be something that's introduced of a financial or legal implication to the city that can't wait till the next council meeting. So, Councillor Munch, which of those?
This is a live event where there's a cycle of caterpillars infecting our trees and the quality of life of people, and the stress that is creating residents, and the cost of doing nothing. Of burdening our trees, for example, we won an award for looking after our trees. Each tree is on average $700, and to see our tree canopy disappear, and to see the quality of life of our residents, and to hear the complaints of what's coming forward, council has not addressed this. It has been brought to my attention, has brought to some other members of council attention via emails and calls. And I believe it would be financially and morally reprehensible if we don't engage in at least a conversation in this type of topic. And I think this meets the financial, more importantly, the moral and the good management of what we do, or are we just all giving lip service to what we're going to be doing? I think this is a really important issue for some. I've spent a good portion of time the last few days. I bought an apparatus from Princess Auto and are out there spraying trees. Done a lot of research. We have a lot of residents who are doing that. I would encourage members of council to move this forward because I believe this meets the definition.
Okay, Councillor. I'm gonna let our city manager weigh in here at this point, just so we know where staff is at with this. I'm not opposed to discussing it, but do we need a time-sensitive motion today, or would a direction suffice, city manager?
Through you, Acting Mayor, we do actually have a program in place through our parks operations and our arborist section over at Public Works. It certainly is a situation that has grown in its enormity this year. It's been worse than it has ever been in the past, but we are addressing it. We are doing some spraying of the street trees that the city has planted. We've also been doing some cleanup in some of the areas where there has been significant caterpillars that are dropping. We do have an education tips on our city website. So we're directing our community residents to go to the website to get some tips on how they can deal with those gypsy moth caterpillars on their own property. If the councillor is agreeable, because I don't have city staff here right now on the panel, if you're agreeable, we can take it offline, Councillor Munch, and have a conversation with you about our program and what we're doing, and if need be, bring something back to the July 7th council meeting.
That's what I'd like to see, City Manager, is maybe a report comes so that council can discuss it and understand exactly what we're doing. We have one more council meeting before the summer, and regardless of what we resolve.
I gotta say to you, like, Mike, I appreciate, as was pointed out by the acting city manager, it's brought to their attention. They're making actions. I think council needs to be involved in the direction and the vision when this type of thing happens. We cannot wait another council meeting because the time delay of where these caterpillars survive, by the middle of July, the season is over. They will have laid their eggs. And at that point, we need to have an auction. I think we can have a conversation. We should have a discussion with it in council, as we do with many other topics. And I think we, at that point, can move forwards. As the city manager's raised the concern that they've already decided to go forwards, I don't think that I'd like, where are we doing the budget? Where's it coming from? I don't really care. That's not the discussion. The issue here is we realize there's a problem. We're dealing with it. We want to make sure the council and the public have an opportunity to discuss it. If we want to have a special council meeting on it right away, it is time sensitive. It does matter, and we should have a discussion about it. That's what should happen at council.
Okay, well, thank you, Councillor. Your motion stands. You want to add this to the agenda? We'll put it to a vote, and certainly voting.
What I'll do, I have a motion. I will email it. I've already emailed it to the clerk. I will now email it to every members of council, so they'll see that what we've done. And I assume that those members of council will have also heard problems with Caterpillar. This should not be a surprise. And everything here it's pretty straightforward. And it's pretty much in line with what was already been said now. So I think it's going to be I'm really looking forward. And I really look forward to the people who have reached out to me last night and this morning, the public, because I told them that I would do this. And I think we should be doing it. So I'll send you a note to members of council now.
Okay, I don't see any more discussion on this, so I'm going to put it to a vote. All those in favor of adding a time-sensitive motion to the agenda regarding the Caterpillar issue? All in favor? Okay, and that carries. Very good. So that will be added to the agenda, and I need a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Councillor Silovitz, thank you, and Councillor Liu.
Mr. Acting Mayor, just to clarify for the public record, that also includes the late withdrawal of the delegation by Ms. Warden regarding item 16.2. I just wanted to confirm that for the public record.
Okay, so that'll be only change on the published agenda. Moved by Councillor Silovitz, seconded by Councillor Liu. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that carries. And any member of council have a disclosure of pecuniary interest at this time? If so, state the general nature. Councillor Silovitz?
Wrong button, sorry. Item 17.1, I declare a pecuniary interest if the item is about me.
Okay, that'll be noted by the clerk.
Sure, Mr. Acting Mayor, if I might just clarify for the public record, I believe Councillor meant item 17.2 based on the document that we did receive prior to this. Thank you.
Well, I think it's 17.1B.
I apologize, yes. To clarify, yes.
Okay, so thank you for that. I don't see any other disclosures. We go to the adoption of previous council minutes. So we can do all three at the same time. We've got a council meeting on June 2nd, a council meeting on June 9th, and a special council meeting on June 9th as well. Thank you, Councillor Chan and Councillor Silovitz seconding. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Any opposed? Very good. That carries unanimously. Okay, we move to identification of items requiring separate discussion. Is there any members of council that want to pull out items on the agenda? Councillor West?
Thank you. I'd like to pull 1310, the Indigenous Land Acknowledgement recommendation.
Okay. Noted. Any others? Deputy Mayor Pirelli?
13.12.
Two, got it. Okay. And Councillor Liu?
13.5, please.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, can I get a resolution then to adopt the remaining items, including, I think just, we have bylaws that can be moved as well?
No, if you, Mr. Acting Mayor, out of an abundance of caution, my recommendation is that we don't move adopt the bylaws at this time. If I might, then just for the public record, I would suggest that it is in order for council to adopt items 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, 13.4, 13.8, 13.13, and all of the additions, 13.14, 13.15, and 13.16. But if I might clarify for the public record, in adopting item 13.13, council is, as recommended by the Commissioner of Corporate and Financial Services, reconsidering its earlier decision to clarify the resolution related to a contract.
Okay. Okay, so the Deputy Mayor Pirelli, you're willing to move those? Okay.
No, I'd like to separate 13.13.
Okay. Will someone move the remaining items? That thank you, Councillor West. Can I have a seconder for those? Thank you, Councillor Liu. Okay, all in favor? Very good. That carries. And we will move to, we have no public hearings, but we do have two presentations. So the first presentation, very good news for the city of Richmond Hill, and very exciting. The presentation will be made by Dr. Patricia McCarney, President and CEO, and James Padova, the Vice President of the World Council on City Data. They're going to award the city of Richmond Hill with year 2 ISO 37120 platinum certification. Dr. McCarney, you're with us. Okay, welcome.
Good morning. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, it's very, very nice to be here. Thank you for the kind introduction, and good morning, Acting Mayor DiPaula and council members. So to begin, we have a very brief slide deck. Just we'll whip through it and get to the order of operations, which is the incredible feat that you've all accomplished, and to award you the platinum certification, the highest level certification for Richmond Hill. So the next slide, please, and we'll just jump right in. So to begin, I want to first congratulate Acting Mayor DiPaula and the City of Richmond Hill on your WCCD ISO 37120 Platinum certification. This is the second year in a row under the Data for Canadian Cities pilot project, which, as you know, is part of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Communities at the federal level in Ottawa. They're supporting 15 cities, which Richmond Hill is a part of, to become certified under these group of standards. The project is, and this certification is a true demonstration of your city's commitment to building high caliber data that informs planning and management across the city, and moreover drives a more sustainable prosperity into the future for your citizens. Next slide, please. So this ISO 37120, some of you are probably familiar with it. We published this in 2014. It's a global first. There had never been an ISO standard before for city data. So this is being implemented now. We're working in actually 37 countries since we prepared this slide a few days ago with over 100 cities. And this is the first time that municipalities across the globe are being equipped with apples to apples data for true comparable high caliber data. The next slide, please. Many of you know, especially the staff who in Richmond Hill, your staff have been so dedicated to this process. Sorry. To this process over the past year and a half. So we're very keen to celebrate this with them as well. There's 19 themes. These were indicators, KPIs across all 19 themes that were chosen by cities. So these are priority indicators that all cities needed and wanted to have as part of this standard. Next slide, please. This certification, as you can see on the far right, platinum, 90 to 104 indicators. This is the highest level of certification possible, and Richmond Hill has achieved it now, and we're celebrating that this morning. Next slide, please. And I also did want to mention that as a result of 120 being published in Geneva at the International Organization for Standardization in 2014, as soon as we rolled this out, cities began to ask us, well, what about indicators for smart cities? The smart cities agenda is rising globally. What about indicators for resilient cities, which is particularly potent right now with COVID, to help cities to understand how to build out of COVID and assess risk in the future. So we have early adopter cities working on these standards. And I'm very pleased to let you know that for ISO 37123, I actually just came off a call with the UN. We have partnered with the United Nations Making Cities Resilient 2030 campaign to help cities to adopt ISO 37123. So we hope that Richmond Hill will soon join this incredible partnership with WCCD and the United Nations. Next slide, please. So this is the summary slide. It's globally standardized data. It's annually reported and it's trusted because it's third-party verified, but it also helps to drive what we're seeing is economic development and job creation in cities. This data is very important for attracting investment. This is something that we hadn't considered early on. It was really around performance management and city services, but cities are now in their ECDEV departments also using this to drive economic development and a data-driven economic development and attractiveness. It's being used to incentivize performance, mapping indicators to strategic planning, which we've been working with your staff on, inform and direct infrastructure spending in cities, which is also very important because this project's part of the Ministry of Infrastructure, the federal ministry. It's being used to track some of these global agendas on climate change and sustainable development. And as I mentioned, the UNDRR resilience agenda. Next slide, please. I just wanted to, before we turn to the congratulations and presentation of the certificate, I just wanted to highlight two slides. This is the beginning of 2 years of data to start to glimpse, and we'll see with the continuity of the data over the next few years, you'll see really important trend analysis in-house. This one stood out to us on electricity consumption of public street lighting per kilometer. This is a really amazing improvement just in 1 year in Richmond Hill. Next slide, please. And the second one I wanted to show you was around nursing staff, because especially during this period, we know how important that is, and that's a really nice upward trend as well in Richmond Hill. So I just wanted to highlight that this data continuity and trend analysis is starting for Richmond Hill, this being the second year. So now I'd like to go to the next slide and turn to the ceremonial part of the morning. Next slide, please, to say congratulations. So it's my pleasure, Mayor Di Paolo, to award the City of Richmond Hill with WCCD's ISO 37120 Platinum certification for this past year, the highest level of certification possible. So congratulations to you and your dedicated staff, led of course by your city manager, Marianne Dempster, and her incredible team, Lise Condé and Ashley Dixon. who we could not have done this without. We've had an incredible working relationship with both Lise and Ashley. Our team here at the WCCD has worked very closely with yours, and it's been such a pleasure to work with them. The next slide then, which is my last slide. This is the certificate, so congratulations to you. Richmond Hill has shown a commitment to a data-driven future for its citizens and innovative leadership in local governance. On behalf of the WCCD, I'd like to congratulate you and the City of Richmond Hill to open, standardized, and comparable city data. This standardized data will help to increase the quality of life for all citizens while driving evidence-based decision-making and data-driven solutions. The City of Richmond Hill stands out globally as a leader in working to create sustainable, smart, resilient, inclusive, and a prosperous future for your residents. So congratulations once again on this ISO certification for this year, and I wish you all a very good morning. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. McCartney. And I do have the certificate here. We have been presented this here. I hope the camera can see that. We are so grateful that the World Council on City Data has quantified what we in Richmond Hill already know. We are fortunate to have a great community, but now you've outlined it in quantifiable terms, how we compare and how we stack up to the rest of the world. It's so exciting for us here. And I also do have your publication of the World City Data.
Oh, great.
Publication here, and members of council, it's definitely worth a read to see where Richmond Hill fares. Richmond Hill highlighted in red. We just performed so well. This is our percentage of population. This is with regards to bicycle paths. We have by far, when you're comparing to Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Boston, San Diego, Los Angeles, you see that Richmond Hill in the
really stood out.
Really stand on a lot of these different indicators on managing resources. Again, Richmond Hill is second there in greenhouse gas emissions measured in tons per capita. Second in all these cities around the world. Our greenhouse gas emissions in tons per capita, and then fostering growth and diversity. We're in third place, well above others. In our percentage of population that are new immigrants, and it goes on and on. I could brag here all day about how well Richmond Hill performed on all these different indicators. This enormous amount of work that's been done by the World Council of City Data. We thank you. Thank you for coming here today in person to make your presentation. And I've got
congratulations.
Okay, and I've got Councillor Chan who wants to speak as well.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. And I like, for one, I'm sure my colleagues on council and staff would all say thank you so much to Dr. McCartney, who presented that not only one time, but now the second year that the City of Richmond Hill received this very prestigious award. So it's not a fluke that we got it the first time. It actually shows, as the acting mayor just mentioned, that you can actually use objective indicators. And I like the term saying that you're really comparing apples with apples and oranges with orange across the world. And I, for one, I'm sure my colleagues and staff in the City of Richmond Hill would take pride to say we are one of the 15, if I hear correctly, one of the 15 cities globally that have achieved this level of distinction. And I particularly want to comment on the first two bullets. What does this really mean? It's nice to have, like a really the highest bar as the acting mayor showing us and the certificate, but it could lead to one. And I remember the first bullet that was presented, that would be meaning a major, I would say, a driver to attract economic development inbound as well as domestically, that businesses and industry will retain people here and expand, and that would be the future prosperity and vibrancy of this gorgeous city of ours mind you, is relatively small in a global scale, less than 250,000. The second point I also noticed, and I truly believe in it, and I think that's really our next arena would be, is in all municipalities in the world, data-driven. I see that term because a lot of things as we are looking at COVID and all these vaccination has to be evidence and science-based, and data, if we collect it properly, not garbage in, garbage out, that would help to guide future, not Richmond Hill, but all the municipal performances. And it also tie in with the particular thrust into going to innovation in the future, both economic development and also in the post-COVID pandemic, what we all say, safe restarting with the green economy. So I just want to share those comments and thank you for the council and thank you, Don McCartney and your colleagues and our staff, of course, are working on this. And I'll be happy to move to receive the presentation with gratitude. And that's would be what I meant to share. And thank you again, Acting Mayor, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. And thank you again, Dr. McCartney and your council. Thank you very much. So I'd like to move the motion to receive with gratitude.
Thank you, Councillor Chan. Okay, we have a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Munch, you want a second? Councillor Munch?
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So all in favor of receiving this presentation with great thanks?
I'd like to speak.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Councillor Munch.
Oh, thank you so much. So on the two slides that we have, thank you so much. I have a few companies of which are all ISO and been involved in it for 30 years. I'm a black belt. Okay. So I notice you have nursing and midwife personnel. Is that a high criteria component as part of this ISO? How is this weighted exactly?
May I answer? May I answer that? Yes. Okay. Yes. We have 104 key performance indicators in the ISO standard. So they're all numeric, by the way, numerator, denominator, definition, methodology. And we started with the 104 because cities were saying, even though sometimes things are outside of our control, like health and education and others, our cities need those numbers to track livability and access to services in our city. So cities asked to have those numbers in the standard. So all of the 104 KPIs, as you can imagine, when we started back in 2010, many of those KPIs were similar, but not quite the same. So cities couldn't talk to each other. This is where this apples to apples comes in. We started looking at even the definition of a police officer, for example, was different in different cities. Firefighters. Emergency response time is one of my favorites because it's so critical for cities, but cities measured it from the time of the 911 call of their citizen, and other cities were measuring it from the time of the dispatch of the emergency vehicle. So Canadian cities were measuring it from the time of the 911 call, but other cities in the world were measuring it from the time of dispatch, and it shaves off 3 or 4 minutes. So Canadian cities look slower, in fact. So those KPIs became really important to iron out and create a common definition, a common methodology. So the ISO standard, I'm so glad to meet someone who knows this ISO world, because as you can imagine, writing these, I still chair the committee on city indicators in Geneva at ISO. And it took years to come up with these indicators and iron them out. So we have 28 countries voting on each one of them, commenting on what is a police officer? Is it part-time? Is it private? Is it full-time? Those kinds of discussions on every indicator. So that's the roots of it. I hope I have answered your question.
Yeah, just see, we literally look at performance criteria, and we had a meeting yesterday that showed that some of the biggest things that we do and the mandates that we do, we have not done very well in some of the areas. And I'm really looking forward to seeing Statistics Canada's new results, because we use that as a guide as well. So this is one of the many tools that we do. I'm a big ISO and process fan, as long as it has other mechanisms and criteria along with it. So anyway, I appreciate being part of the ISO. I love a qualification. I think I was pointed out here, is that we're not directly involved in any way, shape, or form in the nursery or midwife. We are the net result of it. Actually, what could be seen as a negative when people need more nursing and midwife services versus people that don't need that. But having said that, I would love to see the full report. I've not seen the full report. I just see what's in front of us today, and I would love to evaluate and go from there. But I do think anything we do with regards to open, transparent, full documentation, clear process, accountable, and using that as a methodology to improve productivity to the best performance of our responsible role is 100% on side with. I always want measurable results to try to go forwards and evaluate that. So I thank you. I'm glad we're doing the ISO. I'm looking forward to reading the report and actually assisting you in expanding your area, because it's a research area that I spend a lot of time on, comparative matters. And yeah, looking forward to talking to you further. So congratulations. Thanks.
Great. Would love to connect. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Munch, I have that fulsome report that's over 400 pages, and I'm sure you'll be impressed when you go through the detailed data. So thank you very much, Dr. McCarney, for being here. Okay, and we'll move to our next presentation. Thank
Sorry,
you.
actually, Mr. Acting Mayor, we do have a delegation on this item, and you also do need to call the vote on the motion to receive the presentation.
Okay, I'm sorry. So we have a delegation on this item.
Miss Carla Warden.
Okay, so Carla Warden from 1393 Bethesda Road. You've got 5 minutes to address council. Is Carla here?
We're just bringing her in right now.
Okay. So stand by, Dr. McCartney, in case there are more questions. There you are. Hi, Ms. Warden.
Hello.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address council.
With council's indulgence, acting mayor, I would like to be succinct and have my comments regarding the ISO 37120 award linked to agenda item 12.9, which is Councillor Munch's motion on executive pay. But aside from that, congratulations, the City of Richmond Hill.
Okay, thank you very much. And so that'll be noted. I do have you registered as a delegation on the member motion. So we'll be calling upon you again at that time.
Hopefully I will get my video running correctly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Warden. Okay, and now you're free to go, Dr. McCartney, and thanks again for being with us today. Okay, so our next presentation is going to be Altaf Station Walla from Mackenzie Health.
I do apologize, Mr. Acting Mayor. Can you call the vote on the motion to receive the presentation?
Okay, we're racing ahead. I didn't call the vote, so all in favor of receipt of the presentation from the World Council on City Data. Okay, that carries. Thank you. Okay, and with that, Altaf Station Walla from Mackenzie Health, President and CEO, regarding an update on continued enhanced care at Mackenzie Richmond Hill Hospital. There he is. Go ahead, Mr. Station Walla.
Good morning. So thank you, Acting Mayor DePaula and members of council. It's a pleasure to be here to give you my annual update on the efforts of Mackenzie Health, especially, and I would describe one of the most challenging years to be in healthcare as we battled the second and third wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. So my intent over the next 15 minutes is to give you a bit of a perspective and sort of an on-the-ground view of what we went through in waves 2 and 3. Obviously, the opening of Cortellucci Vaughan Hospital, adding our second hospital to the Mackenzie Health family, and the impact that has had across our system, and I think a massive relief valve, obviously, to the Mackenzie Richmond Hill Hospital in terms of the capacity challenges that we faced, and really how the two hospitals are now working in tandem. So I'll go to the next slide. And one more slide, please. So obviously, we have been very laser focused on delivering exceptional care in our 2 hospitals and our community-based locations, continuing to grow. And as you can imagine, finishing the construction and opening the 2nd hospital in the middle of a pandemic was quite the feat. But the pandemic has taken a toll. We thank Council for all your ongoing support of our frontline staff. Your messages of support do not go unnoticed. We share them whenever we get a chance. Your contributions of food and other donations has also gone a long, long way. I absolutely believe that the connection our hospital staff have to the City of Richmond Hill and to Council is remarkable. The honkathons that you did going along Trent Street, they were so powerful. Our staff were in tears many, many times coming out. But they're tired. They are absolutely exhausted. It has been just an incredible challenge to get through these waves. And they will be taking some time, we hope this summer, to recuperate, to recover. But it has been a challenge on their mental health and their well-being. But they did what had to be done. They took care of our residents. They took care of patients. They engaged family members in a very challenging time, dealing with very significant issues in our healthcare system. Obviously, I'm going to provide an update on our efforts around smart technology that exists at all of our locations and both of our hospitals, and really also give you a perspective on our success of securing dollars for both hospitals as we continue to grow, and in particular as we continue to deal with future waves of this pandemic. Go to the next slide. So June the 6th was a very important day for this entire region. We finally opened our 2nd hospital, Cortellucci Vaughan Hospital. We are now 2 full-service hospitals across Richmond Hill and Vaughan, and really servicing the overarching catchment area of York region. We now have 2 emergency departments and specialized programming at both hospitals. The Magna Emergency Department at Cortellucci Vaughan Hospital is now open. And our first day was quite interesting. We saw 140 patients treated at Cortellucci Vaughan Hospital in our ED and 252 patients at Mackenzie Richmond Hill Hospital. We have been seeing over the last number of days, we're almost into our 3rd week of operation, a better calibration of volumes across both sites. So we're actually seeing almost an even split now in ED visits across both sites, a little over 200 across both sites. So that is obviously taking some pressure off the Mackenzie Richmond Hill Hospital. We had an amazing event, obviously, on June the 6th. First 2 babies that were born at Cortellucci Vaughan Hospital, they happened to be twins. And Mark and Scarlett were born to Amanda and Justin from Richmond Hill, actually. So just, another amazing story of just an amazing day. So the Women and Child Program, our inpatient mental health program, and the Cerbera Integrated Stroke Unit are now all open at Cortellucci Vaughan Hospital. And the opening, the 2nd opening, I'll speak a little bit about the first opening of Feb 7th when we became a pandemic response hospital. But in many ways, both openings were uneventful. The work of our teams to focus on every possible detail to ensure that this hospital would open in a safe and effective manner and meet the needs of the community has not gone unnoticed. I jokingly say our biggest challenge has been the lack of rain in spring and summer. The grass around Cortellucci Vaughan Hospital is looking a little sparse. So that's probably our biggest issue as we go forward. We'll go to the next slide, please. So the visual you see on your right, that was sent to 190,000 households in Richmond Hill, Vaughan, and King. And it describes the visual that I've been sharing with Council probably for the better part of 8 years, the distribution of services across both hospital sites. So both hospitals are foundational around core services, an emergency department, critical care, medicine, surgical beds, operating rooms, and all the diagnostic and lab services that go to support hospital care. Each hospital has a specialty focus. So the regional chronic kidney disease program is located in Richmond Hill. The inpatient complex care beds and inpatient rehabilitation beds are located in Richmond Hill. And our core outpatient clinics, like our chemotherapy clinics, our fracture clinics, are again all located in Richmond Hill. The Cortellucci Vaughan Hospital has specialization around, my apologies, around our stroke programming, our stroke program, our inpatient mental health programming, obstetrics and pediatrics, and our 6 community-based locations that really span the entire geography from Richmond Hill, Vaughan, as far as Barrie and Toronto, continue to operate and provide mental health services, satellite dialysis services, diabetes education, cardiac rehab, reactivation care. So again, all these programs do exist and continue to exist to really complement a comprehensive regional hospital that we've now become. As we say, we are one of Canada's first smart hospitals, and that all started almost 6 or 7 years ago in the Richmond Hill site. So we created what was called an innovation unit on one of our medical floors, and we started to trial and test key pieces of technology, really with the input of our frontline staff to understand the impact and the implications of improving care and really trying to deliver care in a more lean and efficient manner while also improving quality and safety. So this is our current footprint, and we will continue to grow it as our community grows. Again, I want to thank Council for all your efforts. You would have seen the regular updates we provided you around some of the challenges that we face. We gave stakeholder reports every month to you, and I was really pleased to see all those pieces of information around the COVID response, testing, vaccinations in your reports to your constituents. So you've been very, very helpful in ensuring that we are able to deliver the effective care and keep our constituents engaged at all times. Go to the next slide. So we are a top employer, and we have grown dramatically. 1,500 new staff have been added with the addition of Cortellucci Vaughan Hospital, 85 new physicians, 250 volunteers. We are now well over 4,000 staff. What is remarkable is the majority of the staff come from our local community. A number of them would have been working in the downtown hospitals, have now families and want to actually, contribute back to their local hospital and really want to, in my view, go to an organization that is on the move. And we are absolutely on the move with some of the greatest technologies and enablers to deliver the best care around. What is also amazing is our sort of partnerships with local companies. So CompuGen, that you know very well, has a very significant footprint in the smart hospital deployment at both hospitals. Amico is another local company in Richmond Hill that has provided all the boom and medical gas technology, and again, has a significant footprint. Flexity is another IT company. So we are obviously hiring locally and creating great jobs, but also working with our local technology companies. And we should be very proud of the number of healthcare technology companies that exist in Richmond Hill, Vaughan, and in York Region as a whole. So again, this is just a starting point. We will never stop recruiting because, as you can imagine, what COVID-19 has really taught us is how precious people are in our business. And we are seeing, unfortunately, people retiring and stepping away from the profession because they just are at a point where they've probably had enough. So we will continue to recruit. We also have the benefit of a solid partnership with York University to ensure that we have an ongoing talent pool, especially in the nursing profession. So again, for your constituents, please encourage them to look at our website. We are ongoing in our recruitment of clinical staff, nursing, physicians, support staff, allied health, administrative. All those positions are actively being recruited, and we would love to recruit from within our community. Next slide, and we'll go to one more slide. So we are in an amazing place right now. The numbers are dropping, as you see in your daily numbers. And, it was not long ago, maybe 2 months ago, that Dr. Steny Brown was looking at a community number of 30,000 cases a day. And we are well under now 300 cases a day, every day. So a very, very positive outcome, but it took all of our effort, especially, I would argue, our elected officials. Your messaging to community members to help them understand the key inputs to fight this. I am so sorry, I don't know how to turn off my phone here. To battle this COVID-19 pandemic. What worked? The stay-at-home measures worked. All of the public health measuring sort of efforts worked. vaccination work, encouraging those that had hesitancy to get out there to get their first and their second dose. That's why we have dropped the way we have. And I would even tell you, when I looked at the critical care modeling numbers, I would never have expected us to be in this place that we are today. A snapshot of our hospital, 6 weeks ago, we had well over 200 COVID patients across both hospitals. Today, we have a little over a dozen patients. That's amazing. In a matter of a month and a half. So clearly, the burden of illness, what we were seeing coming in through our doors, is no longer the case. You know, we were seeing 30 to 40 COVID patients in our ED every single day. Just a staggering number at the height of wave 3. So we are in a much, much better place. I think thanks to our collective efforts as a society to come together and fight it as a collective. Next slide. So just a little bit about the waves and, you know, what we went through as a hospital. I shared some of this last time because wave 1 was sort of there when I came last summer. But wave 1 was a challenging period. We didn't know what we were up against. You know, we had seen some of the information out of China in late December. We actually started to get ready at the Mackenzie Richmond Hill Hospital in January, and we saw our first case in late January. Linked to a travel linkage to Egypt, of all places. And in fact, at the Mackenzie Richmond Hill ICU, we treated probably the first intubated ICU case. And you would have seen her in her annual report. This individual went through a remarkable journey and actually recovered and was discharged from our hospital and is fully recovered now. But we were watching some of the numbers that were coming out of Italy and New York, and we're really concerned around capacity. So we did really stop scheduled care and created capacity to deal with a surge. That surge never really came to full effect in wave 1. And we quickly redeployed our efforts to support another part of the sector that was in trouble, which was long-term care. Wave 2 came about in a much slower way. So you can remember by May, you know, things were improving. We had actually a reasonable summer last year. Things were open again. The fall schools started to open, and we saw a gradual increase in COVID activity. And by December, we were in trouble again. And many healthcare leaders were advocating for another degree of lockdown measures. That did occur around December. We saw a bit of a bending of the curve. And that's sort of when we were getting ready to open Cortellucci Vaughan Hospital. So early January, we were getting ready to open as a full service hospital on February the 7th. And wave 2 was starting to cause some serious concern in early January. The modeling numbers were quite concerning. And that's where the government, Premier Ford, Minister Elliott, we had some structured discussions around opening Cortellucci Vaughan in a different way. And we opened as a dedicated response hospital to other hospitals. So hospitals around us were crashing. One good example was actually Mackenzie Richmond Hill Hospital. Up until that point in time, we had sent almost 200 patients to other hospitals. You know, our primary receiver was actually Royal Victoria Hospital in Barrie. I want to thank them for really supporting us and taking some of our COVID patients because we were absolutely overwhelmed. Okay, we opened on February the 7th.
With our busy schedule, you've got 1 minute remaining. So
okay. So I am sorry. I will jump ahead then. My apologies. Go to the next slide.
It's all very important. So
I will delay speaking about wave 2 and wave 3. So Cortellucci Vaughan did care for the lion's share of patients. 500 patients were transferred to Cortellucci Vaughan from other hospitals. The lion's share was actually from the Mackenzie Richmond Hill Hospital. So we did step up to meet that COVID burden, and we will always be recognized for stepping up as the most responsive hospital in the system. I'll go to the next slide. We continue to focus on Mackenzie Richmond Hill Hospital. So we are by far one of the most over-challenged hospitals for hallway medicine. Now the opening of Cortellucci Vaughan has taken a huge pressure off us, but we were seeing a very, very sick group of patients. Now that we have actually opened Cortellucci Vaughan, we have the opportunity to reinvest in some of the vacated space at Mackenzie Richmond Hospital. So the board has sanctioned a new renovation, a $5 million renovation to create a new enhanced day surgery unit. We are also doing another $5 million in renovations to improve all of the tired spaces, painting, patching, new flooring, new ceiling tiles, fixing doors. And we also have a proposal in with government to create adolescent mental health beds at the Mackenzie Richmond Hill Hospital. So again, as much as we've opened a brand new hospital in Cortellucci Vaughan, we continue to on our Richmond Hill site. Next slide, please. So this is just how significantly we've grown. We have almost doubled in size in 10 years. You can see our bed count. You can see the number of programs and services that we've added. I'll go to the next slide. Next slide. So we continue to obviously be very focused around smart technology. All of these efforts have first come at the Mackenzie Richmond Hospital, only hospital in Canada, acute care hospital to achieve MRAM 7. We have 2 modular data centers that go across both our sites. We have MyCare tablets by every patient. We have MyChart that enables our patients and families to see all their records. Again, very, very empowering of patients. I'll go to the next slide, and I'll go to one more slide. So last slide. So we are finishing off, obviously, our efforts around our capital campaign. We encourage our community to help us. We are over $200 million. Funding goes to both hospitals. So we have about another $45 million to raise. We again ask for your support as community members to support both our hospitals and the technology and equipment that we need to sustain them. So with that, Mayor DiPaolo, I will end my commentary. Sorry for going over time.
Oh, no problem, Mr. Stationwalla. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all this valuable information. Yeah, just a bit over the 15 minutes, but no, not a problem. I'm sure members of council want to speak to this, and I just want to congratulate you on your efforts throughout a very difficult time. I'll turn over to Councillor Silovitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Altaf, for your presentation. I'm sorry we couldn't give you much more time to explain to us everything that has happened. It is absolutely remarkable. But I want to thank you on a very personal level, and I want to publicly thank both of these hospitals and Mackenzie Health for the most remarkable job that they have done, both hospitals, in saving the life of my husband. I, as most of you know, Derek was transported by ambulance on May the 1st, 3 o'clock in the morning, when I found him unresponsive in our condo. And he was transported by the paramedics to Mackenzie Health. I couldn't go with, and because I was sick myself, so they don't allow anybody to come with into the emergency room anyway. So I am absolutely stunned and amazed at the manner in which both these hospitals have worked tirelessly just for one patient. And I know there are hundreds others, hundreds more, and there will still be some to come. But from my personal side and from Derek's side, I cannot thank you enough. You saved his life not only once, but twice, on May the 1st and on May the 24th. From the emergency room at Mackenzie Health to the ICU there, by Orange Ambulance to Cortellucci Vaughan, to the ICU there, and to the medicine floor. Every single person involved, there are so many, I can't possibly mention all of them, from the cleaning staff to the admin staff, to the volunteers, to the social workers, to the nursing staff, to the tech staff, to the doctors and the surgeons. A most remarkable group of people who devote their lives to helping those who are in need. And Derek became known as the Miracle Man on ICU, critical care ICU at Cortellucci Vaughan on level 1. And that miracle could not have occurred without the intensive care that he was given at both of these hospitals. So he's now been transferred to the Toronto Rehab Center downtown, and he'll have to stay there for many months. As you know, Altaf, these patients have to undergo extensive rehabilitation in order to hopefully be what they were. But not only are all the staff there to help those who are medically in need, but they were also there to help me. And I could not have gotten through any of that without them. They were remarkable. The phone calls, the constant keeping in touch with me because I couldn't be there. And also to your acute care respiratory clinic, who helped me on my side of life, and your acute care offsite place as well. Just there's not one area, not one stage of these two hospitals that I can fault for anything at all. It is, we are so lucky. We are so lucky to have these two local hospitals. If we didn't have them, Derek would not be here. His life was only saved because these hospitals are right here in our local communities, and it just takes minutes to get there. So thank you for everything. Please extend from my family and from Derek's family, from our families, our most grateful thanks. This is a very personal story, and I don't want to go on too long, I'm sorry, but it's such a personal story, and it is a from this front line, I can tell you and I can tell everybody all about these two hospitals and the staff and what you have done to help save just one precious life, but there are hundreds. Thank you so much, Altaf. I have no other words. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Silvis, and I will definitely pass on your thanks to our frontline staff who have done such a remarkable job, not just for Derek, but for many, many other patients. And it's great to hear. And, you know, I've come to this council many, many times talking about our vision over the last decade to create an integrated two-hospital model of care that work in tandem. And clearly you can see this from this example that Richmond Hill absolutely benefits from the Vaughan Hospital, as does Vaughan benefit from the Mackenzie Richmond Hill Hospital. And I know, Mayor DiPaolo, at your golf tournament, you clearly fundraise for both hospitals, and you absolutely commit to that vision of having an integrated delivery of two full-service hospitals that support the scoring region. So thank you for all those comments.
Thank you. It's just totally amazing. I'll move to receive the presentation with thanks. Thank you so much for indulging me, Mr. Acting Mayor.
Okay, well, thank you for the motion to receive the presentation, and thank you for that very touching firsthand testimony of how these two hospitals are functioning to serve not only Councillor Silowitz and her husband, but probably already thousands of our residents. So great work, Mr. Stationwala. Did I see Councillor West wanted a second, or you want to speak, Councillor West?
I'll be brief. So thank you, Mr. Stationwala, for your presentation. I mean, we were giving out awards earlier. I think you might be in line for the most communicative community partner award throughout this pandemic. And I say that slightly jokingly, but it's incredibly important that our council has been kept up to date by you and all of our other community partners. But I mean, healthcare has obviously been paramount on people's minds throughout this. And I think you're right. It's nothing short of almost miraculous to think that a second hospital and all the things that went into opening up that second hospital was possible during the chaos of this pandemic. But it sure was timely, both as a COVID hospital and now as a full service hospital. So I thank you very much for all that you've done from a Ward 4 perspective, given that the Richmond Hill Hospital is in Ward 4. I really do appreciate the updates. And I know that I'm certain I can speak for my colleagues to say that we appreciate it too. So thank you. I'll just finish one quick little thing. I do notice a Habs jersey in the lower left-hand corner of your picture. I know you're a Habs fan, and I just want to and I just want to give you a congratulations, and even from a Toronto perspective, best of luck in the coming, I guess, couple of days. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Munch.
Good day. I'm a Maple Leaf fan, so I'm not going to make a comment, but I know you and Councillor Silowitz might like Montreal. Congratulations to that. Should have been Leafs. I want to say congratulations for doing what you did at Nick Cortellucci's Hospital on making that a COVID hospital and transitioning that. I really don't think enough has been said on how that really helped the people in our community. and really gave security at a really interesting time. And you retooled there and changed course quickly. And from my understanding, did a little bit of work. I supplied hundreds of thousands of masks to hospitals through a couple or so active in that area with a member of our community. And I'm going to say to you that the reach out from the healthcare sector and what you did at the Cortellucci Hospital, retooling it. And my assistant here, who is relatively new to Canada, said, you know, it's really great that you see this particular individual always out there communicating. I see him everywhere. I see him at York Region, you know, and I want to let you know that your efforts and your communication, your leadership, your commitment, your positive demeanor makes a difference, and your calm nature in a very stressful time, and your partnership commitment, you know, proud Canadian. Well done, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Munch. I'd echo all those statements if I didn't find out he's a Habs fan. But okay, I don't see any other councillors wanting to talk. All those in favor of receiving the presentation? Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Seshanwala. We welcome you here before our council anytime. You're always welcome.
Hello, and thank you, members of council. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, so that's it for presentations. We move on to delegations. Members of council, our first delegation, I'll remind all delegates that you've got up to 5 minutes to address council. You don't have to use your 5 minutes, but that will be the limit. If you can come on the screen in order that you're on the agenda. The first is Kathy Moknacki from Home on the Hill.
That one's withdrawn, Mr. Acting Mayor.
Okay, that first delegation has been withdrawn, and the first speaker will be Andrew Mullen from 99 Westwood Lane regarding a fence bylaw amendment request. Mr. Mullen.
Yes.
5 minutes to address council.
I'll try to be efficient. I think after that last bit of discussion, this issue seems rather petty. But I promise you in my discussions with a bunch of members of staff that they told me that this was the only mechanism to resolve and accomplish what I was looking to accomplish, by the book. The request that I had filed with the city was to build a 20-foot long privacy fence, 4 feet to the interior of the property. It would be immediately adjacent to a neighboring pool house, which is 14 feet tall. The city bylaw only allows privacy fences that are 8 feet tall. And the building permit division would not issue a building permit because it is not a building. And so I'm in a little bit of between a rock and a hard place on what to do and to do it by the appropriate bylaw. Had a similar conversation on the front wall, which you'll notice in the report. I think that there were 14 properties in the immediate area that were already in contravention of the bylaw, and just wanted to do this by the book. Wanted to be following the appropriate bylaws and work closely with Don Guy in the bylaw enforcement group to make sure that we're doing the right things and not creating any issues for ourselves or the neighbors. In terms of the proposed structure, it's 2 feet taller than the bylaw would require. The neighbor should not have any visibility into it. There's a proposed 14 foot tall pool structure that'll be 9 feet behind it. That structure is going to be 20 feet long. Ours is going to be it's going to be 40 feet long. Ours is going to be 15 feet long, and we'll have trees behind ours, and so no visibility, from the neighboring property. And so again, realize that this request, especially in light of the very grave topic and that we were just discussing, or you guys were just discussing, may seem petty. Did want to make sure that we're adhering to the appropriate bylaws, going through the right processes to do this, and requesting a variance from the bylaw, given there seems to be no other forum to do so. So anyway, just wanted to raise that request and see if we could get consideration in this matter.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Mullen. No issues too small for us to deal with here. You're in the right forum. If you're requesting an exemption, I noticed Councillor Silovit's hand up. This is in Ward 5. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mullen, for coming forward today. And thank you to staff for my discussions with them and for presenting the staff report today. I particularly want to thank Mr. Mullen for coming forward to bring this to council. As you say, there are many other properties in this area that have already in place. Have in place already the structures that you want. I have no problem with this. This is this neighborhood area of South Richvale, where all these very large homes are on large properties. They all have these types of pillars and fencing and gates. So it would be nothing that, I'm sorry about the dog, it would be nothing that is out of the ordinary. And I really want to commend Mr. Mullen for actually stepping forward to ask for permission to do this, whereas so many others have already just done so. And I have no problem. I will gladly forward this motion, and hopefully my council members will approve of this. Thank you, Mr. Mullen.
Thank you.
Okay. Which is okay. Thank you. So you're moving staff recommendations. You're going to move then to bring item 13.6 forward. 13.6.
15.11, Mr.
Okay. I think there's a mistake on the agenda that, oh, sorry. No, it's 13.11. Okay. So you're moving forward 13.11. And so we can deal with staff recommendation there. I think that's the best way to do it. Thanks, Councillor Silovitz. Do you have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor West. Okay, I don't see anyone else requesting to speak. So all in favor of moving forward 13.11? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now, Councillor Silovitz, you want to move the staff recommendations in 13.11? Yeah, okay. Okay, and Councillor West, you're seconding? Okay, I think that's the best way to do with it. So all in favor of the staff recommendations there? Very good. Okay, that carries. Thank you, Mr. Mullen. And we'll move to the next delegation. We have Sridhar Mathuku. Sridhar, Mr. Mathuku from 2257 Harris Avenue. You've got up to 5 minutes to address council. Go ahead, sir.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
So, good morning, Mr. Acting Mayor, council members, and everybody on the call. So, I am resident of 257 Harris Avenue. I'm here for two reasons. The stormwater outlet into my property by the countrywide application that's going to council shortly. The stormwater outlet that was originally shown on my property in the initial design, and also the feature that is still being shown on my property. I want to start with thanking Mr. Terziaski and Mr. Walters from the city engineering, and the applicant for confirming that outlet is now will be redirected to east of Harris, away from my property. Based on my discussion with the applicant, I understand we have agreement from all parties, including TRCA, to redirect the stormwater outlet away from my property. I hope there's no going back on this. But there's still one outstanding problem that needs to be solved. That is the feature that is being shown on my property. I explained the history multiple times in my previous delegations to council. This has been a nightmare for me for the last 14, 15 years. I'm not going into all the details now, but wanted to remind the part of the history that is Harris Beach Infill MESP, which is enabling Countrywide to bring forward their application today in front of council. I've mentioned multiple times how I have been misled by city and Heathwood, the developer who was responsible for this MESP. I've been told I've been included in MESP. I've been told that the feature was removed as part of MESP, but it all turned out to be misinformation and lies and betrayal. I have made decisions based on this misinformation that was provided to me, which severely impacts my family's quality of life due to amount of stress we have been subjected and have to deal with, and still dealing with it till date. I understand current applicant Countrywide is not responsible for this MESP, but unfortunately has to carry the baggage of the history of their predecessor who assembled these lands. I firmly believe MESP also missed to include study of erosion caused on my neighbors and my property on south side of Harris due to the stormwater drainage, which is result of historical filling of a pond across the street from me, and also multiple other historical fillings. All of them got away, including the filling of natural linkage section behind my property, which slopes into my property. And I believe it's also causing additional erosion on my property. I appreciate the applicant Countrywide for reaching out to me a couple of days back and agreeing to share information, expertise to possible extent to help me deal with the features that are being shown on my property. I firmly believe the party who assembled these lands and sold it to Countrywide worked to get rid of similar feature on their lands. The original feature was shown north of Harris in current applicant's lands, and slowly that shrunk into south of Harris. I want to remind council, I'm not a speculator or an investor. I'm an ordinary resident who fell in love with this two-way dead-end street, and I thought this was perfect street to raise my family. Boy, I was wrong. It was a nightmare.
1 minute remaining, Mr. Thuku.
Yes. Sir, I've been living this nightmare for 14 years. I'll try to finish it, please. So, like I said, I'm an ordinary resident who believed what I was told by city and made decisions that was detrimental to me. Unfortunately, residents was not given proper consideration in Harris Beach infill, and I had to spend tens of thousands of dollars already to hire a lawyer and a planner, and that's all money down the drain so far. I'm tired of this lies, misinformation, and living this nightmare for so long. Considering the history of misinformation and historical landfills all around me, anything and everything that needs to be preserved is already destroyed. And I also believe the so-called feature city TRCA wants to preserve needs to be further destroyed to enable services to south of Harris. I think city has a moral and ethical responsibility to correct the history. I'm requesting council to request staff to explain the history to TRCA and request them to fully live the feature and grandfather in prior 2007 rules, and consider prior walk of my property by TRCA as per which there's no features to preserve.
Okay.
So
times you're wrapping up there.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up. Thanks for the opportunity, and please do the needful. Silence is not an answer, please.
Well, okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mathuku. We know that you've had a long history that you've been passionate about, and your property and the properties in that area were greatly affected, and that area had been significantly altered from the home you originally purchased, and that I'm pleased to hear that at least our staff has been accommodating, and you're satisfied with the resolution that they've reached today for this that they've moved whatever is negatively impacting your house, and then maybe that's a start. And
but lot needs to be done, Mr. Acting Mayor, please.
We do understand you're dealing with a number of issues there, but I'm glad you've given the nod to Countrywide and our staff on a bit of a compromise here. So members of council, I guess this is Councillor West is in your ward. Are you willing to bring forward
Mr. Acting Mayor, we do have another delegation.
There's another delegation on the same matter. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Mathuku. Thank you. We will have another delegation on the same matter on 13.7. It's Marie Evans from Evans Planning Inc. Go ahead, Mr. Evans. You got up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you, Acting Mayor DePaula, members of council. Murray Evans. I'm here on behalf of Countrywide Homes, the proponent of this subdivision. And as you are probably very well aware, this development has been around long prior to the Harris Beach infill study, to the point where a draft plan of subdivision was approved for these lands in 2018. The matter before you is simply a rejigging of the built form internal to the lands that were previously approved. Many of the proposed land uses are retained, particularly around the perimeter of the site. And what is happening, the reason for this application is a revision to the built form to respond to the market demands and particular products that Countrywide has built elsewhere that they have found very successful in this type of community. The principles that are being carried forward in this development remain the same. If you may recall, at the previous approvals and at the public meeting, I was before you, and the land division is generally in accordance with the Harris Beach principles of where we have density along Jefferson Road. And as we move in, there's a series of transitions from widths and heights down towards, we get down to Harris Avenue, where we're looking at traditional 50-foot wide single family developments. So that transition that was previously approved, it remains, and what you have is townhouses along Jefferson Road, some smaller singles across from the townhouses, slightly larger singles across south of those units, and then back to the 50-foot singles that are along Harris Avenue. So the principles are generally are maintained of a density transition. The unit count, surprisingly, is actually 2 units less than what council previously approved, but it provides for a different type of product that is typically not found in the community. And if I could just ask staff, we have a presentation, and I don't need to go to any great depth. If I can get you to go to the plan that says stormwater outlet, right there. And this responds to Mr. Mathuku's concerns. If you do remember at the public meeting, he did raise the issue, and that, as you can see, there's on the north side of Harris Road, you can just see the imprint of the storm pond. And that was designed to drain through the existing outlet that's on Mr. Mathuku's property. And you can see there, it's very graphically shown as the red arrow saying existing outlet. So what we are now doing through our design work is taking that drainage from that pond, running it along in pipes to Harris Avenue, and outletting it on that land that you see where proposed outlet location. So whereas drainage has historically left these properties and gone through Mr. Mathuku's property, through the approval of this plan, ultimately the engineering designs and the construction, there will be no drainage leaving the site and going through Mr. Mathuku's property. It'll all be captured and outletted elsewhere. I can advise council that my client has indicated, as you heard, they have indicated that they will continue their best efforts to move forward with this program. We have had discussions with Mr. Walters in the subdivision engineering, and through the design engineering, which we're about to make another submission, the new outlet will be proposed. There have been preliminary discussions with the Conservation Authority. And as you heard from Mr. Mathuku, they have been positive to the point where we have had a confirmation email from the Conservation Authority that that outlet is acceptable. So we have, I believe we responded appropriately and addressed Mr. Mathuku's concerns about stormwater outlet. And then with respect to his issues, clearly, they are independent of the development application which you have before you today. Our client, Countrywide Homes, has agreed to provide any expertise that may help Mr. Mathuku with his future efforts. Logically and ideally, that would be pursued through some form of development application or design program to both the municipality and the Conservation Authority, but it's again external to the applications which are before you today. And as I indicated, if we can be of some assistance from an ecological or engineering perspective, our client has offered up that type of information assistance to Mr. Mathuku. So I will leave it at that with regard to this application. Clearly, the staff report is supportive, and the allocation is virtually the same. But as I indicated, there's really two units less. So it is. We would like to move forward. You know, there's been some preliminary works, and it's a matter of just moving forward with the design engineering and the subdivision agreement to get this development moving forward. And if I may make one additional request to council, if I have not put myself on as a delegation to item 13.9, which is the 12600 Bayview Avenue application. And I would appreciate council's indulgence to add me as a last minute delegation to respond to any comments that may have been raised by residents. So I thank you, and I'll be pleased to answer any questions about each item. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we can't add you as a delegation, Mr. Evans, but if you are on hand and you're able to answer questions, if there are questions, I will direct them to you at that time.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Councillor West, you can move the item forward and put a motion on for the recommendations if you're inclined. You can do that at the same time. But you have the floor as the ward councillor here.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be happy to move it forward, and I would also be happy to move the staff recommendations that are contained in the staff report. I do thank the staff and the members of the community for going through this process. You know, I think that at the council public hearing that we had, it seems to me there were a number of concerns that, according to page 12 at the bottom, at least, you know, we've done what we can to address those concerns. And I appreciate that. I think this is a better design, you know, tweaked and finalized than what we had at the original council public meeting hearing. So I appreciate that. With regard to the Mr. Mathuku and his delegation, I'm pleased to see that things look like they're moving forward finally on that. It is very good news to hear about the commitment from Countrywide to move that stormwater outlet, and I will leave it to our engineering staff and the TRCA staff and so on to continue that work. So anyway, happy to move that recommendation, Mr. Acting Mayor, and well, we'll go from there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder for the recommendations in 13.7? Thank you, Councillor Silovitz. Any other discussion? Okay, Deputy Mayor Pirelli. Is that yellow, Mr. Councillor Munch? You'll be next. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's interesting that we're talking about an application before us, and I want to thank Mr. Mathuku for coming forward. This has been a nightmare for Mr. Mathuku. Mr. Evans said that this application is a rejigging. I would have hoped at the last meeting when we approved the previous iteration of this application that the applicant would have had a different type of conversation with Mr. Mathuku and staff to address the concerns that Mr. Mathuku has. The outlet of this stormwater pond into this property would still be there today if not for the tireless effort of one little resident, a single person fighting to protect the rights that he has. If it wasn't for that, this stormwater pond would be outletting into his property, rendering his property basically useless. It's not fair. I think everyone on this council acknowledges and agrees that Mr. Mathuku has presented time and time again to this council that his property does not have a feature, that the features in the neighborhood that existed have all been decimated to have these other applications come forward behind him, in front of him, etc. And now we're going ahead with a community, building a community and leaving him out in the cold. This is unfair. It's unconscionable. And I, for one, I'm going to stand with Mr. Mathuku and make sure that before we approve anything else in that subdivision, in that area, the Harris Beach area, that we consider the entire area. We did a study to do exactly that. And that's what we need to do today. I would have hoped that this feature issue would have been dealt with by the magnanimous generosity of this applicant, who has clearly more resources than Mr. Mathuku, who is now willing to come to the table to help Mr. Mathuku at the last minute, but there are no guarantees of what that help looks like. It's nice that they redirected the stormwater pound outlet, but only because of the tireless efforts of Mr. Mathuku, not the applicant and not our staff. We need to go one step further. And that step is that today we advise the TRCA that we acknowledge that the feature on Mr. Mathuku's property does not exist. It didn't, and it doesn't today. This council needs to respect the rights of this resident and not give lip service anymore. So before we approve this application, there has to be an amendment made that the TRCA be advised by this council that this application can only go forward if we recognize that the feature on Mr. Mathuku's land, as it pertains to this council, does not exist, which will then give Mr. Mathuku the rights to have a piece of land that will fit in with the community. He'll be able to do exactly what the applicant wants to do across the street, which is prepare 50-foot lots. He'll be able to have 3 lots.
1 minute.
One for him. Sorry?
Just 1 minute remaining, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And he'll be able to build 3 lots after he properly fills his land to conform with everybody else in the neighborhood. The evidence is overwhelming that everyone else around him has changed the structure, the landscape of that land. Mr. Mathuku can explain it better than anyone else. I'm giving you a very high 30,000-foot view of this. So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we defer this application to the next councilman, and today that we vote to send a message to the TRCA that the features on Mr. Mathuku's land never were there and are not there today. And we want their support to make sure that they are removed once and for all and dealt with today. That is my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, right on time. So Councillor Munch, it's a deferral motion. Are you seconding?
Yeah, I would like to defer it. I was going to move a deferral motion, and I would like to actually go further. And I'd like to work with the mover to maybe go see what's happening. This particular area has been affected, has been a real problem. We've had water issues on Harris Avenue. I haven't seen much of that. We had water purification systems that came miraculously from some budget that went there. We've had community meetings. And the applicant really didn't engage the way I would expect an applicant to engage in the best interest of the entire community. I also am going to say the water issues there of that inlet, of now moving it. This is a real issue. I'm really shocked that we are allowing water infiltration issues, and municipalities around North America. We have real water tables here in Richmond Hill. I'm surprised that we're being so passive on what's happening. They need to be responsible for their own water. They need to be responsible for their own exit of the water. They need to stop impacting areas that are across the street and to move it down the street over to this well. Many of those landowners, not just the one, all of them have the same issue. And they've all raised it to me. I'm surprised that the local councillor didn't raise it, but I'll raise it. the people on Harris Avenue. So we need to defer this, or I'm going to defer this. I agree 100% with the regional councillor Parley, deputy mayor.
Okay, so I'll take that as a seconder for the deferral.
But the deferral,
This is
it's got to be for a discussion about with all the water outlet and the impact with TRCA, because TRCA are putting lines in the sand for all those properties that are affecting it unreasonably, totally unreasonably. And I've taken people on tours there to showcase. I'm sure the local councilors on top of that, although they didn't say much. Those landowners to the south, and although Mr. Evans said to the north, I think he meant the south. Those landowners to the south have been severely impacted. The TRCA is making recommendations that are sterilizing the lands. We have an infill going on everywhere. This does not meet our housing affordability challenges. It's really out of line where we're at. So I got to say to you, I would defer this because I would have voted against the application the way it is right now. Absolutely. And I expect some much more engagement from the applicant and much more community involvement and much more of the water infiltration. We had contamination here.
Councillor Munch, it's a throw motion. We're just discussing the date and time to which this.
So date and time. So I'm not sure when the date is. When are we looking back at this?
All right, we have one more council meeting before the summer break.
So if we want to get before the summer, we want to defer it further. I'm easy either way.
Yes,
because the applicant hasn't shown much.
That's the mover. Was your intention to have it come to the next council meeting with TRCA being advised?
Mr. Chairman, it all depends really on staff and the applicant. I'm happy to defer it to the next council meeting with the understanding, actually, it should be a referral motion, not a deferral.
Yeah.
We should refer this back to staff and the applicant till the next council meeting with the understanding that they need to address the issues that I've mentioned, the feature on Mr. Mathuku's land, the outlet that is being redirected, and the comments that are made by Councillor Munch. If they can get it done, put the feet to the fire, as the saying goes, and make them resolve this issue once and for all. My fear is that if we were to approve this application, which I disagree with one of the speakers that this application is independent and can go forward and move forward finally, I disagree with that. This application has an effect on the entire area, as outlined by some of the words that were spoken by Councillor Munch. Therefore, I would move a referral motion back to staff so that let's get it resolved. If the applicant is truly sincere about putting their resources, and they have lots of resources, let's get the TRCA, let's get them at the table. This is a simple fix, Mr. Chairman. Let's remove that issue for Mr. Mathuku and let him have some peace in his life, because he hasn't had any in the last decade. So let's resolve this, and then it can be done in 2 weeks. If it's not done in 2 weeks, we'll reassess it on July 7th and see what happens then. So my motion is to refer it back to staff and the applicant till the next council meeting. And Councillor Munch, I see by his nodding, will second that motion.
You bet. Well done. Thank you.
I'll take that as a referral motion. It's moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of the referral motion? Okay, that carries. Okay, that's item 13.7. We have now 3 delegations with regards to item 13.9. And okay, Councillor Barros, would you be willing to move item 13.9 forward at this time?
I would. We normally have the delegate speak before, but if you want to change the procedure, sir, by all means.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder? Bring that item forward. Thank you, Councillor West. Okay, all in favor of bringing item 13.9 forward? Very good. So we can deal with the issue and the delegation at the same time. The first delegation is Shabir Mandan. Mr. Mandan, point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just as a point of order, if I could ask that we follow procedure, and when you ask for a vote in favor, that you also ask for the vote in opposition to. You've omitted to do that today on 6 or 7 occasions. I just ask that we do that to follow the proper procedures. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Mandan? We have 3 delegates on this.
Sorry, Mr. Mandan, we have moved you in the meeting. You do need to turn on your sound, and on your screen, it might offer you the opportunity to unmute yourself. If you could please do so at this time.
Are you there, Shabir?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead. You're addressing council. You have up to 5 minutes.
So, good morning, councillors. I hope you're all well. As I said, my name is Shabir Mandan, and I live right behind the piece of land that is being debated today, present as neighborhood commercial. Now it is being debated to be changed to multiple residential. Now the NC zone does not permit townhouse dwellings, as they know. On Wednesday, March the 4th, 2020, I stood here in these chambers and gave my opinions and reasons as to why rezoning was not beneficial to the local residents. I made a very strong case why a small plaza was so necessary to the neighborhood. The minutes of the first of that day's meeting reflect my opinions correctly, but not Ms. Javantis, who I recollect was not in the favor of the development either. I am very disappointed to learn that 15 minutes down the line, we are at the same juncture discussing the same issue. If this goes on and on, we will soon sound like a broken record playing the same song over and over again. If I recollect, the landowners were made aware at the meeting that the residents would have protection if a small plaza with shops and residences were proposed instead. I believe Councillor Barrows was of the same opinion then. In 15 months, a plaza would be ready or near ready by now if the time was not wasted. Imagine a ceremony of a new plaza conducted by our mayor and Mr. Barrows together at the time when the country is winning the battle against the COVID-19 pandemic. By going to the tribunal, it just goes to show that the greed the landowner has. They just want to complete the project, the houses, fill up their pockets and disappear from the area, leaving the local residents to pick up the pieces, i.e. increase in permanent traffic, congestion in schools, ruin the character of the neighborhood by proposing to raise the elevation of the buildings to 12 meters from 11. And most of all, eliminate the hope that a neighborhood ever have a convenience of a small plaza. When I say plaza, I mean a plaza with a convenience store, a hair salon, a doctor's office, a barber, a coffee shop, restaurant, a candy store, and many others that are so desperately needed as there is nothing absolutely in the surrounding area. I and many other grandparents would love to take grandchildren to the candy store and see their faces light up with the happiness and excitement, which means so much more than brick structures with no life. And not to mention the truckload of revenue that will end up in Richmond Hill town's coffers, taxes that will be collected. In conclusion, I am positively against changing the zoning to multi-residential. I totally understand the landowner's frustration, and I believe we can come to some understanding which will be mutual interest to both parties. I urge all the councillors to remain steadfast to what in March 2020, support the residents who have lived in the area for many years and happily paid their taxes and their dues. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today and to raise my voice.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Mandan. Okay, on the same issue, the next delegation is from James Wallace. Oh, no,
Yes.
okay, it looks like he's not with us. The next on the list is Jane Phillip from 23 Barnwood Ave Drive. Hello, I'm Miss Phillip. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes to address council. Just have to unmute yourself. Okay, we can hear you.
Okay, I am addressing the same issue as Mr. Shabir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, it's sadly to say that once again, we're discussing the same matter. Last week, I received a package from Devon Park Planning and Development lawyers who filed an application on behalf of the landowner. I was advised by Chris Drew from the law firm that the town of Richmond Hill had failed to make a decision on the application within the statutory time frame. I immediately follow up with Councillor Greg Barrow for any updates, minutes from all discussion held pertaining to this matter. I was told by Greg that the landowner appealed their decision to the province and the province granted them permission. I later retrieved council information from previous meetings held with this developer in February and June of 2020. I was speechless. The statement I want to make is that why is the Richmond Hill Council removing civil liberty and resident rights? This is a great assault on residents, the neighbors, neighborhood, and community, and especially the people residing on Bayview and Old Colony. The town of Richmond Hill should uphold its previous commitment to Mr. Lebovic and Fieldgate Homes. These two developers and development project had zoned that land as commercial, with which the town of Richmond Hill approved. Why change it now? The town of Richmond Hill must continue to support residents' right to access service within reasonable distance, as Mr. Shabir described. To change the neighborhood drastically with this developer sounds like a slick negotiation that would change how residents value the town of Richmond Hill doing business with land developer in York region. Some projects can greatly improve the lifestyle of residents, while others shall ruin the value of safety. And like Greg described in one of his flyers, the tight-knit community focus and living within, feel like living in a town within a city. This is a horrible housing project that will severely jeopardize family lives, the pride and interest that we share, and the value we have in our homes. I'm not sure if City Council have reviewed the traffic incidents between Old Colony and Wellington and Old Colony and Elgin Mills. Is the City of Richmond Hill and its council team organizing this city to line the pockets of developer? Just to look again, the claim is to benefit urban development. According to the document received by the tribunal lawyers, it sounds as if the city politicians and the city staffers are making decisions to our neighborhood without the residents' input. This piece of land has been an ongoing dispute, and it's not fair for the residents of Richmond Hill, especially Old Colony and Bayview. When the current landowner purchased this land, he knowingly knew that that land was zoned commercial. And it's unfair for residents on both sides of Bayview and Old Colony because there's currently no shopping plaza for residents on either side of the road. I believe that's approximately 10 to 20 kilometers. In the document that provided by the law firm, it stated that there was some suggestions that there was finding and research done in the area about commercial businesses not necessarily needed or wanted or not proven to be successful in this area. That's an inaccurate piece of information because there were residents that purchased home in the area with the intent to have one of those commercial properties as a business. And she had to sell the house and move because she was not able to open a salon there because the property was sold to Max Gas Station previously, who we had a dispute with, that sold the land and that the current landowner now owns and want to build this 19-story of townhome dwelling. The 19-story, that 3-story building will exceed the height of our current homes. And this is a danger to our lives in this area. And so I'm asking council to not approve this application.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Phillip. Okay, so we are dealing with 13.9. As indicated before, Marie Evans, representative of the applicant, is available for questions if needed. Councillor Barros, do you want to start us off? Okay, I will say I'm a little perplexed. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Councillor Barros.
Thank you for finally unmuting me. So when it comes to this particular piece of land, the residents are right. This has been going on for a long time. And just a very quick history, this land, along with the subdivision that was aptly said, Mr. Lebovic Homes and Fieldgate, was a OMB, Ontario Municipal Board decision to approve. And the OMB, and they were right, they allowed this corner to be commercial, neighborhood commercial. And the residents all purchased in this area with the understanding that there would be those services there eventually for them. And unfortunately, they haven't come yet. This needs to be denied. The residents have said over and over and over, they don't want to see houses, they want to see employment. And at the city here in Richmond Hill, we've said numerous times, we need to protect our employment lands. When we take a look at the vast amount of people now working from home, it's even more important for these little plazas, for people to go and get little services, sundry items, and such. So, Mr. Chair, I would be moving that the staff report be received for information purposes, and that the LPAT be advised that council does not support this landowner's application. And it's somewhat of an insult also that this landowner couldn't wait to come and speak to council. Nope, goes right to, using a technicality in the law, goes right to LPAT to get a decision, sidestepping us. The land developer didn't reach out to the local community, knowing how difficult this situation has been over the years. Didn't reach out to them to say, we'd like to work with you to see if we can't reach a compromise somehow. By virtue of not even applying for a delegation, the landowner's intent is just to go to LPAT, sidestep council, get a decision there. So my motion is that we deny this and we send our staff to vigorously defend our employment lands in this important corner of Bayview and Old Colony. I stand with the residents, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Barros. Deputy Mayor Pirelli, you willing to second the motion? First of all, to get it on the floor and then you can speak.
I'm happy to second the local councillor's motion. Very much similar to the one we just discussed. Residents in that community, as well articulated by Councillor Barrows, purchased their properties. They said, what a wonderful neighborhood to live in. There's going to be a plaza there. I'm sure a convenience store, maybe a barber shop, something of the sort. We'll be able to walk there because that pocket, especially close to Bayview, of residences is isolated. There's nothing in the area for miles. I mean, you've got to go to Yonge Street basically to get any kind of service. And, you know, we want to protect the environment. We want people to use their bikes. We want people to walk, walkable communities. And here we are. When this subdivision was originally designed, they took all that into consideration. They said, we're not going to make them drive to Yonge Street in order to get a bag of milk or a loaf of bread. We're going to allow them to just go to the corner, create jobs, create an opportunity, create a community, walkable, livable community. And now someone comes along and says, no, we want to change it. Well, just like Mr. Mathuku in the last case, when he said to everybody, are there any features that I need to worry about on my land? And he was assured there were none. And when these people in good faith came to purchase their property in this neighborhood, they were very patient. They waited for something commercial to be built here. And they wanted to be consulted. And I support the residents and I support the local councillor in his endeavor. No one knows Oak Ridges better than Councillor Barrows. No one. I support him. I stand with the residents. And I hope my colleagues do as well. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anyone else indicating, Councillor Munch and then Councillor West. Councillor Silvitz.
Good day. So this is a good example where we need to kind of work together as a council with the applicant. So, you know, we consistently in this council just do knee-jerk reactions and what have you, or just oppose everything. Here's an example where this community is looking for a strip mall. They were expecting a strip mall. They got something different, and the applicant, you know, through the local councillor didn't engage. And I think that's not something that is ideal for us. So we need to work together with the applicants, and we need to do what's in the best interest of the community. We need to work with our local parties, and we as together as a council have to have some vision and work in the long-term interests. And I think what the residents have pointed out here and what the local councillor has said is that, hey, this isn't happening here. And the fact that the applicant went there quickly, they're not here today, so I'm not sure why they didn't do it. But having said that, at the end of the day, these are the types of efforts that we need to do opposing this and going vigorously, as opposed to some of the other things that we're doing in this municipality, which are just battling to battle to stop and to have bad development. I would say to you, here's an example where we need to work collectively towards a vision for this city where the residents are looking for shopping and biking and hiking and respecting the area. And this particular application doesn't seem to fit with that. So I support the local councillor in their wish in this one. And I think we should be fighting this vigorously and having a discussion with the applicant to see how we can find a balance and get some more dialogue. So I'm in support of what's been said. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor West.
Thank you. Thank you to the delegates that came to speak. You know, I do specifically recall some of the same comments at the council public hearing that we had for this. I do understand the dilemma. I mean, you know, there was an expectation, I presume, when the houses were built that it would be neighborhood commercial. And it's not. I mean, but to be fair, there's been many situations in my time on council where you know, things have changed based on what was you know, designated for those lands, and it's always troubling. I mean, I absolutely will agree that. I mean, you know, we've done some things like, you know, where we've increased densities enormously compared to, for example, what was in the official plan. So this type of thing does happen. I get that. I also do understand the difficulty with having neighborhood commercial. I mean, you know, I'm not an expert in this field by any stretch, but from what I do know, that type of commercial activity is not on the upswing. Although I also understand, you know, the value of having that neighborhood commercial when it's viable. I'm just afraid that it might not be viable in this particular case. And again, just to give a rounded discussion on this, I do understand the fact that in that area there is not a lot of commercial opportunities for quite some distance. But what I am, I guess, specifically concerned about, if the motion before us is to deny this application, to deny the staff recommendations here, what I'm concerned about is something that I've heard many of my colleagues talk about in the past, that we will be going to LPAT, but we will need to be hiring external lawyers and planners in order to do this. So I wonder if just to make sure that I'm clear on this, if I could ask for you, Mr. Chair, to perhaps our Mr. DeMilta, who I see is on the call, can you just explain to us, make sure that I'm correct, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, in my estimation of what would happen if we pass the motion that's before us.
City Solicitor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. If council were to deny the application and staff, city staff, including the legal division, would have to defend it, and the external experts for sure would have to be something that would have to be retained to defend council's position, and that would come out of the legal division's external budget. With respect to the lawyers, then it becomes either a capacity issue. If we can manage it internally, we would manage it internally, but if we had more than one appeal at that point in time, then there may be a requirement to go outside for external lawyers. So if the resolution is passed, I would ask that authority also be given to retain any requisite external planners as well as external lawyers to defend council's position.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that's actually important, and I mean, I'm not the mover or the seconder of the motion, but I would assume that one of those two parties would add that on the advice of our legal team. So again, I'm happy to listen to the rest of the discussion on this issue. I am also, I guess the final thing that I'm concerned about is that, you know, this application, you know, as I'm looking at read the staff report, as I'm looking at the plan, does not look like an application that's entirely out of line with what you'd expect on a residential basis on a major artery. I realize that the 3 stories is higher, and I get where the people are coming from that back onto this, but I would be very concerned that if we did decide to go this route and it went to LPAT, it is quite possible that we would lose. And the problem with doing that, of course, is that then it becomes out of our hands. It becomes in the hands of an external tribunal. So I have concerns about that, although, you know, I do understand the residents. I understand what some of my colleagues have said on this, but I'm not entirely sold on the idea that it's the best course of action to do what we're doing. But as I said, I'd be happy to listen to the rest of the comments before we take the vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Munch. Go ahead. Mr. Clerk, have you unmuted? Okay, so you just have to unmute yourself, Councillor.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
So I think I've set my piece on this where I think I'm going to support the local councillor, and I'm going to.
Oh, okay.
So there you go.
My fault in speaking order. Councillor Silovitz was next. And then Councillor Chan.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. My comments are similar to Councillor West's. And through you again, I'd like to ask a question of our city solicitor. or our Commissioner of Planning, whomever wishes to answer this question. Am I correct in understanding that this matter is already before LPAT? It's not going to go to LPAT? I'm sorry, Councillor Barros, is there something you wanted to say with your arms flapping like that?
Okay.
Well, I've got the floor.
So,
You, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Acting Mayor.
Commissioner Planning, can you answer the question, Mr. Kwan? Okay, we've got a point of order. Just one moment, Commissioner. Point of order from Councillor Barros, you're unmuted.
Thank you for unmuting me. I was asked a question by Councillor Silovitz, and I would like to respond to that.
I think it's
yes, this is at that. That's what I said at the beginning. The applicant sidestepped City Council altogether, completely disregarded our opinion and the residents, and it's at LPAT. That's why I'm so upset about this. Thank you, Councillor Silovitz, for bringing that to light again.
Okay. Trying to limit the hand flapping. Councillor Silovitz, you had the floor. You got a question to Commissioner Kwan. Commissioner Kwan, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor.
Sorry, Commissioner Kwan, one moment. There's a point of order, Deputy Mayor Crowley. Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we need to speak about the elephant in the room. You know,
no, you need to declare what your
my
problem is.
point of order is that
Your point of order.
I want to move a motion that the chairman instruct the city clerk to unmute members of council. We're resorted to doing stuff like this because we cannot speak. We are being silenced. We are at the mercy of the clerk to unmute us, to give us the opportunity to speak and express ourselves.
Okay.
To me, this is unconstitutional. I move that we immediately order the clerk to unmute all of us as if we were in a council chamber.
Motion's out of order.
The ability to say point of order instead of looking for a piece of paper.
Okay, if you're disappointed that you're not allowed to blurt out comments when someone else has the floor.
No. I take offense to that comment, Mr. Chairman. It's not about blurting out comments. It's about procedure. In a council chamber, we would say point of order vocally. We wouldn't hold up cards. Here we're asked to hold up cards. We're at the mercy of waiting for someone to grant us the permission to do our jobs. I think that's unconstitutional. And your comment that we're flapping our arms, we're trying to get your attention because we don't have the ability to speak.
You don't, because that's the way it works. So someone has the floor, you wait your turn. You held
No, point of orders are an interruption of the process where we say.
I'm ruling on your point of order. You held up your card and I immediately stopped Commissioner Kwan and I went to you and asked for what your point of order is regarding. The same thing when Councillor Barros put up the point of order card. I will acknowledge anyone who puts a point of order card at any time. That's the only way you can interrupt someone has the floor. If you want to bring a member's motion about the way we conduct council meetings.
The procedural bylaw allows for us, Mr. Chairman, with the greatest of respect,
to interrupt,
to be able to speak. Being silenced.
The only time you can interrupt the speaker is when there's a point of order. That's
right. Verbally acknowledged. Will we be carrying this forward when we meet in council chambers, that we have to hold up a card and run around the room to come in front of you to hold up the card?
No, at that time you will simply say point of order.
Right, and we should have that same opportunity here, Mr. Chairman.
You have to hold the card.
Why? Why can't we speak? It's such a silly rule that needs to be changed. And I move that we change the rule so that we have the ability.
You have to listen to me. I'm making a ruling. A motion is not in order right now. Okay, if you want to bring a member's motion to change the way, if this council agrees, the majority of this council agrees to conduct the meeting in a different manner, absolutely, that's what we will do.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you. Councillor Barros, you have a point of order. Something procedurally that we're not doing properly.
This council never decided to have our microphones muted. You unilaterally decided that.
I
So
did.
If the procedural bylaw was to be changed, it should have been done by the majority of council, not yourself. Because you couldn't.
That is not a point of order. That's not a point of order. You have an objection with a decision that the chair has made. We are on, Councillor Silovitz has the floor and she's asked the question of Commissioner Kwan. Now you just held up a point of order sign just to criticize the way I'm chairing and conducting our meetings.
Something inaccurate.
That was not a point of order. That's my ruling. I have another point of order from Councillor West. Councillor West?
Apologize if I upset you.
You've said it, Mr. Chair. None of these are points of order. I would suggest that what we really need to do is, after this meeting, is study what point of order actually means.
Okay.
So I would suggest—
That's not a point of order either, but thank you.
I agree. That's true.
Thank you. Commissioner Kwan, can you please answer Councillor Silovitz's question? If you need her to repeat it, I understand there's been some time since the question was asked. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, I believe Councillor Silovitz was asking for a clarification on where this application sits in the planning process. And to respond to that question, the matter is in front of LPAT. There is a case management conference scheduled for July 8th, as indicated in the staff report. At that conference, the LPAT will make decisions regarding the procedures and listening to the positions of the various parties who come forward, and then make certain rulings on the administrative matters on how the hearing will proceed and set hearing dates or deadlines for those subsequent steps in the process.
Thank you, Commissioner Kwan. I appreciate that. That's what I believed. And again, through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to the Commissioner. What would be the ramifications, either yourself or our city solicitor, what would be the ramifications for this council and the city should we not approve the recommendations that are before us?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, I believe the city solicitor has already identified the
Commissioner.
next step.
Point of order. Sorry, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the recommendations before us are to turn down this application. The council should speak to that, please.
Okay, yes, we have the motion on the floor. She's asked, what are the ramifications of the motion on the floor passing? I think that's what we're discussing. I think that's what the council is discussing.
That is correct, Mr. Acting Mayor. That
Very
is exactly what I'm asking.
Very pertinent and germane to this motion introduced, I think. Go ahead, Councillor Silovitz.
Thank you. You know, I would like to know, I understand that the city solicitor has already given some answers, but I think it is very important for the public to also understand what are the consequences here should this council not approve the recommendations that are before us, that our LPAT staff are to take to the LPAT meeting as discussed by Commissioner Kwan. This isn't a black and white issue. There's a lot of gray here. And I believe that that we all need to know exactly what those circumstances would be. And if I am being repetitive, I apologize, but I'm quite sure there are a number of people out there in the public realm who also do not understand this issue. So I am asking through you, respectfully, Mr. Acting Mayor, that that Commissioner Kwan or our city solicitor give us a fulsome, comprehensive explanation as to what is going to actually happen should we approve the motion on the floor.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, regardless of the position that this council takes, city staff, including the town solicitor or city solicitor, will defend the decision of council at the upcoming LPAT hearing. The role of city staff, professional staff, during that hearing is yet to be determined. But as the city solicitor has already identified, we would not have a direct role, planning staff would not have a direct role in defense of the council decision. But there will be a defense, nevertheless, of the council position, and the matter will be subsequently adjudicated by the LPAT with all of the parties identified at the subsequent case management conference in July.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner Quinn. Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Acting Mayor, and thank you delegation as well as the staff who has been responding. As a principal, I support what the local councillor have said, with the rationale that in this case, which is not the only case, that the applicant chose to sidestep or circumvent the council, where we are duly elected and be accountable to make a decision on the planning applications on its merits. And that's why in the past, actually, I have opposed to the continuation of the previous Ontario Municipal Board, mainly because of that reason. I mean, council here should, in most cases, make the decision on the planning application that affecting the council, the community, and other areas. So on that particular principle, I would support the motion in front of us, because this is a message, a very strong message from Richmond Council to say, yes, applicants, you're welcome to make application within the right on the land you own, but please do respect this council. Do not just circumvent us and go to the provincial appeal body, and now change to LPAT, as we know. And the name keep changing. It's now, I understand, it's just called a land tribunal, right? And yeah, Council Munch, a foreign issue, no. So anyway, I also get a sense that I appreciate both councillors before me asked about what are the ramifications from the lawyer, city solicitor, and also planning. Because one thing, as I said, I would support the motion in front of us on principle. However, there's some questions to be answered. What are the ramifications in terms of either we need to retain external solicitor or external planner to argue the case for the city, that if the motion is passed by majority today. So, and I don't hear a definite answer today. And knowing that the actual scheduled pre-conference meeting on July the 8th, with your indulgence and Mr. Acting Mayor, and I would move to have an amendment to be added to the motion, or maybe it's not an amendment. I will ask this, move to have this matter refer to the next council meeting on July the 7th, which is still to have time for council to make a final decision directing staff before the July 8th, the conference, so that the referral would ask staff, both city solicitor and Commissioner Kwong from the planning, to come back within the 2-week span, that what are the situation in terms of retaining, the need for retaining external solicitor if required, and as well, external planning consultant would need to be retained, because then by then they should know about the situation where the resources is able. And secondly is that what are the estimated costs for doing so. So I respectfully will submit that, and it will not jeopardizing the city's position prior to, actually just in time for the next scheduled conference meeting. Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chan.
So I'm moving the referral motion with that expectation.
Okay. Point of order from Councillor Barrows. Go ahead.
My question is to the clerk. I don't believe that a referral takes precedence. I think only a deferral would take precedence over my motion that's currently on the floor. If we were in the chambers, I've got my procedural bylaw binder right at my desk and I could have referenced it. I apologize. I don't have one in front of me.
I think a referral is in order, a deferral or a referral. The clerk is flipping through pages just to confirm.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, in accordance with section 5.65 of the procedure bylaw under permitted motions, when a motion has been moved or seconded and is being considered by council, no motion shall be received except for the following motions, and a motion to refer is included within that list. So a motion to refer is in order.
Okay, so then my question is, Mr. Chair, with the referral motion, I don't understand what we're getting. We've heard from many members of council that we don't support the position of the applicant. And when we take a look at.
Councilor, you had a point of order about the motion being in order, and I ruled that the referral is in order. I mean, the clerk answered your question. So that's done. Now I have a point of order from Deputy Mayor Pirelli. Deputy Mayor Pirelli? You have the floor with your point of order.
Thank you. So I got distracted by my phone ringing. We don't have a seconder, so I don't know what the local councilors.
Once I'm dealt with these points of order, I'm going to ask for a seconder. Okay. Is anyone willing to second the referral motion to refer here on this issue? Anyone? Okay. Councillor Chan, referral fails for lack of a seconder. So that we go back to the motion that's on the floor from Councillor Barrows. I'll say I am completely perplexed when it comes to this site. I've spoke to the residents on Barnwood in 2018 extensively, and everybody seemed to be of a consensus that they did not want a gas station here. And there was a concern that a gas station might be coming, and that it was on the way. And I was thrilled to see this residential conversion application. I was thrilled to see, okay, second round for. I was thrilled to see our staff and support the rezoning to residential. If you travel from Wellington and Aurora all the way down to Bloomington to Stouffville and right until 19th, you've got to get to Elgin Mills before you see a single commercial sign on Bayview Avenue. So it's a very long stretch of protected Oak Ridges moraine, pristine area. You're going to drive by 4 lakes and nothing but forests, and you know, unfortunately, the Oak Ridge Moraine Act allowed for very sparse but some residential development, and we see that. But then I don't know what the intention was zoning this originally commercial. But if folks think you're going to have a barber shop or a laundromat here or a neighborhood grocery convenience store, it's just not going to happen. It's a gas station. It's the site for a typical gas station. It's on Bayview Avenue, and it's very unlikely to be anything but that. I do want to ask Commissioner Kwan, does the NC zoning right now allow us of right a gas station? Does that fit in the definition of NC zone commercial? Commissioner Kwan?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, yes, I believe it does.
Okay, so you know, it's a regional road, and what I think is you're going to have a commercial project that services that commuter traffic going down Bayview Avenue, not a quaint little you know, group of stores that are going to service the residents that live in this community. So I think the larger community as a whole would agree that not breaking up that incredible stretch of that peaceful drive where you don't have to see some large conglomerate advertising their wares. That I don't know. I think there needs to be more consultation. It speaks to what happens when council and the public process is circumvented. That there's without the opportunity to really get spread a notice far and wide to the residents and get their feedback on what they'd like to see on this site. But I live across the street. I've lived there for 8 years, and I took a very informal, unscientific poll of my neighbors, and none of them want to see a commercial use on that corner. We love our park. We love the skateboard park. We love the community center, but it's a residential only zone. So that's where I'm coming from, and why I have trouble, opposing this, because this is, to me, the only way to prevent a commercial on this corner. So trouble supporting motion on the floor, but we're going to go to a second round. Both the mover and seconder are indicated they want to speak again. So Councillor Barros.
Thank you. The residents were very clear. They did not want a gas station. They wanted a plaza, a small strip plaza. And that's what I committed to them, that I would work tirelessly to bring that to their community. The zoning is not exclusive to a gas station. So the fear mongering of all you're ever going to see there is a gas station, that's not what the zoning says. The fact that some members of council may want to see just more houses on top of more houses, that's not the services that the residents in that area are looking for. So I continue with the motion that I have, that we need to be consistent with the commitment that was made to the residents, and not just jam more houses in, but provide for small employment space for members of our community. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Pirelli.
Yes, I just wanted to address two issues. The first issue is that, there's been some mention of other applications where zoning and the likes have been changed and densities have been increased, etc. I can only speak for myself when I say that when I come to a council meeting and I'm dealing with an issue before council, I come with an open mind and I treat each application on its own merits. There is no other case that I've seen since I've been on council where I've seen a similar situation as this property and this subdivision. It's very unique. Even the proximity of where the acting mayor claims to be living is about a kilometer or more away. That's a big distance. And he's right. There is nowhere to go shopping in the area. And more support for why we should turn this application down. The part that the local council forgot to mention was that this land originally, in the original subdivision, was slated for a gas station. The people who owned the gas station land said, gas station's not viable here. So I'm pretty confident in saying that although it's maybe a permitted use, once a company, I think it was Shell, decided to walk away from this land, they did so with great consideration. As we all know, ladies and gentlemen, the automobile, as we knew it, a gas automobile, is going to be something obsolete in maybe the next 10 or 15 years. There'll be less and less gas stations needed because our cars are running on electricity. And wouldn't it be nice if in this strip plaza, now I'm not telling the applicant what to do, but wouldn't it be nice in this strip plaza if we could have both a charging station, because as the acting mayor suggested, there's nothing in the area and there's beautiful lakes for people to come to. They could go there, they could have a meal, maybe at a local restaurant in that strip plaza, get a haircut, buy a loaf of bread and some milk and maybe some cold cuts, go off to the lake while their car is charging. What a beautiful scenario. This is the types of things we need to think about. And this is a perfect location for that. So I think we could have an automobile fueling station, but not gasoline or diesel, electricity along with the plaza. So good for you, Councillor Barrows, fighting for the Oak Ridges residents. The sign beside you behind you speaks volumes, and I always have your back and that of the residents. Thank you.
Councillor Munch.
Good day. I'm not here to tell the applicant what to do or not to do with their lands, and I'm not going to tell them what businesses they run or not run. The issue here is that we have the local residents who've come for a delegation. We have the local councillors saying that, hey, there was some not full, engagement with the local parties. It's been an issue for a very long period of time. This applicant has bypassed the council by wanting to move forwards. And the issue is that I believe, as I've often said, the council is supreme, and we need to have a vision. We need to get on with business. I fully agree with the acting mayor where he says this is a beautiful green area and we need to make sure, and I've moved motions to that effect, to agree 100%. So we need to make sure we get the right development, good development. We need to have respect for our protocols. We need to support our local representatives when the local representatives choose to have a vision and act in the best interest of the city, as opposed to other things that they may or may not do for other reasons. So I think on balance, we have to design and think about what we want in our community. I do believe it's a residential area, and I agree with the acting mayor where he says, live in the area and going up from Wellington to Elgin Mills, this is a really beautiful corridor, 100%. That's why we need to do all those things that we're doing. We need to have a discussion as to what exactly is going to be there and how are we going to do it. Obviously, petroleum and gas and doesn't fit with that area. People drive there like crazy. We have parking problems at the Oak Ridges community center there that we've all received challenges on. So a lot of people are traveling that area. They're not biking, they're not walking, all of them. I wish they would. We have people who wish to hike up that way and there's not enough parking. So we really need to have a vision for that area. The local councillor has said that he's got his vision. The residents have spoken up. And I'm going to support the residents and the local councillor. I'm going to support, as opposed to an applicant that simply goes to follow a procedure or protocol, what's as of right. I think we could do so much better. It seems to be the theme of the day. That's my feedback. So I'm going to support the local councillor, as I would like to do in most situations where possible, and go from there.
Okay, anyone else on this second round? Councillor West.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you for all the input from everybody. So I think I am concerned at this point in the discussion that we're not. There's two things that I think are missing. I'm fairly certain that I'm not going to be able to support the motion, and this puts me in a difficult position to amend it. But there's two things that are missing from this motion. According to our solicitor in the first round, when I asked the question, there is a missing part in this motion about the fact that we're going to be needing to hire additional people in order to defend this at LPAT. That needs to be there. And the second thing, if I'm not mistaken, we need to have, and I think it would help our case if this motion passes, and it sounds like it will, that we really need to put some reasons in for the denial. In order to give our staff the guidance that they need and hire the people that they need in order to defend this at LPAT. So I don't know how to go about this. I'm not the mover or the seconder of the motion. So I would suggest that probably this would be something I would try to help.
Point of order. So sorry, Councillor West, please stop. I have a point of order from Councillor Grouse.
Thank you, Councillor West. It's my understanding that staff would have the ability to go and hire and do whatever it takes to defend the council position. But if it helps you, by all means, that wording can be in the motion. I see it as just a regular business piece. That's what we do when when staff is given direction. But by all means, we can include that in there. Mr. Clerk, if you would like to put that wording in there, that at the discretion of the city solicitor, if they feel that it's needed to hire outside consultants, by all means, I'm not against that. I want to give the residents all the help we can possibly give them. And when it comes to the position of what is it that we're denying it on, we're defending our current in-place zoning official plan.
I agree with you, and I gave you some latitude on it. It's not a point of order, but as mover, definitely it's valuable for you to have said that. And Councillor West, there's not a lot of reasoning that we need to direct our outside solicitor or whoever defends council's position, because council's position is status quo.
Okay.
The onus will be on the applicant. Why are you changing a status quo that the council doesn't want to change?
So I agree with you. That wasn't a point of order, but I'm glad Councillor Barrows said that. I could have rephrased it and asked you the question. So it all works out in the end.
You're welcome.
But what I would ask is maybe if I could ask them through you to either our solicitor or our commissioner or both, what wording is their advice in a situation like this in order to set us up as a municipality for the most success that we can have? What's missing in the motion that they would recommend? Let me ask it in that way.
I think we just need to direct staff to defend council's position, but Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Acting Mayor,
sorry, Mr. Clerk, I have a point of order. Deputy Mayor Pirelli.
Mr. Chairman, the councilor needs to speak to the motion that's before us.
I
am asking staff how to change the motion before us.
Okay, again, okay, I'm ruling against your point of order. Again, he's asking a question of the implications of supporting this motion. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. If I might, through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, and I do apologize to Councillor Barrows if I've taken any liberty with his motion, but I did preemptively include the necessary delegated authority to staff to retain experts. And having heard the movers' reasons for why the council would turn this down, I have included those, and I'm happy to share that on the screen for the benefit of council if that is your wish, and confirm with the mover that that was his motion.
Yeah, please go ahead and put it on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor West, you have the floor.
Okay, if you could just give me a moment to read this, but that sounds to me like where I'd like us to be heading. So give me 1 second. Okay, I'm fine with that. That sounds to me like we're set up better than we were initially, and I appreciate the collaborativeness in order for this to happen. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor West. It references the reasons discussed at this very meeting. I think it does include everything in the implications. However, I'm not gonna support this because I'd hate to see a Petro-Canada or ESSO come and we had a chance to have some conforming.
You're hungry.
Well, I'm not very wrong, but Councillor Barrows, you have the last opportunity if you did want to make a wrap-up statement.
Thank you.
And then we'll put this to a vote.
Thank you. And I just want to thank everyone for their input on this and their willingness to support the residents. In the end, that's what we're doing here. You're not supporting me, you're supporting the residents. And for those that continue to fearmonger, shame on you. That's not needed. It's not helpful. Let's support the residents.
Okay, so we have a motion on the screen. Moved by Councillor Barrows, seconded by Regional and Local Councillor Pirelli. All in favor?
There's a request for a recorded vote.
Oh, we have a request for a recorded vote. Okay. The clerk's going to do a roll call.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, voting on the motion as it appears on your screen, moved by Councillor Barrows. Regional and Local Councillor Pirelli, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Munch.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chan.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Liu.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor West. Sorry, Councillor West.
Sorry, no.
Thank you. Counselor Barrows.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Silovitz.
No.
Thank you. And Acting Mayor DePaula.
No.
No, thank you. And that motion does carry.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so we're still in the delegations. Now, the next delegate is with regards to item 14.1. Can someone bring forward item 14.1? Councillor Munch, it's your member motion. Can I ask it that we bring that forward?
By virtue of acceptance of the agenda, it's the next thing, it's come forward.
Okay. And the seconder for that? Before we hear the delegate. Okay, Councillor Barrows, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And any opposed? I see none. That carries. Okay, so Ms. Warden, you're back. You're ready to speak to item 14.1, the member motion introduced and submitted by Councillor Munch.
14.1 today. 14.1.
Thanks for your patience.
We just approved.
Good afternoon again, Acting Mayor DePaulo and council members. Earlier this morning, we've seen the city and its employees lauded for completing certification of the greater part of 104 of its business and related community processes. This, of course, includes the process theme of governance as part of the ISO 37120 Platinum Award.
Sorry, apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Acting Mayor. It appears that Ms. Warden has lost connection. Hopefully she will be able to reconnect.
Yes, just give it a moment, I guess. Ms. Warden, can you hear us? Ms. Warden?
Ms. Warden, if you can hear us, it appears that you are frozen. You might have to log out and log back into this meeting.
Okay, so this is our final delegation. We would normally be moving to the next item on this that was not pulled on the agenda. I think that is it not this item anyway?
Especially, Mr. Acting Mayor, you did have a motion to bring this item forward. So it is the item to be discussed.
Do we want to get into councilors' discussion? Do you want to put your motion on the floor and then we'll hear from Ms. Warden if she reconnects? So Councilor Munch, you go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm talking about the right one. So we're now talking about the executive staff. Is that what we're doing? Executive pay increases?
14.1.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Member motion.
So I think, can you put that motion on the screen so everybody at home and those watching can see it in case those people that aren't familiar with it, just like myself, there's so much going on. Just want to make sure we're all understand what we're talking about. So if we can put it on the screen and so we can have a discussion about it.
It is on the screen.
Okay, so I'm going to give everybody a chance to quickly read it.
Well, it's been circulated for some time, Councillor, so you can go ahead.
Okay, so what happens here is we've delegated authority. We've delegated council authority, and it's been brought to my attention that there's been some increases, and we want to make sure that council is aware. I've received some phone calls and some concerns about, hey, what are we doing last year? And, what is the role of what a counselor is? And what is council approving and not approving? And are we holding people accountable and transparent? So the purpose of this motion is exactly that. As the first one says, Richmond Hill residents expect their government to be open and transparent. And I think that we need to make sure that, for example, in times of restraint and of tough times and in crisis, like we're having right now with COVID, although looks like we're well on our way to moving out of from the worst situations we've had over the last year, we need to make sure that we're the vision and the direction and the qualification is happening. And then that's the purpose of this motion, to basically take control back to council, to make sure that we're held accountable and that we're leading, and that we're working collaboratively, because I was not aware, and I'm still not aware of all the details of the background. I've received some communication, but it's a little knee-jerk. I think council should be what we did, which I was already always a little hesitant of, has shown right now for an example where I think that needs to be brought back. And I've received some complaints, and that's what it's about. And I look forward to the dialogue. I hope everybody's read it. We kind of go from there. Thanks.
Okay, is there a seconder for this motion? And I apologize, I can't see all of council.
Yeah, I'll stop sharing.
Yes, okay, Deputy Mayor Pirelli.
Thank you. Good job, Councillor Munch. You're absolutely correct. The pandemic has put us under some tough circumstances. We've had frontline staff sent home because of lack of work for them, laid off. Our residents have been struggling in the community. Our businesses have been struggling in the community. And it's important that, you see, the residents elect us to make the decisions. And when we pass over the delegated authority to staff, and council and the public aren't really aware of exactly what's taking place and how it's taking place, then absolutely correct, Councillor Munch. We're not being transparent. And we need to bring that transparency, especially during these trying times, back to this council. We need to let the public know exactly what's going on, exactly how we're spending every dollar of their tax dollars. And so this is a housekeeping matter that needs to be addressed. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that any and all decisions, especially decisions of giving pay raises during such trying times, needs to be decided by this council and not by unelected staff. Thank you. Happy to second the motion.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be right up front of what I think of this motion. I do actually think it's ridiculous. I think it's within your rights, Councillor Munch, to come forward with a motion that you duly circulated in the allotted amount of time. And I understand it now that it's seconded, it is on the floor. But, what's been propagated is a lot of misinformation about how city staff pay is determined. And then you have a proposed solution to some very misleading information. So the city staff manager does not have a delegated authority to increase the pay of city staff. Council has a policy, and our staff follows the policy that was implemented by council, and that's what determines the pay. And but to arbitrarily have their pay come to council would be wrong on so many levels, that it'd be arbitrarily and on a whim. We need to count on our staff to give us unbiased, reliable, professional information without in any way it being tied to their pay. So I'm leery of this being discussed in public because of I don't want anybody to mention identifiable individuals, employee relations. We also have a there's a lot of times when that discussion. I do see your point of order, Councillor Munch. It's my turn. I have the floor. Are you saying that I'm somehow not following the rules? Councillor Munch, point of order.
So
I do see that you want to speak, Deputy Mayor.
For the record, what you just said, that you don't think it should have been brought in public. Yet on the other side of the occasion, sir, last week, when we brought this to go in camera, you wanted to bring this in public. So
Okay.
you can't say we're not going. You can't make that statement.
Okay.
That's really disingenuous.
Okay.
I wanted to do it in camera. You chose not to.
Okay, that's not a point of order. I'm not violating procedure right now. You disagree with my opinion, and that's fine. You'll have another opportunity to speak. Right now, I have the floor. I am consistent in the same with how I feel about this motion, the same as I did at the last council meeting. I don't think it needs to be discussed, and the in camera or any other way. Now, I want to ask our city acting city manager to speak to this or delegate someone in HR. And I want to clarify the misinformation that's out there. I'd really like our staff to explain to council how senior staff's pay is determined and regulated. Please, thank you, Ms. Jocelyn.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, I do have, this is an HR matter. I do have Kathy Tracy on the panel today who can speak to council about the process and how staff wages and raises are determined. So I'd call upon Kathy.
Thanks, Darlene. Through you, Mr. Chair. I can speak to the process. There is a council approved compensation policy that really clearly outlines really what council's role is. And council's role is to really, in simple terms, approve the structure and approve general wage increases on an annual basis. So that's the role of council per that policy. Now, there is also a process that we go through in the event that there is a change to the organizational structure, or if there's a significant or material, probably is a better word, change to someone's job description. And what is required is that that individual and their manager fill out a form that actually identifies what changes have occurred. And let me be really clear that this is for all administrative staff and all SEA staff, including executives. And then when those forms are completed, and everybody is in agreement in terms of what the actual role is and what has changed, we, to ensure further objectivity, actually contract that service to do an evaluation through a very well-known point factor system called the McDowell point factor system. And it looks at basically working conditions, job responsibilities, skill, effort, and so forth. And this is done to ensure that we're compliant with the Pay Equity Act and to ensure that really we're fair and reasonable in our application of the process. So that's a really short kind of synopsis of the process, but I'm happy to take any other questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tracy. And please stand by for other questions, because we really need to understand as a council exactly how these rates of pay are set. It's not tied to any person serving in the roles. It's about positions. Positions earn a certain rate of pay, and we have a council approved very good system for dealing with that. We have we compare very favorably to all other municipalities. We've gone through that many times, and it shows that we're doing a great job here in Richmond Hill. And I just remind members of council, we've eliminated a commission over one of the commission. So overall, our senior staff is taking home a lot less, and doing a lot more, and they have more responsibilities. When you consolidate and eliminate a commission and put those duties onto the remaining commissioners, obviously their responsibilities have been expanded. Now, unless Darlene Jocelyn has anything further to add, I just want to ask, would any other municipality that you know of, or have you done any research about other municipalities actually having their council are arbitrarily reviewing individual staff members' pay?
Through the chair, no. I actually did do some research, and I reached out to a number of municipalities and asked the question. And across the board, for the 8 municipalities that I reached out to, they do not get involved in individual pay assessments or increases. It's simply on the compensation structure. And as I mentioned, to provide approval for the general wage increases.
Okay, thank you very much. So if other members want to speak on the first round, we'll allow for that, but I'd like to just put this to a vote. I'd like to dispense with this and move forward. Giving our staff the security that they're going to, council's going to support its pre-adopted policies when it comes to their pay. So I see 3 members of council want to speak. 1 hasn't gone on the first round yet. So Councillor West.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. So actually, some of the questions that I was going to ask Ms. Tracy, you've asked, so thank you for that, and thank you for the answers, Ms. Tracy. I think it's important to know that, council, as I see, in this situation and in many others, actually, in terms of good governance, is here to create policies. Council has approved the policy that we're dealing with right here. Giving individual pay raises to our senior staff, we are asking for and expecting from senior staff honest, neutral, well-informed advice, and having a policy in place that sets us apart from approving pay raises makes absolute sense from a governance point of view. And I'm very happy that we're doing it this way, and I'm very happy to hear that we're consistent with other municipalities, and there's a reason that from an HR point of view and from a governance point of view that it's being done that way. So there's no way I'm going to be able to support this motion. I want to just reiterate that the reason that I believe, from what I understand, that this has come up is that there was a reorganization that was done that, if I'm not mistaken, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but it saved directly over $500,000. And part of the cost of doing that reorg was that the pieces of the pie, so to speak, the jobs that had to be done, the responsibilities that had to be done, the workload that had to be done, needed to get redistributed from the commissioner that we now no longer have. So there's a net savings here of a very significant amount of money, but there's also costs in doing any sort of a reorganization, which is what we're seeing here today. And I think actually, in all honesty, there's a mistake in the motion itself that says that the acting city manager approves pay raises. They don't. I mean, it's the policy that is the mechanism that approves the pay raise, and it's the policy that, as Ms. Tracy has pointed out, is being implemented by a neutral, objective third party. So this is about as transparent as you can get. So I really don't like the fact that we're even talking about this, to be honest with you, because I think it actually sends a message that I don't really think I'd like to see sent. But I would say that I think at the end of the day, I would hope that council would turn this down, because the ramifications of doing it this way, I think, are significant. And frankly, I think the ramifications of some of the other items in that motion, should this pass, would also be significant. And so I can't support this, and I would certainly hope that we can move on from this without having to deal with passing this motion, because I think this is not good governance at all. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Okay, Councillor Barros. Councillor Barros.
So, Deputy Mayor DePaula, it seems like you know an awful lot about what's transpired here. So my questions will be to you then. So when it comes to you made a statement that we got rid of a commissioner, but now we have what's called an executive director. What's the difference between an executive director and a commissioner and the rate of pay?
Executive director, I don't know.
Okay, so
Tracy has her hand up. She's our HR expert.
You want to dispense of all this, but you really don't know what our makeup is either. So Ms. Tracy, please go ahead.
So an executive director is a different title. However, it's in the same band as the other directors. The same pay band as the other directors.
Thank you, Ms. Tracy.
Then why wouldn't we call all the directors executive directors? They're getting paid the same money.
So through you, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
So we have a pay band, and a pay band is a spread of points. And sometimes we like to change the title depending on how far along that pay band that individual role was evaluated. And for that reason, I believe that was the choice to call him an executive director.
Oh, so an executive director can then move along in that pay band to a higher level than a regular director.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. So compensation is very complex. Let me put it very simply if I can, and I apologize if I don't do a really good job at this. We, as the city of Richmond Hill, on the administration side of things, have 14 pay bands. The 14 pay bands each have a span of points, job evaluation points that are assigned to them. Each of those 14 pay bands have 5 levels that, per the policy, staff move through annually based on acceptable performance. Does that help?
So I guess at a very superficial level, I still don't have an answer as to why we have an executive director in the seat where we eliminated a commissioner, but we still have a director in that position, don't we? We have a director and we have an executive director.
Ms. Tracy? Or acting city manager?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor. So when we undertook the reorganization and we went down from 4 commissions to 3, and they created the Planning and Infrastructure Services Development Department, which is under Commissioner Kwan. Because of the workload associated with that, it was felt at the time that an executive director position was still required in order to really coordinate the function of the engineering role and the facility development role. So the executive director position was put through the pay band review and is situated within that director role, but has kind of that escalated responsibility that goes along with it. But they're still in a director's pay band. So it was all through the reorganization, which was presented and approved by council last fall.
So, Mr. Chair, you can say we get rid of a commissioner, but then we also put someone up into an executive director's seat. We maintain the same amount of directors. I guess my question is to Ms. Tracy. In the last 6 to 7 months, when the, well, how long ago was it that we did this reorg?
Ms. Johnson or Ms. Tracy?
I can address that through you, Mr. Chair. The organization change was made effective in September of 2020.
So the change was made effective 2020. So am I to assume, could you tell us when the pay increases changed for the commissioners, given their enhanced roles and all the extra work they were asked to do now?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
The pay increases, or sorry, and I don't want to say pay increase, the move to the new band as a result of the job evaluation was made effective November the 1st, 2020.
There we go.
And is that just something you naturally went and did yourself, Ms. Tracy, or were you instructed by someone to go and do that?
It sounds like the reorg triggered that evaluation of the jobs.
Thank you, Mr. DiPaolo, but you admitted earlier you didn't really know what was happening, so I'd like the professional staff to answer that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was approached and asked for my advice about the change to the commissioner role and whether or not I felt that it would warrant a review. And the advice I gave was, yes, I do believe it should be reviewed and follow due process.
And sorry, did that come from the commissioners or from the city manager?
The question was posed to me, manager.
Okay, thank you. So I think, Mr. Chair, that Councillor Munch is onto something here. I don't really know to what extent.
No, I think you're onto something because at whose request did the city manager make that move? So that's what I think maybe we have to look at. Councillor Barrows, are you done?
Is my time up?
You still have time. Are you done?
Then I'm not done. So when we take a look at this with Councillor Munch's request here, this is just a change in our policy. This isn't unprecedented. It's not a negative to any one person. It's just a change in our policy. So I'm happy to support the motion that's on the floor, given some of the comments that have come to light and some of the answers. Thank you.
Okay. So who else hasn't spoken on the first round? I think Councillor Chan, you wanted to speak, Councillor Chan?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Acting Mayor. I've been listening very carefully. And I think to begin with, I do see this issue has at least two lenses that we can look at. One is the substantive aspects, which we are talking about most of the times. And let's face it, there's another aspect, the optics. How's this situation? Because you have been mentioned about the timing and so on and so on. So on the substantive matter.
Oh, shoot. Okay, one moment. Point of order?
I was just concerned that we'd lost the chair and the meeting wasn't actually moving forward.
I'm here, Councillor Barrows. Go ahead, Councillor Chan.
Thank you. On the substantive matter, I want to be absolutely clear because that on Councillor Munch motion, you talk about delegate authority. Acting Mayor, you talk about policy. So I want to be absolutely clear through you, Mr. Chair, Acting Mayor, to the staff, professionally, is the policy relating to these matters. Number one, that was authorized by council. Number two, is that policy also subject to other than council, like provincial legislative changes? I heard the word pay equity have been mentioned. So I want to know about as well as what is the policy subject to other potential provincial regulation that really in some way would have direct the policy, the staff implemented to do something else. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ms. Johnson?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor. So council approved the compensation policy and I want Ms. Tracy, she has alluded to the fact that, and you've all received a copy of the policy. There are legislative requirements in it and considerations within it. So Ms. Tracy can speak to those legislative requirements in this process. And before she does that, I mean, just to make a comment that the city manager, in the case of any reorganization such as we just went through, is not the one that's making the decisions or the recommendations on any raises or increases for staff. It goes through that third party. The city manager's decision was to undertake a review of those positions in accordance with the additional workload to the three commissions in compliance with that policy that's been approved by council. So Ms. Tracy, if you can speak to the legislative requirements in pay.
Through the chair, thank you. We are obligated under the Pay Equity Act to provide fair and equitable pay and pay for work of equal value. And so the policy references a number of pieces of legislation, including the Pay Equity Act, the Employment Standards Act, and the Human Rights Code.
Okay, thank you for the answers. So before I actually vote on this, I want to be very, very clear in terms of information. So is this in the motion talk about any pay increase? Could it be petitioned to or under, whether it's relating to the pay equity, which is mandated under the provincial legislation to make the changes, and changes due to organizational change? Is that a combination of both, or either any increase may have changed for any of this unnamed executive was because of 100% organizational change, 40% organizational change, or 60% of pay equity? I don't need the exact but some kind of estimate of that split would be, for me, help me to make an informed decision. Because if one is saying that, 80% is actually because of the pay equity, which is a provincial legislative requirement, this is above and beyond what any municipality could decide on, because it's a provincial legislative requirement. So I'd like to know, to the extent that the staff can inform us, for me anyway, through Mr. Chair, what are we talking about to the extent of the range of dollars of increase, without naming individual, obviously, the range, and to the extent that within that range, what a proportion approximately is due to provincial legislative requirement for complying with pay equity, and proportion that may be relating to organizational change. I think this is very germane to our discussion here. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So the Pay Equity Act insists that employers have a process by which jobs are evaluated in a process that is compliant with the Act. So our process has to be pay equity compliant. And that's what we have here. So our 14 pay bands are what our structure is, and our structure has been approved by council. It's the organizational change per the policy drove a subsequent review of the salaries. And the salary review moved the individuals we're talking about from pay band 12 to pay band 13.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Pirelli, can you remove that sign? That's not appropriate. Our procedural bylaw to hold a sign like that. Councilor Pirelli. I don't want to have to could disconnect you from the meeting. I have you on the list to speak. Councilor Chan.
So I still have time, Mr. Chair? Yes. Okay. I don't get the answers that.
I'm going to remove you from the connection to the meeting if you continue to do that. It's contrary to our procedural bylaw to hold that sign there. The request to speak is fine. Point of order. I will recognize Deputy Mayor Pirelli.
Thank you. Councillor Chen asked the question. No one's providing the answer. I provided the answer. There you go, Councillor Chen. Okay. If you would have recognized me, I would have given the answer. 15% pay increase, unconscionable during a pandemic.
May I continue, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
yes,
you can. But when you ask a question, I'm going to direct it.
Yes, I just want to continue. I trust that maybe I didn't put the words very clear, but I thought I was very clear. First of all, seeking the answer on the range of increase we're talking about. A, which I don't hear an answer to. B, is that to what extent that range of increase is attributable to possibly due to the provincial requirement of complying to pay equity, and or how many percentage or estimate would be attributable to organizational change. Sorry, I'm afraid I did not hear any clear answers to all three questions, which I thought I have articulated. So perhaps I really have to withhold my decision in particularly on this motion. I understand where it comes from, but there may be an optic component I mentioned. I'm not going to elaborate on it, but on a substantive basis, I want to get that information so I can really vote with full information. But if I'm not getting it, and if there's a seconder, I will ask this motion to be referred to next council meeting and directing staff to come back with answers to those specific questions that I have posed. So,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move for a referral motion, directing staff to come back with answers to specific questions, which I have raised, and I think it's very reasonable, so that all in front of us, we're looking at a substantive basis on top of anything else. So, I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair.
I have to take a point of order, and then I will take your referral motion. I have to take it if you have a seconder. Councillor Munch, you have a point of order, something procedurally we're doing wrong here.
The councillor is speaking to a member motion, and he just asked exactly what was in the member motion. So I'm not sure if the member has read the motion or is aware of the motion, because what he just asked for is exactly what the motion states.
That is not in any way, shape, or form a point of order.
Well, how can you have a deferral motion for something that's already?
Councillor Munch, it's not a point of order. Please, members of council, point of order. Councillor Barros, maybe you can give us a point of order that's in order. I can at least rule on.
Thank you. You tried to disconnect Deputy Mayor Pirelli for holding up a sign, and I refer to section 5.5.2, which says conduct by public at meetings, not councillors, by public. Persons in attendance at a meeting, including those that will be making delegations, may not display signs or placards or engage in conversation or other behavior, and it goes on. Where are you getting that a councillor cannot hold up a sign?
There's also a procedural bylaw that speaks to councillors' behavior. I could ask the clerk to look it up. You could.
Well, you knew because you were going to disconnect them. So could you please reference that?
So, Councillor Barros, are you challenging my ruling with regards to Deputy Mayor Pirelli holding up his sign and doing his, are you challenging the chair? Is that what you're saying? Because if you're not,
I'm asking you to show me the section you were referencing.
You're asking what?
If you don't know the section you were referencing, then I think that maybe next time you should say, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm going to reference the clerk to see if there's a rule here for me to use.
Okay, that's the second time you've implied that I don't know what I'm talking about. Are you challenging?
Then please reference which section of the procedural bylaw you were speaking of that gave you the authority to turn his.
So, Councillor Barros, is your belief that our procedural bylaw does not speak to councillors holding up a sign? Do you wish to challenge my ruling? Because I think it's inappropriate. Okay, fine.
You can't reference the site. My point stands. Thank you.
Do you have another point of order? Okay. Members of council, this is pretty simple. The only way you can interrupt the course of debate proceeds one at a time. The only way, I shouldn't have to explain this, but the only way you're allowed to interrupt that order of speaking is through a point of order. And a point of order is when you feel that the meeting is being conducted contrary to our procedural bylaw. And so you can point it out, and then I will make a ruling on whether I believe you are right or wrong. And if you think my ruling is incorrect, you can challenge the chair. That's how the meeting will run. Okay, and if I repeatedly have to tell members of council not to do something, such as hold up a sign, I will disconnect them from the meeting if they repeatedly refuse to listen to the direction of the chair. Okay, I'm really sorry we have to do this. This is why I wanted to dispense with this motion, because it's silly. I might as well have my second round now. If members of council, okay, point of order, Councillor Barros. Councillor Barros, go ahead. You have a point of order.
So that we can proceed with the procedural bylaw, can you please bring me to the attention of the section you're speaking of that restricts someone from placing a sign up? For example, we're told we have to put signs up. Or are you going to now tell me you can't vote no because you can't put the sign up? What does the procedural bylaw say to putting signs up for members of council? You're very adamant about this, so
I will
please.
give you one more opportunity, Councillor Barros, and then I'm telling you, I'm warning you. Are you challenging the chair? I ruled that you're not going to hold up signs here, okay? And you're going to listen to me when I say don't hold up a sign. You're not going to ignore me.
You're going to make up the rules as we go along and not follow the procedural bylaw? Please, sir, I'm asking.
Are you challenging the chair? Are you challenging my ruling?
I'm
Then
asking a simple question.
stop raising your point of order sign unless you're willing to accept my ruling.
Well, clearly I'm not. I'm trying to get clarification on your ruling. I don't want to embarrass you, sir, by challenging you and overruling you. I just want you to educate the rest of council on what point you're actually speaking to.
Okay.
Because 5.5.2 doesn't speak to members of councils, it speaks to members of the
Councillor
public.
Barros, I'm going to mute you now. You've made a point of order and I've ruled against your point of order. If you want to challenge the chair, you may. Otherwise, you're going to be muted. If you have another point of order, then you can interrupt me. We are on a second round and it is my turn to speak. Councillor Chan exhausted his time. I didn't see a seconder for his referral motion. Councillor Pirelli. Regional Councillor Pirelli. Can you be unmuted? Go ahead.
I'm trying. I was unmuted, then muted. Now I'm unmuted. So my procedural point of order is that you have decided to go to speak to a second round when Councillor Liu, who had his request to speak sign up, has not spoken on a first round. So procedurally, that would be incorrect. Would you agree, Mr. Chairman?
You are correct, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for pointing that out to me. Councillor Liu, go ahead. You haven't spoken yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak. So, okay, going back to the motion in front of us. To be honest with you, I'm not interested in micromanaging, but at the same time, I see it as a very, very good opportunity. It's a very good exercise for council to being educated, about the policy. Before today, I'm not fully understand the context of the policy. And I think it's a good thing that the council members have a more understanding of the policy. Having said that, I'm going to say, we have to respect the policy. Do our staff deserve a raise? Absolutely. Are they entitled to get a raise? Absolutely. But is this a good time? Is it the best timing to have the raise? That's I'm listening to both sides. Is arguably, and I honestly see this as a very, very good exercise. And I think the whole story behind this is a survey sent out by Deputy Mayor Pirelli. And I can only speak for myself. The emails and phone calls and from my residents is huge, and it's caught me off guard. I don't have an answer for my residents regarding the pay raise, and apparently some council members, they know about this. I can only speak for myself. I don't know about that. And I'm very, very embarrassed, when I'm being asked, why this, why that. Not that I don't respect the policy, but I think that the spirit of this motion is we need to be informed. And what I'm trying to say is, when I look at the motion, and then now I understand that, the city manager doesn't have the delegated authority to have a pay raise, to give a pay raise to any staff member. My understanding is the city manager only has the delegated authority to hire or fire a commissioner or anybody, directors. So from what I'm seeing in this motion, I think that there might be some rewording needed to be made, and also on the second part of the first motion is that future increase be brought to council for approval. I am not sure about council has the authority to approve any increases from what I'm hearing from staff. So maybe I think the whole spirit of this motion, I cannot speak for Councilor Munch, but from what I'm understanding is at least council will be informed about any pay raise so that we won't be embarrassed. So my point is I think maybe we can refer this to a workshop or whatever, so that every council members can have that opportunity to ask questions, to have a better understanding how that policy, how that framework is. Even though we're not, at least for me, I'm not interested in micromanaging, but yeah, but that's my hope, that that maybe we can refer this to a council workshop so that we have a better understanding, and then we can get back to our residents. I think the whole spirit of this motion is I think we need to clear the air. That there's a lot of confusion, misunderstanding in the public, the taxpayers, of what council is doing or not doing. So I see Councilor Munch nodding his head, but so maybe I'll make a motion to refer this to a council workshop regarding the whole pay structure, pay equity act, all kinds of stuff, so that we can have this resolved. I'm not here to embarrass anybody. I'm not here. I don't want to offend any staff, because I think they're doing a great job. But I hope you also understand that there's a need to clear the air. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor, your time is just up there. Did you want to move a referral? Is that what are you formally moving a referral motion? Someone else wanted to, and probably.
I see Councilor Munch.
Point of order.
Okay.
Councilor Munch, you want?
I'll follow his lead.
Yeah, well.
Same thing I said earlier. We have to have a dialogue. What's most important here is good governance and not hide behind things. So thank you so much, Councilor Liu. I say to you, the motion, if it wants to be amended, I'm happy to revise it. As I often do, I try to give full clarity, and that hope of giving full clarity maybe given too much. So I'm willing to remove words and say the delegated authority to increase pay for city staff and positions at the director level or above be brought to council. So just eliminating all the words, be brought to council before final approval. Because if there's going to be a $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 increase as an effect of how we're moving our levels, I was not aware of that. Others may not be aware of that. And it's embarrassing to us and to me, not to say to you guys, I'll say to me, it's embarrassing to me when someone comes to me and says, I understand that somebody went from 130,000 to 240 or in a 2-year period.
Councilor Munch, you've interjected on a point of order, and now you've.
No. What I was trying to do is I was trying to have
information as the mover.
The Councilor Liu spoke and said, I would like the mover of the motion to amend it. So there's no mechanism in this way we're doing things at the moment. So what I'm saying is I'll absolutely.
To allow for a friendly amendment.
There you go. So saying that if we want to remove those words, those whatever, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 words, can eliminate them. I just take those 12 words out and say delegated authority to increase pay for city staff and positions directly.
Councilor Liu's suggestion of a workshop is good, because we could be here all day going back and forth on wording something.
That's why we tried to go on camera, which some members of council didn't want to do.
But what you need to do, Councilor Munch, is you need to start from the beginning, and you're suggesting council has a whole different policy on how our staff is compensated. It's not.
What I'm saying is that council should be informed, and
Okay.
we as the elected representatives should know how.
I said, your motion's ridiculous. I want to just vote on it. Councillor Chan, you're going to speak.
Motion's ridiculous because you don't agree the motion is ridiculous. Wow.
Point of order, Councillor Pirelli.
Yeah, that was very offensive what you just said to the council. You should apologize.
It's not against you, Councillor, it's just against your motion. Councillor Chan.
You should apologize for that conduct.
Do I have the floor, Mr. Chair?
Disagree with the one-member motion. That's
Thank
why
you.
we're here to debate. It's nothing personal.
Thank you. I appreciate what Councillor New said, and that's why when I have a chance to speak the first round, I did see the substantive aspects, and also I do see the optics aspect that Councillor New referred to. But focusing on the substantive aspect, if Councillor New is moving for the referral motion, I tried in the first round, is to a workshop, that I would like to second that. And I also want to take on the opportunity to respond, so to speak, on the Councillor Munch mentioned. I do see that to bring back the next council meeting, but however, we need to have more substantive information if we brought back the next workshop. So I'm going to second.
Sorry, Councillor Chan, I have to recognize. Okay.
Refer to the special workshop for the purposes of the substantive, and I do appreciate.
Got that, but you brought the
I'm not
clause.
comment further. Thank you.
Procedurally, I've got to take that point of order first. Councillor Pirelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my understanding that a referral is to refer a motion to somewhere. With the greatest of respect to Councillor Liu, Councillor Liu's suggestion is an excellent suggestion, but it doesn't meet the litmus test of being a referral, because he's not referring Councillor Munch's motion, the spirit and intent of that motion. This is only simply a way to not deal with the motion that's before us
at this time. So I think you're right. I think it's probably a deferral is what you're looking for, Councillor Liu. Yeah, I don't. Unless you're referring this to staff, or you're referring it to the next council meeting, you've got to indicate where you're referring.
Well, it's not about that. I think his idea of a workshop is an excellent idea, and that should be added as a part C. There's two resolutions to Councillor Munch's motion. We should add a third resolution to have a workshop on this so that we can have a further greater understanding. But it's my understanding that
you don't have the floor to suggest what we should or shouldn't do right now. Your point of order. I know, but your point of order that you don't think this is a referral, and I agreed with you. I think you're right.
Thank you.
But trying to control the process of the debate out of turn. Councillor Chan, you've been extremely patient. Please continue. You have the floor. Did you want to second that referral? I had to cut you off.
You said there was no referral.
I did indicate, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did indicate that I
fully
support.
Mr. Chairman, you agreed with my point of order that this referral motion is out of order.
I'm trying, Councillor Chan, to give him back the floor.
No, but there's no seconder to the referral motion, Mr. Chairman. Procedurally, we have to follow the procedure. If there is no seconder and you've ruled the referral motion out of order, therefore it's not on the floor of the referral. So let's stop speaking to the referral. Let's speak to the motion, please.
Okay, we are on the motion. We are on the second round of debate on the motion on the floor. It's Councillor Chan's turn to speak.
Right, thank you. Let's be very clear. I'm indicating I'm supporting Councillor News if he's referring, moving the referral motion to a future workshop for really getting the substantive matter aspect. But as I said, there's also an optic aspect, which I'm not touching at this point in time. So I merely, Mr. Chair, and to be very clear, in support of what Councillor News referral motion to have this particular workshop to look at the substantive matters.
So Councillor Chen, I have to ask Councillor Liu, are you willing to either move a deferral or move a referral to a workshop? And I think.
Yes, I'm more than happy to refer it to an education and training session.
I'd be willing to facilitate that. Councillor Chen, you're seconding that motion?
I'm seconding that. Yes.
Okay, so the referral motion is going to take precedent to what's on the floor.
Thank you.
Discussion on the referral motion. Councillor Pirelli. And then Councillor West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I've stated before, it's not a referral motion, and you agreed with me. And yet now we're dealing with the referral motion. As a third resolution to this motion, I think it should be added, because this entire exercise on the member motion, Councillor Munch's motion, is about getting a full understanding and appreciation, but it doesn't deal with the elephant in the room. Everyone is absolutely correct. This issue has been brought to light because I sent out a survey. We had over 4,000 responses. The city itself considers a good survey sampling of 800 to 900 respondents. I had over 4,000 responses, Mr. Chairman. It was over 97% that the residents said it is unconscionable for anyone to get a pay increase of 15%. Now, I don't want to get into the weeds of what happened here, because as you stated earlier, we are treading on thin ice, because this should have been discussed in closed session. But as Councillor Munch pointed out, he tried to bring it in camera. It failed on a tie. It failed on a tie. So therefore, it's brought here. Now, it is my belief, and I think all will agree, that we have not violated, because we have not identified any individual. Councillor Munch's motion is very, very well crafted. This is about members of council being responsible, changing the policy so that when there's something like a big pay increase or a band increase, call it as you will, it needs to come to council. The residents of Richmond Hill demand that we be responsible for these kind of increases. There was one statement made earlier that we shouldn't be involved in this kind of pay decisions. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Chairman and members.
Councillor Pirelli, you got to speak to the referral to a workshop. We're not, the original motion is not on the floor.
I am speaking to the referral.
Okay.
I'm speaking to why it's not prudent at this time. So if I may continue without interruption, I would appreciate it. Thank you. So what I was saying was, there was an example. It has been stated that we should let staff do as they please, uninterrupted, and that we should not get involved in these pay increases or these types of staff decisions. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Chairman, and everyone here knows, that in the past, there was a director, without mentioning names, who decided that, there was someone decided that we were going to lay off certain staff members. It was staff's recommendation that this layoff take place. The issue was brought to this council, and this council made the decision to overrule staff's recommendation. And we saved those layoffs from taking place. We saved those layoffs, Mr. Chairman, because it was going to cost us an extra $30,000 to not lay them off. What this motion wants to discover is how much, and I can tell you, Mr. Chairman, that the number is $90,000 a year extra is being spent. And this council didn't know about it, and this council unwittingly supported it. And I can tell you that 97% of the population surveyed says this is unconscionable during a pandemic. And that's why Councillor Munch wants all decisions in the future to be brought to council that we can make an informed decision. That's all it is. If it was justified, we would support it. And if it wasn't justified, then we wouldn't support it. A workshop could be an addendum to this, but it's not a referral. We're not referring this decision. We want to take control as a council and be accountable to our voters. That's what this motion is about. And that's why I respectfully will vote against a referral, because it doesn't deal with the elephant in the room. It's a good idea, but I have to vote against it with the greatest of respect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Yu, you're the mover, and you've spoken already. A first round, Councillor Munch, and then Councillor West.
Okay, so we'd like to move a 1, 2, and 3 as a referral, as per Councillor Liu. I'd like to adjust the wording in 1 and add a 3. I think that would make everybody a little clear, and we actually are going to ask for a recorded vote to see where people are going to be on this, because you think it's ridiculous. We get it clear. You think it's ridiculous for us to be involved in.
Councillor Pirelli. Sorry, Councillor Munch.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I think in order, with the greatest of respect, Councillor Munch, in order to do that, we would have the request, we would need the mover of the referral to agree. That's my point of order.
Okay, you're correct about that. Councillor Munch, we're talking about a referral motion. Councillor Liu, as the mover, do you want to say something here?
Yes, please. With all due respect to the mover of the motion, Councillor Munch, I will, for now, at this moment, withdraw my referral motion. And I would like to listen to what Councillor Munch has to offer.
Okay, so we're back to the member motion. So now you're on. This is your second opportunity speaking on the main motion. Councillor Pirelli, you got a point of order?
Yes, I do. So procedurally, since Councillor Munch has opted to change the motion we were speaking to, I would request that he be allowed to make the changes in friendly behavior as requested by Councillor Liu, add a C to have a workshop for further education. And therefore, I will second that motion, and then we can start the discussion again on the new motion.
New motion. Okay, there's nothing in our procedure that speaks to a friendly amendment. I got a motion on the floor. I'm finished debate on this motion. I really am. I think everyone's spoken
So
twice.
I'm going to send everybody.
Go ahead. You've got 5 minutes. Say whatever you want.
I've written it out. I'm going to email everybody now. I'll email the clerk so we can have this information. We can start going back and forth so we can move the business along, please. So I'm sending it now. Oh. Yeah, I'll send it to you, Gilda. Can you just send it to everybody, please?
Councillor Pirelli.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I didn't have a card for what I'm about to ask. And so the closest I could come is a point of order. I don't want to miss any of the debate, but I need to take a bio break. Can I be given 3 minutes, please?
I was going to suggest a recess. I thought we could have dealt with both Councillor Munch's motions and then recess.
Use the restroom, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to miss any of the debate. So if I could please be allowed to go and come back.
To leave and return. We have a quorum.
Well, I don't want to miss the debate, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Munch's clock is running, so he's going to.
Well, I'm trying to send you all to save time. Just give 1 minute. I'm just sending everybody's email address one by one.
When I return, I'll ask what I missed, I guess, and then during my time to speak. So thank you.
Okay, send it. I sent it. Okay. So everyone's going to get an email.
You're sending a proposed amendment to your member motion?
Yeah, everyone got an email from me.
Okay, I'm happy to break out your motion and we can vote on each part separately if that's what you want.
Everybody should have received the revised motion, which would include a workshop, which included the.
Councillor West, you have a point of order.
If I'm not mistaken, this is totally out of line. We have a motion on the floor. Councillor Munch can amend the motion if he wishes, or any other member can amend the motion, but we don't start an amended motion.
Councillor West, if you feel strongly enough, you're entitled to call the question, because we've all had more than a half. Okay. So
What do you call? What are you calling? What motion's on the
We
floor?
have a motion.
Related member motion.
No, I removed the motion. I made the amendment.
No, you don't.
Let's see what the will of council is on this nonsense. Great that Councillor Pirelli or his staff is able to word inflammatory language well enough to get such an overwhelming response to a biased survey. And
anyway, that's not what's on the table today. Right now, what's on the table is what the motion is.
Exactly what people have been saying. You want to clarify this misconception that's out there. I mean,
so as it relates to the motion is what we're talking about. I appreciate the opinion.
I have a member of council that has called the question on your member motion.
Yeah, but we revised the motion, so I hope you have the include revision, because that's what the Ward 3 councillor has said. Hey, I want to move a motion. I'd like the councillor who's moving the motion to consider that. I agreed to that. It's now there.
Councillor moved the deferral, then he moved the referral, then he withdrew it. We're back to your motion that has been spoken to by all members of council, and now Councillor West has called the question. He wants the clerk to read out the roll call. I want a recorded vote. I don't know if as chair I can ask for that.
What is the recorded vote about? Okay, so what are we voting on?
Your member motion.
Which one? You're not allowing the amendment to go forward.
One that has been circulated for over a week, and the one that every member of council has had an opportunity to speak on. Many of you.
Changes have been made. Changes have been made.
No. Mr. Clerk, was an amendment made to the motion on the floor?
Sent to the clerk.
Was an amendment moved and seconded and passed by the majority of council? I have to clarify. Mr. Clerk, please.
Thank you. Through Mr. Chair, at this time, no amendment has been made. There was a suggestion that this be accepted as a friendly amendment. However, it has to be council that decides whether any changes are accepted as a friendly amendment.
And that's where we're at, and that is where we're at.
So if I might be helpful, Mr. Chair, at this time, it then would be appropriate for you to ask if council accepts the proposed changes as a friendly amendment, and it would require a majority of council to agree to that. If not, then it would be open for the councillor to amend it formally. However, Councillor West has moved to call the question, which pursuant to the procedure.
After the amendment.
If I may finish, I apologize, Councillor. According to the procedure bylaw, a motion to call the question, once seconded, must be immediately voted on. I would point that out. So
so there's a point of order on the floor. We have to be very clear, Mr. Hike, on what we're talking about here. There was a request in terms of protocol. Hold on, you can't go back and I mean, what are we doing?
Councillor Munch, I'm chairing this meeting. I'm going to rule how we progress forward. If anyone has a problem, welcome to challenge it. Deputy Mayor Pirelli, what's your point of order at this point?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question I have is, you stated that Councillor West moved. I apologize because I was at the restroom, but I believe I understand that there was a call the question motion. Was it?
Where we're at right now. I'm looking for a seconder for that call to question. Thank you, Councillor Silvas.
So now,
the clerk is required to immediately put this to a vote.
No. So this is what I require. This is what I require clarification on. My question is, procedurally speaking, when there's a vote to call the question, we have to vote on if we want to call it.
That's right.
Not on the motion. You said vote on the motion. We're voting on whether we want to call the question. Is that correct?
That's That's how our procedural bylaw works.
Correct. So we will be voting now that we have a seconder on whether we want to call the question or continue the debate.
Okay, so does anyone want a recorded vote, or by show of hands? We have a motion that's seconded to call the question. All in favor? Oh, we've got a request for a recorded vote.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, voting on the motion to close the debate or call the question, as it's known as both in the procedure bylaw. I believe it was regional local councillor Crowley that asked for the recorded vote. So voting on the motion to close debate, sir.
No.
Thank you. Councillor West.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Silovitz.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Liu.
No.
Thank you. Acting Mayor DePaula.
No, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Munch.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Barros.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Chan.
Yes.
The motion to close debate fails to carry on a tie vote and fails to carry for lack of a 2/3 vote in favor.
Okay. Councillor West, you had the floor. Oh, no, you were on a point of order. Sorry. I got it. Councillor Munch, I know you just jumped in. Councillor Pirelli, you have spoke twice on this issue. We're on the main normal motion. You have definitely spoke twice. Councillor Barros?
We're going to be here all day.
Councillor Barros?
For fear of doing a point of order.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor, sorry.
Use this card.
Councillor Pirelli, you're holding the point of order.
I think that Councillor Munch was going to do an amendment to his own motion to move the meeting forward. So if you could give him the floor, I think that'd be appreciated by all, so that we could.
Okay. Okay. I noted. Deputy Mayor Pirelli, your point of order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the clerk. I only believe I spoke once to the motion. I had my card up. If you recall, Mr. Chairman, I said, please go to Councillor Liu, who had not yet spoken. And I have not spoken after Councillor Liu spoke. I've spoken, but not to this motion. I spoke to only the.
You spoke twice, but you spoke, the second time was to the referral. So technically you can speak again, and that's another 5 minutes. And members of council.
It's actually 3 minutes. But
okay. Well, this is the public in Richmond Hill does not appreciate this. If you want to do your pre-electioneering stances and do this, this is not the place to do it. I'm going to have very limited patience for continuing this. Healthy debate is fine. If you truly have a genuine interest in moving the agenda forward, then fine. Councillor Barros, you've got a point of order. Councillor Barros?
Yeah, the procedural bylaw speaks about impugning the integrity of members of council, which I feel you just have. Sir, you have said that some members of council are electioneering. That's wrong language.
This whole debate is a result of
Sir, I have the floor.
This is not
Sir, I have the floor. There has not been a single member of this council that has spoken anything about a campaign. There has not been a single member of this council that said anything about voting. So I find your comments offensive. If you, sir, are trying to do that and hide behind accusing others of doing it, that's unconscionable. Please.
All we can do is let
the chair the meeting not make comments on what your opinions are of people's debate.
It's not my opinion. I mean, it is my opinion that certain members of council are prolonging the debate for the sheer sake of prolonging. Councillor Munch, go ahead. If you have a proposal, I see.
The proposal's been I sent as per the discussion I am happy to hear anybody's opinion, and I don't believe anybody's opinion, whether it be a squirrel, whether it be a human being, whether it be anybody else, can have their own opinion. I don't belittle anybody's opinion. I'm welcome to listen to it. I may or may not agree with everybody's opinion, and from a context of from my viewpoint, but I don't believe anybody's opinion is irresponsible, invalid, or anything, shape or form. So here is, I've sent all members of council and the clerk, based upon the discussion that took place and the requests, based upon the spirit of saying, I believe council should be informed. Now, if some members don't want to be informed, fine. If some members, I'm saying based upon that we should be aware. If some member of councils don't want to be aware, fantastic. And if members of council want to endorse carte blanche without being having some level of engagement, that's their wish too. My motion is clear on that. I want a recorded vote. I am willing to close the debate on that, and I will be more than happy to inform the residents exactly how we're doing, not as an electioneering protocol, but as a way to be open and transparent, which is what the motion is all about. Exactly what the motion says is that I believe the public should say, hey, you know what? Think you guys aren't really leading us. And if we're going to be held accountable for decisions that are being made, I'd like to know what those decisions are and what those ramifications are. That's my opinion. We'll let the people vote and the representatives of the council vote and see how they act. And each one of us will be held accountable accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, so you're moving the second motion, the amended version? Is that what you want to move?
Correct. And again,
I'm not going to take it as an amendment where we can continue. If you're saying
the motion's motion, the revised motion is in front of you.
To vote on that, on your amended version.
My amended motion is in front of everybody's inbox. I've given it to the clerk. They can put it on screen.
Okay, good.
Should anybody want to make it?
As mover, I'll accept that. I'm just not going to allow 2 more rounds of speaking to this as a new motion. This is your motion. This is the item that we're dealing with now. And we're at the end of discussion here. Well, so Mr. Clerk, can you put it on the screen? I got you, Deputy Mayor Pirelli.
Can you get that for me, please? Can you get my print, please?
Okay, is that reflective of what you submitted and that's what you want council voting on, Councillor Munch?
Let me read for sure, please. That's fine.
Okay, very good. Councillor Pirelli, you're next.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and with the greatest of respect to Councillor Munch, he's changed the first resolution that we're not, now I'm confused. Councillor Munch, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Councillor Munch, could you please explain what the change you made to A?
I removed words. I did not add any. All I did was remove, initially it said, I'm going to give you a comparison to answer your question. Initially it said the delegated authority to increase pay for city staff in positions at the director level or above be removed from the city manager / commissioners effective today, and that any future increases be.
Okay,
that's what I eliminated, brought to council for approval. So what I did, the new edition says, yeah.
So
I guess I could have, if you want, I can send it to you on what I removed so you can see.
No. The question I have for you, Mr. Chairman, to the councilor is, so you're saying you don't want to remove the delegated authority and be brought back to council. You want to just bring the delegated authority to a council meeting, that all delegated authority for pay increases and the director to be brought to us
for the director level or above, as level A says. The motion says the delegated authority to increase pay for city staff in positions at the director level or above. not staff below the director level.
Okay. Okay, well, let me speak to the motion then. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, may I proceed to speak to the motion on my second round?
You have the floor.
Thank you. I think the purpose of this motion is to make sure that any decisions being made regarding pay increases be brought to council. Yes, there is a policy in place, and now we are changing that policy, which we do quite often. And I think it's important that we be responsible for these types of increases. Like I said earlier, Mr. Chairman, this was sparked by a survey that I sent and we got over 4,000 responses. It turns out that, and again, I don't want to speak to any identifiable individuals, but if this all started because of a restructure of the organization, and the restructuring of the organization removed one commissioner. But as Councillor Barrows pointed out, it replaced it with an executive director. So we may have saved a little bit of money at that because of that, but it wasn't a substantial amount. But since we've replaced that commissioner with an executive director, the question that we need to ask ourselves and that we are going to be held accountable for is, was it justified and it was council in support of raising other people's salaries by $30,000 each times 3, which is $90,000. And to me, removing a commissioner, replacing it with an executive director who maybe makes $40,000 or $50,000 less, and then giving $90,000 of increase, to me doesn't seem right. And that's why we need to find out as much information as we can, and so that we can be held accountable to the people that elect us.
So
And
just
that's why I'm happy to.
point of order, please. Sorry, sir.
Councillor Munch? Point of order.
I always wanted this to go on camera. I'm really sad that some members of council did not want to do this, what I believe is appropriate. I think to discuss about individuals or pay grades, I really would prefer us to really, I'm so sad that some people don't want to discuss this and don't want to engage in it. I don't want us to have a proprietary, so I don't want to really discuss money or positions or people.
You're right, Councillor. I'm just going to second the motion.
Yeah.
I support it wholeheartedly. We need to have this discussion. It needs to be brought to council. Council makes the ultimate decision. This is the new policy moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's everyone's had a chance to speak. I can, okay, there's a call for a recorded vote here. I really think as a result of a reorganization, there has been a reevaluation of positions, and according to council approved policies, there's been some changes in pay that corresponded with that. And I think members of council who want to discredit our organization, our staff, and what we're doing and undermining our operation here are trying to score points by disingenuously pointing out an increase that seems like a large amount, but was very appropriate. The $500,000 in savings is not a small amount. It's a great exercise. As budget chair, I stand behind everything we've done. I'm going to vote against all 3 of these clauses in this motion, and I want to carry forward as we are. I think the notion of those kinds of decisions coming to council is wrong. I don't mind council being informed, and I don't have any problem with council being informed, but not approvals going to council. Council should be aware of these increases for information purposes, and should be informed of all the processes that bring about these increases so that they can best inform residents that are genuinely asking. But I don't know how and why there's any concern out there in the public, because the way in which we operate is excellent. So Councillor Munch, you have a 3-minute opportunity to.
Councillor West is asking. to speak.
Sorry, Councillor West, at the end, Councillor Munch, you have 3 minutes to address council. To wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't probably use my full 5 minutes because the motion that's on the floor right now is not substantially different in terms of my concerns. We have a policy. It's implemented in an independent, open, transparent way. That's best practices for all other municipalities that I've heard of. We've heard that from our human resources director. Council should not be in the business of doing anything other than passing the policy to outline the procedure to make any pay increases due to increases for whatever reasons are in the policy. We're not into micromanaging who gets a raise and who doesn't. That's the last thing that council should be doing. And in terms of the workshop, I mean, as much as, with all due respect, I mean, I get it, but the thing is that the policy is best practice. We can have a workshop, but really at the end of the day, like I have done on this particular issue, I can't speak for others, but I hope others have done the same. Pick up the phone our staff, phone people like our Director of Human Resources and find out all the facts. I mean, and you do that before the meeting as much as you possibly can so that we can actually speak with confidence and with authority and with knowledge. So I'm really disappointed that we're having this discussion. I really am. I think this is a very inappropriate thing to be doing if this ends up passing. I actually, good governance would dictate that we delegate the authority through a policy to be hands off when it comes to that kind of thing. Do we know what's going on? Yes, because we've approved the policy. Council approves the policy. That's what we do. So I can't support this. And frankly, this has been a very frustrating discussion. And I don't think we've done good by even having the discussion the way it's gone. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, Councillor Munch, you got to wrap up, and then we have a recorded vote requested.
So the motion states the delegated authority to increase pay for city staff and positions at the director level or above be brought to council before approval. 2, any pay increases which have been awarded to staff at the director or commissioner level within the past 12 months be brought to council meeting for review and possible action. 3, a workshop for council regarding pay increases, its policies and implications take place within 6 months. If members of council are saying they think it's inappropriate that members of council understand the ramifications and what it implies, and it gets out to the public, and the public asks the council what it means, and you say, I don't know, I'll have to see, I'll have to consider the policy. Many members of the public are going to say, what are you guys doing at council? We should be informed. We should respect people's role. We're not belittling anybody. We're asking, what are the ramifications? Where does it mean? I prefer to put this in camera so that we don't embarrass anybody. For those that voted to go to do this publicly, those on council know who they are. There were members of council who said, we want to do this in a respectful way so that we're informed. This motion is about to say, because I don't want to be embarrassed when somebody says they get thousands and thousands of dollars of increase. And what did they get for that in a period of time? And I wasn't informed. Maybe Councillor West, you know more than I do. I didn't know about it. I didn't know that people got thousands and thousands of dollars and what it meant. Good for you. I wasn't informed about that. That's why I moved the motion to say, I would like to be informed. So if one member of council is informed and another member of council is informed, the acting mayor didn't know what was going on there. Although it's ridiculous in his point of view, he said himself, he wasn't aware. So some members of council are aware. Other people don't know what's going on. I want to just I just want to say, what does it mean? What are the ramifications? That's what this motion's about. I look forward for the public to say, based upon your vote today, where you stand about open and transparency based upon this motion, I look forward to it because this is about having a qualification on what we do on responsible governance, in my opinion. I look forward to the vote. Recorded vote again, please.
Point of order.
Councilor Liu, you got a point of order? Do you want to maybe separate an item?
No. Yes, Mr. Acting Mayor, I'm just, in A, this is different from what Councilor Munch said. I heard he said be brought to council before approval, not for approval, but on the screen it says for approval. I just want a clarification on that one, please.
Yeah, I can't read the screen. I just see, my screen just says brought to council, and it should say before approval. I can't see what that word is. So I'm sorry, it's about my screen, how Zoom works. Again, what I have on my screen is, or my motion is, the delegated authority to increase pay for city staff and positions at the director level or above be brought to council before approval, not for approval, before. We're not looking to approve. We just want to be informed before. So if some of our councils don't think they want to be informed, that's their choice.
Could I, if I might, Mr. Acting Mayor, through you to the mover, because I might actually then be able to assist that. Instead of the word approval, may I suggest before implementation? And I'm only suggesting because the mover did specifically say it's not about approval, and I just wanted to clarify.
Well, but before it gets implemented, it has to get approved. So I'm going to say before it gets approved by staff, that's where it has to be done for approval. I think not implementation, because implementation means they could get approved, but between the approval and the implementation, there could be some engagement there. And I don't really want to interfere at the micro level. So I'm going to say to you, if we at council are saying, inform us before approval, that's all I need to know. I don't really want to be informed prior to implementation, because then we have to, that would lead into engaging in direct salary and income and bonuses and other things that we're doing. And I'm not intending to do that. And that's not what my intention is. My intention is to say, we just want to be informed of what it means, what the ramifications are before it gets out and implemented. Yes, you're right, implemented, but the approval goes before the implementation stage. And I want to keep it at the high level mark, not at the low level mark. No disrespect, not leveling high or low, because I want to be done at the policy side and at the before we give the okay, or that, you know, to HR, to our staff, or how it gets implemented.
Okay, thanks, Councillor.
That's the intent. I think everybody gets the idea.
We've got a recorded vote request. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote. Did anyone want them separated? These items to be voted on separately? Anyone? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. Voting on the revised motion of Councillor Munch, seconded by Councillor Pirelli. Councillor Munch.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chan.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor West.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Silovitz.
No.
Thank you. Acting Mayor DePaula.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Liu.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Barros.
Yes.
Thank you. Regional Local Councillor Pirelli.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion does carry.
Councillor Chan, you have something to say there?
Yes. May I respectfully request maybe we adjourn, not adjourn, but we take a lunch break, maybe as short as half an hour, so that we can touch on the other issues. It's up to the you and other colleagues.
There's a second there. I'd yeah, welcome a recess to 2:15. You know, I think well, okay. Let's try and carry on, Council. We don't have much left. We're gonna ask that Councillor Munch's second motion be brought forward at this time. We certainly don't have anyone still waiting. Did Miss Warden never show up? She didn't come back to us, did she? Computer problems, I guess. Okay. Yeah, we can go to 14.2 and Councillor Munch's member motion. No.
It's,
Where are we at?
sorry, I apologize. Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, I believe that we should now, the next item of business is item 13.5 held by Councillor Liu.
Okay, Councillor Liu, 13.5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to thank staff for putting this forward, and my residents are very happy that some of the streets in my ward has a speed limit decrease. So I'm just want to thank staff for doing the assessment and respond promptly in making that happen. And I look forward to work with staff in terms of implementing other traffic speeding mitigation methods to help the community safer. So thank you very much, staff, and job well done. Thank you.
Okay, so you're moving that. Is there a seconder to Councillor Barrows?
Absolutely. Thank you.
I have a question of staff.
Okay. Someone want to second this for Councillor Liu? Okay, thank you, Councillor Munch, and go ahead, Councillor Barrows.
So through the chair to staff, can someone explain to me, we're reducing speed on signs by 10 kilometers an hour. Do we currently have compliance at the 50-kilometer-an-hour rate?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have the specific details for all those road sections, Councillor Barrows, but I would suspect that we had good compliance there at 50 kilometers an hour, but there was a request for further reductions, and we took it through a standard assessment for all of those road sections to determine whether the geometry and the surrounding area warranted a reduction in speed to be given the uses and the surroundings of that neighborhood, and all of these streets met that criteria, so the speeds were reduced.
So you're saying based on the engineering, 50 kilometers an hour was too fast for these streets?
50. So all streets are basically under the Highway Traffic Act are posted at 50 kilometers an hour as a default. As a municipality, we can assess that through a set of standardized criteria that the province puts out to determine whether, based on geometry or the types of road users or what some of the surrounding uses, if they're sensitive like schools or whatnot, we can do further reductions in speed. And the council has the authority under the Highway Traffic Act to put in bylaws to reduce those speeds. Yes. So in this particular case, these were residents' requests that had come in. There's probably more than what you see on the list. These were the sections that we assessed as part of a broader assessment that we did, and these ones were deemed to warrant under that criteria a speed reduction.
Okay, and the last question, do we have a commitment from York Regional Police to provide additional enforcement in these areas so that we can get the compliance of the 40 kilometers an hour?
Yes, typically when we reduce the speed limit on any segment of road within Richmond Hill, York Regional Police is notified, and they work in partnership with us to do initial blitzes to ensure that there is compliance with that speed.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Munch.
Thank you. So I just want to reiterate what you just said there to confirm that we're all clear. So is there any safety concerns with the road configuration of these streets today?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is there a safety concern specifically with the road configuration? Nothing specific with the geometry of the road itself in any of these cases that I'm aware of.
Are you aware of any road, street, boulevard, or any of the like having a safety structural concern in the city of Richmond Hill? Is there any street in city of Richmond Hill that you are aware of that have any structural safety concerns?
In terms of geometry or pavement structure, not off the top of my head, Councillor. I certainly have to look back.
That's good because we don't want to be held liable if we have a road, street, boulevard, what have you, that was constructed that was unsafe. So you're willing to say right now that you have a lot of confidence that all our roads meet all the safety standards, and that you obviously every single time as the transportation person take safety as your priority concern. And right now today, you have zero concerns with any street, boulevard of alike in the city of Richmond Hill. Because when you were saying earlier, you said something that really raised awareness. And if I got into an accident at Richmond Hill and said, geez, I think the geometry is bad and there's safety concerns, and the transportation director confirmed this in a meeting on June 23rd, I don't think we really want to say that in public. So I want a clarification on that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to provide some clarification on that, I'm not suggesting that these road links had any sort of geometric issues with them. Really, it's about the context of the road itself and its function in the surrounding neighborhood. Based on the context and the way that neighborhood is developed and the types of users and the amount of users, whether it's pedestrians or cyclists or more vulnerable users, based on that, there is a criteria, well-established criteria by the province, which we rely on. So it's nothing that we've kind of made up on our own, that we follow. Based on that criteria, there is an assessment done, and it identifies whether there's roads are ideal candidates, speed reductions in order to make them safer for the surrounding context and the users in the neighborhood.
There are 14 streets. I seconded this, and now based upon your comments, I'm now going to ask a whole bunch more things. So there are 14 streets, boulevards, roads, lanes, Garden Drive on this list. I would like you, please, based on your comments, to give me, and if other members of council wanted to as well, I would like a complete criteria on what you did for each of those. And with regards to the transference, because for example, I haven't seen a lot of changes in my tenure. I've only been here 18 years. Okay, is that right? So I've been here 26 years. And some of the streets here, there's not been a substantive adjustment. And now that we're moving this direction, it's based upon you talking about geometry. You mentioned about, and I understand the political inference. We're willing to do that. But you're not in the political inference world. You're in the engineering world, and we rely on you as someone who is well-informed, maybe even expert in this area. And when you as an expert say, we as staff have gone through this exercise based upon the geometry concerns that we've had, and that we are encouraging this going forward, other residents might have similar concerns. And you also mentioned that some streets weren't on the list that could have been on that list. And that puts someone in my context, when people come to me to talk about road safety, traffic, and speed, I get that fairly common. I would say on a weekly basis, I get that to my door. And now I would like for this, every single one of these, I would like to see the engineering report, the detail, the timing, who was done, when it was done, how current it is, and what I'd like to know all of that, because as you just pointed out, you did a complete study. You were worried about the geometry of the road. I'd like to see all that, please. So if you're good, yeah.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, all of the assessments are attached in Appendix C of the report. The warrant analysis for each segment of road is included in there, and all the details are provided. This wasn't a traffic study at this point. It was done internally by staff, and as I said, it outlines and follows the criteria established within. It's created by the province for the assessment of road links. And in terms of why we looked at these road links in particular, at this point in time, we deal with these types of requests on an as requested basis, whether it's brought forward through members of council or whether it's brought forward by the public. We do the assessment, and then we apply I guess principles and good practices, and then make a recommendation to council, whether or not this is warranted or not for a road segment.
Yeah, just some of these roads have, because of the traffic flow in them, are substantially more than others. I look at streets like Lorette Lane. I look at streets like Lavin Rock, Lucas with the school there and the residents where they're at. Briggs Avenue is a highly trafficked road. Been around a long time. Old Colony as well, highly trafficked and lots of there. So I see a dramatic difference between different roads and on traffic patterns and on size of geometry, as you mentioned, relative to this area. And there are many, many other streets, as you pointed out, that people have brought forward. So I just want to be sure that we don't now say, why don't we just make every street in Richmond Hill 30 kilometers? Let's just do it based upon the geometry and concerns. Somebody raise it. We'll just reduce traffic everywhere, and that'll be the way to go. I don't follow that because I think people are going to get really upset about being in gridlock and slow, and it could lead to more traffic safety issues. But as you, the expert, are saying, this is where you want to go, and this is what we should be doing on a regular basis. I really want to see that, because I don't believe the geometry of the road for safety, with when there's been no real changes in there, was really the reason. It was more of, as you pointed out, more that this was brought to council based upon a public concern and a political engagement based upon the powers we have of the province that we've chosen, not necessarily an engineering, safety, geometry concern necessarily, unless there's action reports I'm not aware of.
Okay, well, time's up, but go ahead and answer that last question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, I would say, as I indicated, I guess the requests are brought in, whether they come in through residents or through council or through some other form. They are assessed with the technical criteria, and the recommendations are based on that criteria and not sort of anything else other than that. So we do evaluate things when they're brought forward as part of our function as staff, and then we make recommendations based on that.
So is it fair to say then that these represent the most highly concerned of all the streets, boulevards, places in Richmond Hill? These are the streets that have the biggest concerns, and all the other streets are of a lower. Is that the position that you're taking right now?
That's through you, Mr. Mayor. That is not the position. These are road links where we have heard concerns and they have been brought to our attention, and we've done the assessment in accordance with those requests. And now we're bringing our recommendations forward to council.
Because what's going to happen now, you realize that a lot of residents are going to reach out and say they want streets to go slower. I can think of 4 or 5 major corridors that are now going to be pushed back, and we're going to have substantial more traffic concerns because people are going to, I just say to you, careful on what the route we're going into. And I think it's great that we're making this approach to appease some residents, but as a safety concern and a geology concern with regard to how these roads are mapped out, a little bit of a stretch. But
Councilor Much, you're way past your time. Thank you for your concern, Councilor Pirelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Trzaskowski. Good to see your smiling face. This is one of those issues that, you know, if I wasn't a heavy sleeper, might keep me up at night. It's always difficult to balance the perception of safety versus safety itself. And I know, Mr. Trzaskowski, we've met on site many times with many neighborhoods, and it's such a tough decision, right? And I can sit here for hours and debate the pros and cons of your recommendations. I'm sure you could probably argue with yourself on those recommendations because it's not black and white. It's a very, very gray area. And I'll just mention one, for example. You know, sometimes when we lower speeds from 50 to 40, it gives residents the comfort that now people will be going going slower, and that would make it safer. And maybe some children or their parents would take liberties to allow them out on the street without supervision. And then, of course, the real problem is that those that don't respect our speed limits at 50 or 40 might be going 80 or 90, and then it becomes a problem. You know, it's the same line of thought that, we put a stop sign where a stop sign really isn't needed, doesn't meet the warrants. And then the people in the neighborhood themselves say, well, what was the reason of stopping here? There's never any cars here. And then they get complacent and they start to roll through it. And eventually they just drive right through it without even slowing down. They kind of look both ways. So, I mean, it's such a tough decision. I'm going to support the motion. I mean, only because to me, it's if the neighborhood is requesting it, sometimes the statement is be careful what you ask for, because you might get it. And I suspect, I'm going to go out on a limb here and state that, lowering speed limits to 40 when it might not be completely meeting the targets of what you're trying to accomplish. Some of the residents in the neighborhood might say, why am I going 40 kilometers an hour here? And then they themselves might say, maybe we should have left it at 50. So there's pros and cons on both sides. Your job is not an easy one. You've made your recommendations. It might be, you yourself might say, oh, that was a 51 to 49%, but you got to make a decision. And when you side with the residents and you keep their wishes in mind, I think if you're going to err, you're erring on the side of caution in this case. And for that, I thank you for your report, and I'm gonna side with the motion, but again, with the comment that it may not meet the goals that were intended. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Munch, you want to go on a second round or wrap up?
Yeah, well, I just want to be clear. So I don't know if members of council have read the Highway Traffic Act or its intent or have done that. I have. So I'm going to ask Mr. Terziewski just for clarification, because some of the councilors may not be aware of that. Would you agree that the Highway Traffic Act tries to make sure that there's a consistency throughout the Ontario? So when people are on 400 series highways or when people are on major streets, they're conditioned to think that they drive on the right, not on the left, and how they go roundabouts and where the stop signs should be and not stop signs should be. Would you agree with that general concept that the Highway Traffic Act is meant to assist in the consistency and in the the driver's mentality, so that there's conditions that are expected between one municipality and another municipality? Do you agree to that? Or do you think each municipality can do their own thing? Do you think each municipality has a disjointed, and what happens in Kingston and what happens in Markham, what happens in Richmond Hill, each municipality has its own rules and guidelines? There's no consistency throughout one municipality or the other. I'd just like to know, what's your opinion on that? Is it consistent or is it not consistent?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Highway Traffic Act establishes a base for consistency, which is basically applicable to local roads, local type roads, and high-speed highways or freeways, as we call them. Establishes that, but it does also identify in there that municipalities have the opportunity, based on the context and the use surrounding that road and the type of road, to establish and set their own speed limits beyond those default speed limits. So which is why we sign the roads once they're lower than a default speed limit, we have to sign them accordingly.
So based upon that comment that you just made, if I have an intersection and one way you've got 100 cars going up and down in an hour, and the other ways has 3 cars the other way, where would the stop sign be and why? There's a stop sign would it be a 4-way stop sign?
It would not, sir.
Why not? But we want one. If the residents say, and the people here say we want a 4-way stop sign,
well,
you just said,
actually,
you just said that the municipality can do it at once. So we're going to create a 4-way stop sign for 3 cars an hour when there's 100 cars going north-south. Would that be considered responsible and good transportation planning? Would that follow the guideline of the Highway Traffic Act?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly if we were to consider a stop control, whether it's a 2-way or an all-way, we would certainly be looking at the vehicular movements, and we'd be looking to meet the warrants, whether it's all-way or a 2-way stop control. Again, everything we've done here, it follows criteria established by the province and the guidelines and best practices of the industry. So we've done the rigor here. We've put them through warrants, and again, we haven't done the audit across the municipality. We've been dealing with these as requested or when concerns are brought forward to us. We take them through a rigor and a due diligence, and the recommendations follow that rigor and due diligence.
Because if
based on a warranted analysis, similar to a stop control would be.
Because I'll give you my word, for example, I could just imagine what's going to happen if Jefferson Forest goes to 30 kilometers an hour. I can just imagine what it would be like, and many other streets like Rockport and what have you. And the residents will say, woohoo! And when people start running it, and people get put in safety concerns, and people get hurt, and people get agitated because many people who are driving, just want to get to their destination. We create more stop signs and slower roads. Meanwhile, the 400 series are looking to go to 120 kilometers an hour. Studies are being done. My expectation is that the transportation experts and the people that are assigned to that are really encouraging to have flow and want to make sure safety. But on the political inference, we listen to people say, you know what, those people want it, that's great. And when that is a very concern for me, because I have situations where I have people getting hurt. And it really worries me when I have police officers and first responders who are residents of my warning saying, you put this in place. And by doing that, this is what happened. And that is exactly what took place on South Taylor Mills. That's exactly, and a boy got killed. Okay. And we had a situation, and I'm going to say to you, that family reaches out to me every month. And this is fun that we're doing this, but this affects people's livelihood and safety. Happy to move people down for traffic calming measures, but not as a safety concern. And I would hope and I pray to God that we can get a governance that cares about quality of life, safety considerations over political preferences. So when I hear comments that, well, the geology really wasn't there and we decided to do it anyway, and that's where it's going, and someone says, I'm just going to run it because it's crazy, because these people are stopping in front of schools, they're clogging the area, I live in the area, these people are transporting it, and I'm just going to drive through it. And that's what happened. And a boy got hurt, and people saw it, and I cringe. And other neighborhoods saying, what are you doing? And now I'm going to go to those people and say, yeah, we're doing it further. We loved it so much. So I say to you, my expectation is professional conduct, and that we're focusing on that. We'll do the politics. But I expect that when you're careful, believe me, I know a number of the residents, some of them are related to me. I'll move some of these motions. Okay. It's cousins, what have you. Council doesn't realize they have different names. But I'm going to say to you, some of these things are not designed, they're not what they appear to be. We need public safety always. And I ask you, please get back to what you got in this business for and stay focused on that, less on the geology, because the roads are safe. They're designed to be safe. They follow the Highway Traffic Act, and drivers have to be conditioned. And if we condition them on one street differently than another street, driving habits are not better these days. They're getting worse. And with more people going into neighborhoods we're driving, it's going to lead to a lot of concerns going forward. So these policies that are making these small adjustments, I'm taking very seriously. I'm happy with the motion, but I say to you, please, let's raise our game.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. So I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that carries. Very good. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. It's 13.10. Councillor West, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to staff for bringing this forward. I think this has always been the right thing to do.
Joe, you got a point of order.
I'm sorry. One at a time, Deputy Mayor, point of order. Deputy Mayor Pirelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just procedurally, shouldn't the delegates speak first?
Get delegates on this one? Yeah, no, there's no delegates on this one. It was pulled out by Councillor West. 13.10.
In that case, could we at least look at all the correspondence and bring those into the record? How many correspondence did we receive?
If I might, through you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Acting Mayor.
Councillor Barros, you also had a point of order?
Sorry, you didn't answer my question.
There's none.
There's none. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Barros?
I just realized I didn't have a point of order.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor West.
Thank you. I appreciate this being on the agenda. I truly do continue to believe that this is the right thing that we should be doing, to be opening our meetings with a land acknowledgement. I think the staff report outlines quite well what the reasons are for doing that. Since the time that this came to council initially, there have been a number of things that have really gone into the public consciousness. And I mean, most recent and most obvious one is the discovery of all of those bodies of those children at residential schools. And I think, there's this is not surprising for anybody that was following the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in 2015, but I think it speaks to the greater and increasing awareness that Canadians have about some of the things that have happened in our past that we really do need to act on. And the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report did outline a number of things that we should be doing in that regard. And I think just starting our meetings with the land acknowledgement really sets the tone and helps people to understand that better, and also moves us in that direction. It's certainly not the only thing we should be doing. It really is simply a first step. Anyway, I think also what's happened since a couple of years ago when we first brought this forward is it's become quite clear that other municipalities have recognized that they start their meetings in this way, and I would be pleased to see us doing the same thing. So, and I guess the final thing I'll say is that given council's direction in our council strategic priorities, that we're going to be focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think this is one of the things, certainly not the only one, but one of the things that we can be doing that moves the ball down the field a little bit for Indigenous people and some of the things, as I said earlier, the spirit of what we're trying to do in Canada in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations. So I'm certainly happy to move this. I appreciate that staff, the way that this recommendation is structured is that staff will go back and do some more research on the wording and how we can do this properly. I know we have lots to learn on this, and I certainly hope that we, our council will support this. So those are my comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, require a seconder for the staff recommendation is Councillor Chan. Okay, and you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Acting Mayor, and thank you, Councillor West, making a motion. I'm happy to second the motion. Frankly, I think it's long overdue for us to acknowledge the Indigenous land on which that we are all living on. And it's also timely that we just in Canada celebrate the 25th anniversary of the National Indigenous Peoples Day 2 days ago, first day of summer. And I think it just showed that Richmond is indeed inclusive and being progressive. So I look forward to report back from staff soon, and then we would be acknowledge the Indigenous land in our functions and meetings. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I believe we will be doing that land enlargement on celebrating on a virtual basis on Canada Day on July 1st. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor? Oh, Councillor Pirelli.
Thank you. So first of all, I heard that the Truth and Reconciliation report speaks about a land acknowledgement. I believe I've stated it before. That's not true. It doesn't speak about doing a land acknowledgement. This item has been before council before. I'm a little disappointed that staff would bring it forward again when they clearly knew the position of council. I cannot support a motion that says to staff, go out and do more research, spend more time and resources to do something that clearly is not of interest to the majority of the residents of Richmond Hill. For something so important to do in perpetuity, to make a land acknowledgement statement, when not one member of the Indigenous community came here to delegate today, not one member of the Indigenous community came here today or sent in a correspondence. Not one resident in Richmond Hill thought it was important enough to come to this council and say, you know, we really want this. And let's face it, gentlemen, we are here to represent the will of the majority of the people. This is the democratic process. And if the will of the people isn't telling us to do this, why are we using their tax dollars to pay staff amounts of money that we don't even know sometimes how much we're paying them, because we don't want to get in the weeds, and we're going to pay them to go and do thank you, Councillor Munch. We're going to do research on what's the best way to do something that frankly the community doesn't care about. The reality is that this issue was brought before council. We examined and did a thorough investigation. We looked at the recommendations in the reconciliation report, and we chose the one that we could implement. And that was implemented well. I took the course, many others did as well. And we did something meaningful. I have had extensive, and I have friends that are Indigenous, Natives, registered, card carrying. And they say to me, not one of them has said to me, do a land acknowledgement. That will make me feel better. They've said, give me your land, give it back to me. You took it from us. Give me back your land. So I say, anyone who wants to support the Indigenous community and believes that they were wronged, justly or so or not, if they believe they were wrong, the first thing they should do is give them back the land that they have. And if they do that, then I'll start to consider what they're saying seriously. But to do a land acknowledgement, as one person once said, it's like stealing someone's car and then saying, every time they start it up, thank you for letting me borrow your car. No, it doesn't work that way. So the reality is there's no need for us to ask staff to spend any more resources on this issue. The proof is in the pudding. One great person once said, if somebody shows you who they really are, believe them. And the community has shown us here that this issue is not of paramount importance. Not one delegation, not one piece of correspondence. And therefore, I can't support spending their tax dollars to do more research on something that wasn't even recognized in the Truth and Reconciliation report that took millions and hundreds of millions of dollars to create at the federal level. And they didn't even think it was important to put it in their Truth and Reconciliation report. I think, what was it, 96 recommendations, was it? Councillor Barrows, through you, Mr. Chairman? Was it 96, I think? Yeah, thank you. And not one of them said, do a land acknowledgement. Come on. I won't support it. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, Councillor Munch, I think you've already spoken on this, have you not? No. No? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Munch.
So, yeah, I have the Truth and Reconciliation report. I actually was involved and interested in the topic in 2015 when they were going across Canada as a Senate committee. And I appreciate the comments they made from Councillor Pirelli, and I appreciate we're being lobbied by a select group. Some people that have been pushing this for many, many years. So, okay, fine, you know, we'll do this, but I think it's really unfortunate that we make this our priority versus our priorities. what we do, what our primary mandates are. This masks it. Is this an important topic? Absolutely. Do 60% of the residents here who we represent and the businesses, is this their priority hot topic? Not for me, not for the people I see. I can say in the last year, outside of those people that have got a hot button topic on this, hasn't come up. Fair enough, we'll do it. We'll try and do this because everybody wants to be, show that doing, but are we committed to really, and is really our mandate? And for those that are really impassioned by it, I'd love to know what you've done outside of the moving these things and what have you in your current role. How have you done in your volunteering 5 hours a week, 3 hours a week for 3 years? Have you committed to this? Has this been your priority goal? I wonder, because I haven't seen it. I studied this, by the way, in university. So I have a pretty interesting position out with professors. Okay, we'll do this. We'll go send staff time. We'll go do that. It's not in the reconciliation report. We know more than the committee did across Canada, the city committee, of which I went to several of those hearings, not just here, but also in other provinces. And I heard and I listened. But so we'll do it because we really want it so badly, because you want to feel good, because the Indigenous reconciliation is a major concern. It's a major concern that is a very complex topic. And I would love to hear what it really means to each one of you. Well, I know what it means to me. What are you going to do? You going to give up your land? What do they want? The people that were affected, have any of you actually gone to interview those affected? Or have you just listened to those that are compassionate or interested in the topic? I'm interested in a lot of topics, but I don't move motions on them. Not all of them. So I say to you that we are going to do this because this is the environment we're in. But I really have said for many, many times as council, we need to raise our game. And what I'm seeing is people posturing. Fair enough. Well, I'm going to continue, as I've always done, of having good governance, trying to improve the quality of life of people. What we're doing today are not necessarily improving the quality of life. In fact, it might open up wounds. As Councillor Pirelli said, I have some Indigenous friends who have been here for hundreds of years, more than Canada. And they are hurt when we say, what do you, Mr. Person, I won't use what he calls me. And this hurts to their family, their core. And they say, okay, you're doing this, now do that. And none of us on today are willing to do what they really are asking for. So fair enough, we'll do this. It's a feel-good exercise. You'll get a trump card. Again, as I said to my last one, be aware there are some people in our community who are Indigenous who are going to be hurt by this. Congratulations. You catered to some of the people who this is an interesting topic to them. By the way, I mentioned today.
1 minute.
There was a gentleman, I have a picture of it. I'll show you the picture in my minute. There was a meeting yesterday about it. I think it's kind of funny. I don't know if you guys can see that face. That man was pummeled yesterday. Pummeled for being in Richmond Hill and walking on Yonge Street. Pummeled. He brought up Aboriginal acknowledgement. Congratulations. Well done. We should not be doing hatred. We should not be segmenting, but we're doing it. So I'll support doing acknowledgement, but I'll be clear. I'll be holding some of you accountable and watching how your mean-spiritedness and politics are trumping what's in the best interest of the city and the people.
Time's up, Councillor Munch. Okay. I'm absolutely going to support this. I think it's absolutely important for Richmond Hill. Very important. Of the highest importance that we get this right. It's a direction to our staff to consult, and that's that's where we need to start. We've got a long way to go. In the fall, fortunately, our staff's coming back with some really good recommendations, and this council has to reflect on what it's been doing, and we got to get on course. So I support the motion. We've got a request for a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Thank you. Through Mr. Chair, voting on the motion moved by Councillor West, seconded by Councillor Chan, as appears in the staff report. Regional Local Councillor Pirelli.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Munch.
I'm voting yes. Congratulations for the bully.
Councillor West.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Barros.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Chan.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Silovitz.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Acting Mayor DePaula.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Liu.
Yes.
Thank you. And that motion does carry.
Point of order.
What's the result of the
You have a point of order, sir?
Councillor Barros? Yes.
So before you told us that the rule was if we weren't on the screen, we weren't in the meeting. But now you're letting us vote when we don't have our screens on?
It's a recorded vote. So it's a recorded vote.
So I don't have to have my camera on to participate in the meeting.
So we need 5 members of council on camera to get for a quorum. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you. Through Mr. Acting Mayor. To confirm quorum, there is 2 ways. It has to be at all times 5 members visible on the screen, or if for whatever reason a member is unable to connect visually, so it is only audio, the procedure bylaw Article 12 does provide that they can inform the chair and or the clerk of that. I can, and I believe that the scenario that we're talking about here, Councillor Silovitz did advise me that she was only able to connect through audio only at this point in time, and that is why I am aware of that.
What was the result of that vote, Mr. Clerk?
The motion did carry.
But it's a recorded vote.
Yes, it
What
carried
was
us 6-2.
6-2. Okay. Okay. Our next issue. It was item 3.11.
No, that's already been out. 3.12, Mr. Acting Mayor.
Yeah, just trying to remember who pulled that. I think it was
Deputy
Deputy Mayor
Mayor
Pirelli.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Pirelli, item 13.12.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, go ahead.
1, 2, and 1, 3. Someone else want to move this staff recommendation here in item 13.12? Thank you, Councillor Liu. Thank you, Councillor West. We have it moved and seconded. 13.12, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that carries. 13.13 was also pulled out by Deputy Mayor Pirelli. Deputy Mayor Pirelli, we have to proceed. If you're not here to speak to the item that you want to speak to, you pulled it. From the agenda, it's just a memorandum from Sherry Adams with revised recommendations. Someone else want to move the staff recommendation here?
Mr. Chairman, I'm having some difficulty with my video.
Okay.
So
can you?
Was the first
I can hear you just fine. So go ahead.
Yeah, 13.13. Happy to move the recommendation.
Excellent. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Liu. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Okay. Very good. And I believe the last item is Councillor Munch's second member motion. So Councillor Munch, you have 5 minutes to introduce this.
Good day.
Okay.
Sorry, thanks. Okay, I'm hoping everybody read this. And I hope everybody who was at the February 24th meeting remembers and watched the video and saying the mayor said, hey, I've got a time-sensitive motion. I've had my medical people have told me I need some time off and I'm exercising that and I prepared a motion. I wasn't informed of that motion beforehand as the head of council. I guess he felt it wasn't important and he's entitled to that. The mayor's also said that, he wants us to respect him, and all of us did unanimously. And he didn't want to discuss his personal situation as he's entitled to do. Because of that, he's also said, as per the request of council, on May the 25th, I believe it was, maybe 23rd, no, that last May, we gave till June 9th to say, can you give us some feedback? He sent an email into the clerk and said, hey, I'm doing fine. I'm getting better. And I should be able to have feedback in August. And further to that engagement, he said, he's been around Richmond. He certainly went to one restaurant outside on the first day of opening. And we had local media coverage and he communicated with the local media openly, not in a private saying, I'm feeling good. I'm getting better and I should know by August. Sorry. We follow guidelines and laws. I really do believe in improving the productivity and following guidelines and laws. And we have a law that says 3 months. If any one of us will need to take time off, we go 3 months. And like many other businesses, and the corporation of town, or the corporation of City of Richmond Hill is a corporation, we have a duty. Now, in the private sector, you don't have necessarily a duty. You have to meet your needs. And if you're a publicly traded company, you have to meet your doctrine there. But many people, when they say, I'm not going to show up to work, they have to take permanent disability, what have you. We granted, out of respect, the mayor his health, and we all wish him well. I wish him well, and we all did in that meeting as well. Mayor has said he's feeling better, and he's going to get feedback in August. The unlimited leave is no longer valid. The unlimited leave and bylaw we put in place based upon the premise of the mayor saying, I have a medical condition and I need to keep it private and I want you to respect my feeling on that. And we did. Now we're respecting the mayor again when he says in writing and to the media that he's good to go in August, one way or the other. Well, this is June. August is 2 months away. I say we give him 3 months. As per the Municipal Act, we're going to give him yet another. So he doesn't get 3 months. He's going to get 9, up to 9 months. Sorry, is that right? 2 and 9, 7 months. February to 7 months. So what this motion says that, on February 24th, the mayor brought a time-sensitive motion. He asked for an extended leave out of respect. After 4 months, we reached out and said, can you give us some feedback, Mayor? He gave us feedback and said, I'm good in August. And I'm going to release it to the media as well and talk to the reporters, take pictures and be joyful about it. On the first day, provincial orders come forward. He said he's got medical treatments he's been receiving, and I quote, the medical treatments I've been receiving have been going well. And at this time, I'm hopeful that I'll be able to return to work at the end of the summer, end quote. The mayor said was photographed by Metroland Media and engaged in the reporter on June 11th, the first day of opening. The mayor looked in fine health and was talkative to the reporter. Didn't need to have privacy then. I think it's time that we rescind our bylaw upon his request of an indefinite leave, because the terms and conditions of his premise of privacy, his terms and conditions of he didn't know the status of his medical conditions, and he didn't know when he's going to be able to. And we out of respect said, Mr. Mayor, we agree with you out of respect. And it's because of that respect, and because I believe in good governance, and I don't believe that we can say to the market, because if not, if we say to all the businesses out there, if you're sick, you should give everybody 7 months off or what have you, and don't ask any questions. You don't have to go on permanent disability. You don't worry. To all the workers out there.
Okay, that's time, Counselor.
So this, I think it's time for us to rescind it. I think it's not punitive against him. We're actually doing what he asked. And I think when he said he's back in August or is willing to come back, we say come back in September or make your decision.
That's it, Counselor. Okay. Are there any other members want to speak to this? Counselor Pirelli?
Oh, there we go. Was there a seconder?
There isn't at this point.
Oh, I'm happy to second the motion. Thank you for the opportunity. Well spoken by Councillor Munch. Absolutely factual, everything he said. I want to set the record clear. While the mayor is off, he is not on short-term disability. He is not on long-term disability. Because he came to us and stated that he had a medical condition without any prior notice, he recognized that if he was going to have some kind of treatment and he couldn't attend the meeting in 3 months, his seat would have been vacated. So let's be clear. Every single member on this council knows that if you miss 3 consecutive months of meetings, the clerk is obligated by law to declare your seat vacated. We knew that. We had compassion for the mayor, and we gave him an exemption to the Municipal Act, which is allowed. I can only speak for myself. The exemption that I voted in favor of was that until the mayor knows what's going on, we should give him some latitude. But once he knows, he should say to us, for example, I believe in the past, Mayor Bell got a similar exemption because he was getting hip replacement surgery, and he didn't believe, his doctors told him he wouldn't be able to attend a council meeting in person, and therefore asked for the exemption, and he returned and finished out his term. Here we are now at that juncture today, and this is merely a housekeeping matter. The exemption is no longer needed. If we vote in favor of Councillor Munch's motion, we are not saying to the mayor, you can't stay off. We're not saying to the mayor, your seat is going to be vacated. We're not saying to the mayor, you can't apply for long-term or short-term disability. What we're saying is that, Mr. Mayor, you don't need the exemption anymore. It's a housekeeping matter. The only requirement now, he's like every one of us. If he can't attend one meeting via Zoom in the next 3 months, his seat will be vacated unless he asks this council for a further exemption. It certainly sounds to me like the mayor is coming back. And that's good news. That's great news. Because this engine called council runs really well with 9 cylinders, 9 members of council. No engine runs well when 1 cylinder isn't there or isn't functioning. So all we're doing here is saying, no, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, this is not something that you can stay off forever, because that's not being responsible to the residents of Richmond Hill. This is actually not even about the mayor. This is about the office of the mayor. Could you imagine if all of us through this pandemic had some serious health concerns?
1 minute.
And we all asked for an exemption, there wouldn't be anybody here to do the job. So look, good news story. It's time to end the bylaw that was created because it was created for the purposes of the unknown. We now know the known. I'm sure that the mayor is going to come to one meeting, because the reality is this: if the job is important to him, he can come on one meeting in the next 3 months and say, hi, I'm back. And only for a couple of minutes, and then he would save his job. And I think the residents of Richmond Hill deserve that. The financial consequences, while we gave this exemption, are the $480,000 because we're paying the mayor and there's a duplication of staff, which we've discussed before. The last thing I want to say, Mr. Chairman, is that I'm surprised that 2 members of council are here today participating in this discussion, because I believe they have a pecuniary.
Time's up, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Chan stated the last time when we were discussing this bylaw that he thought myself and Acting Mayor DePaula would have a pecuniary interest, and Councillor Chan might have a pecuniary interest here today because
time's up, Deputy Mayor.
Let me finish, please.
No, no, you've gone well over the time. We have 5 minutes. You can speak again on the second round.
Thank you.
So anyone else want to speak to this? Okay, Councillor West, I see you there. I do want to say, I think this is mean-spirited. I think it's wrong in so many ways. I don't even know where to begin. I just can't understand how gentlemen in this day and age do not have ever had the background or the experience of someone, a loved one, a family member, a friend who's gone through a medical journey and understands what it's like to live with that uncertainty, because that's what happens on a medical journey. And the mayor's request for privacy in this matter is 100% his right. He owes nothing to disclosing about his nature. He has served this community for 15 years in the capacity as mayor, and served on this council as late back as 1978. I just do not understand. It boggles my mind how callously you can come forward and say, hey, I saw a picture of him having breakfast, so he's fine. He must be fine, and now let's compel him to come back to council. It's offensive on so many levels and disrespectful to the office. He's been voted in by the people in Richmond Hill. He was the mayor, and he continues to be the mayor. We as a council granted that extended medical leave. That's what he asked for, and that was what was granted. To go back on it now, when he has accommodated us, you have a point of order, something that I've said. I've impugned you or insulted your sensibility in some way, Deputy Mayor. Please state your point of order.
Well, obviously you knew exactly what my point of order was, because obviously you did it maliciously with intent.
No, I'm saying it sarcastically. I think you don't have any sensibility. It's like
you keep taking shots at other members of council, Mr. Chairman. You take the liberty of offending and insulting other members of council.
It's a mean-spirited motion.
There you go again, Mr. Chairman. You're doubling down like Donald Trump. Why is a motion that's made in good faith? I think
you're doubling down. Councillor Munch also has a point of order. Councillor Munch?
Same point of order.
You feel something I've said is insulted?
No, you've already stated that what you said was insulting, Mr. Chairman. You knew exactly what my point of order was when I put up my card.
No, I meant that sarcastically. That you're going to say that.
Conduct the business of the city of Richmond Hill, not to be sarcastic.
So I asked a question, Acting Mayor. I didn't do it initially. I let it go, but I'm not now. Can you please point me on any clause in my motion that is not fact?
Everyone, I'm happy to go through it. Whereas Mayor Dave Barrow looked in fine health and was very talkative, according to Metroland photographer Steve. What the heck does that have to do with anything? What does it have to do with anything? Whereas they looked in fine health, how do we make a medical determination about the state of the health of our mayor by looking at a picture? I'm done, okay? That's how I feel. I'm sorry. Councillor West, you're next.
You know, I have to agree that this is, you know, I've heard from a number of people. We've had some correspondence today, and people are saying the same thing. This is not a fair, kind, or reasonable motion. It really isn't. I mean, there's absolutely, you know, anybody that has anybody that's gone through any sort of a medical situation knows that just because they happen to be out and about and somewhere where they can enjoy themselves, all of a sudden some external person who's not qualified as a doctor can say, oh, well, he's fine. Like, come on. I mean, I'm absolutely flabbergasted that we're talking about this today. And, you know, at the end of the day, this motion really doesn't achieve anything. It's just, I'm sorry, but it feels really mean to be doing this, and unnecessarily so. You know, Mayor Barrow has served this community for a very long time. And I mean, actually, I would hope that we would extend the same courtesy to people who haven't necessarily served for a really long time, but he has. And, you know, I'm more than willing to give him some latitude because frankly, he's the only one that's—
Sorry, Councillor West, I have to take a point of order. Councillor Munch.
Acting Mayor, you and now the other councillor, I've stated facts. You're using facts and you're saying facts are mean, and you're saying the mean is aimed at the person moving the motion. And then also what was just said was that members of the public are doing that. This is impugning the person that's moving the motion. What is posed here is 100% fact. 100% fact is what's on this piece of paper. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, if you think facts are mean, and I've also expressed openly in my very, very interim.
Okay,
So I'm going to say,
obviously, Councillor Munch, you know how I'm going to rule because I feel the same way that Councillor West is feeling. He said he feels like this is mean. I agree. As to whether that hurts your feelings, I'm going to allow Councillor West to just continue. Please, Councillor West, just continue.
I actually don't want to belabor this. I really don't. You know, the thing is, it's my interpretation of this. And as I said, I have heard from other people that feel the same way. Mayor Barrow has a mandate from the public to be the mayor, and he's the only one that does. And, you know, to be honest with you, it sounds like he's going to come back, which is great. It is good news. And frankly, this is our second last council meeting scheduled before the time that he says maybe he'll be able to be back. But I also know enough about people who have gone through medical conditions like this, and I'm not a doctor either, but you know, there is no certainty. And so I think what council, I believe the right thing to do and the kind and the thing to do that people would expect from this council would be for us to be patient, for us to wait a little while longer, because it doesn't make any material difference really at the end of the day, to give him some latitude to come back. You know, if at some point in the distant future, we need to make another determination, I would be happy to have an open mind and reconsider that. But at this point in time and for the next near future, I'm not. It's not the kind, and in my opinion, it's not the thing that we should be doing as a council. And I don't think it sends a message to the public that I am particularly happy about. So those are my thoughts. I really hope we can move on from this without much more debate, because frankly, I don't think we really should be going there.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other members indicating a desire to speak. Councillor Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to talk about this too, but this is on the table and it's been seconded. So I feel obligated to express my view. And this is the way I look at it. And before that, I would like to first set the record straight. I took exception of the 3 whereas that Mayor Barrow was being photographed during having a breakfast, and he looked in fine health and all that. I think, for a person who is sick, it's perfectly normal that, he can go and enjoy himself. And that's perfectly normal. There's nothing wrong with that. So I just would like to set the record straight. And this motion, when I look at it, it's more or less, my view is we owe the public an explanation. It's just more or less the same as the staff pay raise. I don't like it, but because of the survey, because of the public outcry, because of all the emails and phone calls as I receive, I feel obligated that we need to explain to the public. And there is a public confusion out there that, okay, council is paying the mayor indefinitely, whenever he's going to come back, and that's taxpayer money. I don't expect, with all due respect, I have utmost respect to Mayor Barrow, but I don't want that impression in the public. I don't expect that happen to me if I go on a sick leave, and I don't expect council to pay me until whenever I decided to come back. So I don't expect that on any council members. So based on that, I think, I truly believe, this is nothing about Mayor Barrow, is nothing about, disrespecting him. For me, I can only speak for myself. This is, I have to go back to my residents and tell them, okay, this is not council's going to do. And when I look at it and listen to all the discussions, there's no impact to Mayor Barrow's position, with no impact to his salary, at least for the next 3 months. So when we come back, during next, after the summer recess, I'm happy to see the mayor's back. If he, come and ask council for, something else, I'm more happy to entertain and listen. But at least for this moment, and I have to say one more time, it's because of there's a survey out there and there's a public outcry. Maybe some of the members, they didn't listen, they didn't, have that, but honestly, I got that. So I feel obligated to somehow, I have to go back to the residents. There's nothing, and once again, I took exception. I'm really happy to see Mayor Barrow having breakfast outdoor. I took exception with that 3 whereas. I respectfully, maybe I would like to ask Councillor Munch to, maybe take away that. But with the motion itself, I think the spirit of it, in principle, I'm in agreement with it. So I hope I expressed myself well, and maybe I have different views with other members, but this is, sincerely what I felt. So thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Pirelli.
Thank you. Well spoken, Councillor Liu. Again, this is not about Dave Barrow. It's not about us being doctors. The only reason Mayor Barrow is still our mayor is because we gave him an exemption, not medical doctors. We gave him an exemption. Had we not given that exemption, his doctors could not save his job. We saved his job out of compassion for him. But that doesn't preclude us from doing what we were elected to do, to represent the people of Richmond Hill. It's unconscionable for a council to say, this member of council can stay off indefinitely with his full pay, and the taxpayers shall pay because he has served the community well. Unconscionable. Like Councillor Liu said, if he wants to ask for a further extension during the 3 months, we can consider it. But giving a blanket, stay away as long as you can? Councillor Munch stated facts. He was not trying to be a doctor, and to suggest that he was giving a medical opinion is wrong. The Municipal Act doesn't say that if you're sick and miss 3 months of council meetings, you don't have your seat vacated. It simply says, for whatever reason, if you miss 3 months, you're out. We, not doctors, we, members of council, granted him that. Had we not, his seat would be vacated now. So please, we're not being mean-spirited. We're not doctors. We're following the Municipal Act. And we're saying, Mr. Mayor, if in the next 3 months you can return, welcome back. Mr. Mayor, if you can't return in the next 3 months, tell us why. Because if there's a good shot that you're coming back soon, and you can articulate to us, we'll give you another exemption. Or, Mr. Mayor, if you're not going to return and you're not willing to ask for an exemption to save your job, then Mr. Mayor, it's time to resign. These are the realities. We cannot continue to pay a mayor duplication of staff in perpetuity. It's unconscionable. The other thing I want to say is that I'm shocked that Acting Mayor DePaula and Councillor Chan are sitting in on this meeting. This decision has a pecuniary effect on both of them. Councillor Chan is receiving $50,000 a year for sitting in replacement of the mayor. His decision today, if he votes in favor of this motion, will take away his ability to earn that money. I'm shocked as a lawyer that he doesn't see the pecuniary. When we moved this motion, he accused myself and Acting Mayor DePaula of a pecuniary interest, and that will be dealt with at the appropriate time. I highly doubt he's going to vote in favor of this and vote to give away his $50,000 bump in pay for taking the mayor's place. Look, this is a simple housekeeping matter. We have an obligation, a fiduciary duty to the residents of Richmond Hill.
1 minute.
We showed compassion to the mayor. The act is clear. The act is clear. Very crystal clear. Doesn't matter why you miss 3 meetings, 3 months. If you miss 3 months, your seat is vacated. And I think that's fair, the Municipal Act. If you can't come, look, it's sad. If the mayor can't return, the mayor can't return. It'll be the end of an illustrious career. Every great boxer in the world, every great athlete has an end to their illustrious career. We don't simply say, Mr. Tyson, you were the greatest boxer of your day. We will continue to pay you $100 million a year because you were a great boxer at one time. No, we say, congratulations, you had a great legacy, and move on. But we still have to run this city, and we have to do it.
Okay, time's up.
In mind.
Time's up. Okay. So I need to speak to this again. Definitely, I see you, Councillor Munch there. Councillor Munch, you'll get a wrap up afterwards, but I think it's absolutely deplorable. I just can't believe, and I know the residents of Richmond Hill see through this. You know, it needs to be called out. Councillor Liu, what that sense that you're feeling from your resident is fictitious. It's artificially created by the people that want to put out that misinformation. The misinformation is that they are given a survey. Your residents are told by one member of this council that this is wrong, but the solution, lo and behold, the solution, I see your point of order card. What's your point of order? Are you offended again?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you're fully aware of what you're doing. Why do you keep impugning me and Councillor Munch? Why are you attacking us in this fashion?
Because of your disingenuous tactics that the citizens of Richmond Hill will see through.
Again. There you go again, continuing to attack people for making a statement. Why don't you look at the facts and tell me that something I said was factually incorrect?
Okay.
Instead of attacking by saying there's misinformation, state what that misinformation is.
Disagree. Misinformation. It's insightful language in a survey. It's not professional. It's misleading. I said misleading. It makes it sound like something's happening here that's not actually happening here. And then the solution is, if you make Carmine Pirelli the acting mayor, that solves the problem. Whoa! What do you know? What do you know? Why is the answer? Tom Munt's motion is make you the acting mayor. That's the solution. Why? Why is that? Why don't you make a motion that Dave Barrow doesn't get paid by the city anymore? Maybe we can talk about that. Should the mayor continue to be paid? All your arguments can be dealt with in some other way other than making you the acting mayor of Richmond Hill.
Is this what you think? Where does it say that in the motion?
Stop with your antics. Stop with your games. You're not fooling anyone anymore. The gig is up, Carmine Pirelli. The city of Richmond Hill will not be duped by your nonsense any longer. I'm going to continue with this meeting. Councillor Munch, you can wrap up. I'm going to vote against this nonsense motion. I am sincerely offended that you attack the longstanding mayor in the way that you have to get your way. It's not going to happen. We're not going to allow. We're not going to stand for it. And that's it.
You didn't deal with my point of order.
I ruled that your point of order was nonsense. If you had the sensibility that you're claiming to have, you would never take this method of attack on a longstanding elected official in this city.
I challenge the chair.
Okay. I
challenge the chair.
You do challenge the chair. You want to record a vote. Okay, Mr. Clerk, can you just quickly call that out, please?
I want to see if the members of council agree that you didn't impugn me on many, many occasions today.
Okay, if you think I've said something that might have hurt the deputy mayor's feelings or his reputation, then you'll have to vote no. If you think I haven't done anything wrong in what I've said, then you have to vote yes to uphold the ruling of the chair, because the chair rules that I'm completely in order in light of the circumstances.
We'll see if the integrity commissioner feels the same, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Through Mr. Acting Mayor, voting on the motion that the ruling of the chair be upheld. Regional Local Councillor Pirelli.
No.
Councillor Silovitz.
Yes.
Thank you. Acting Mayor DePaula.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chan.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor West.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Munch. Councillor Munch, please. Councillor Munch, please. I do need your vote, Councillor.
I'm going to vote no.
Thank you. Councillor Liu.
No.
Thank you. And Councillor Barrows.
No.
Thank you. That motion is a tie vote pursuant to section 5.7.8E of the procedure bylaw. In the event of a tie on question referred to in section D, which is should the ruling of the chair be upheld, the decision of the chair shall be upheld. Accordingly, the decision of the chair is upheld.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Chan, you want to speak, and then Councillor Munch can wrap up.
Thank you. I wasn't intended to speak, but since my name was mentioned, I'd like to set the record straight. Let me be very clear. 3 things. The mention about that I received $50,000 more is factually incorrect. The $50,000 may be for the full year of being a regional councillor. Point number two, I did not know about that any possibility of.
I'm sorry, Councillor Chan. Deputy Mayor, you have a point of order.
Yes, I believe Councillor Chan just agreed with me. It's $50,000 per year, Councillor Chan. Do you want to change your statement? Because you're leading the public to think that you're not getting any money.
How is this a point of order? What procedure are you objecting to? You're just trying to make a point. Councillor Chan.
Thank you. So I'm just saying the setting the record straight, and I think I'm being factual. The 50,000 is for the full year. So my second point is that I have no information, prior information whatsoever that in acting as taking the mayor's place as on the regional council would come with additional remuneration. That's why I said point number two. So I did not ask for it. And in fact, for each of the week that I have been having this privilege to serve on the regional council, I would have to say, in addition to mostly full day meetings every Thursday and the reviewing of the materials prior to and after meetings, meetings with staff and other people, I would say on average about 15 hours a week extra. And I do mean extra on top of being a local councillor. And third, that I did realize when I hear the actual last meeting when the Mayor Barrow is expected to come back at the end of summer, which is great. In fact, that my duty, as I mentioned, on a week-to-week basis, and that's I'm prepared. And in fact, I'm going to have it also for the month of the July and August, that there was no meetings for the regional council. I would be not receiving, or because I won't be spending extra time in addition to local council doing your regional council work. I would be actually not taking any particular remuneration for the extra work at the regional council at the regional level. And also, I have also made contribution to local charities in addition to recognition of the time that I have the privilege to serve on the regional council. So I just want to say for the record for the 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chan, and certainly getting to know an entire another level of government is not without a lot of work. So, Councillor Barrows, you're next.
Thank you.
Councillor Barrows.
Hadn't planned to speak, but I thought I'd best respond to Councillor Chan's comments. I also, as a regional alternate, I read the agenda, I follow along, I keep up on all the regional issues for no remuneration at all. I need to be ready at any given time to step in for any one of the regional councillors, again, for no remuneration. And I'm okay. I knew that when I signed up, no big deal. I find it interesting, though, that Councillor Chan says he doesn't get the full 50,000, but it does admit that he gets payment. So the question to Councillor Chan, do you get the additional remuneration on like, do you submit bills based on your hours? You make it sound like because for the summer months, there's no meetings, you won't be submitting invoices to get paid. What's the logistics on that?
Well, until Mayor Barrow's return, he sits at that table and gets paid the exact same amount as every regional councillor in York Region.
Okay, so we've got the clarification now that he'll get the same as every regional councillor, and that's fine. So the comment that was made then would resonate with me if I was voting on this. If in a regional alternate, if I had a chance to vote where I would then be looking at, do I stand to make or lose money on this? If it was me, I would stand to lose money if I was in this case. So I mean, voting to keep the money, that would be voting against this motion. And then I guess that's what the Municipal Act really speaks about. That becomes the pecuniary interest. Do I stand to make or lose money if I vote on a on a piece. And that's what, we all have to, be very cognizant of in our own minds and make sure that our values are in sync, and to make sure that, even our friends and family, not our friends, our family, direct relations, if they have an interest. So I found that just very interesting. I will be supporting the motion that we have here in front of us today.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And, I will say the Municipal Act exempts, we can vote about our own pay, our compensation for the work that we do. That's not a pecuniary interest. It's a pecuniary interest results from something other than the pay that we have to vote on our pay. Council decides our pay. You're shaking your head, but okay. On a point of order, and then I've got Councillor Munch for 3 minutes, and then we're going to call the vote.
Well,
Your
Mr.
point of
Chairman,
order.
you made a statement that is factually correct in stating that when we're discussing our pay, collective pay, we're not discussing our collective pay. This only affects one person, Godwin Chan. Godwin Chan is the only one.
That's not true. Okay, so you're using a point of order now to give legal advice to council. What's your point of order? What are we doing that's not following the procedure? I'm getting more animated than I should be.
Ask a question.
It's annoying.
Can I ask a question?
I rule against your point of order. No, you can't ask a question. You can put, when you stick up the point of order sign, you have to tell me what procedure we're not following.
You're not following the procedure where you have to be factual about the statements that you're making. That's the point of order.
Your recourse is to sue me for defamation because I'm not allowed to lie about something. I guess that's your recourse. I'm not sure, but okay.
No, I'm concerned about.
You keep drawing me into these back and forth. You don't have the floor. You put it up your hand for a point of order. I've ruled.
Because you made a statement.
Why do you keep talking back? I've ruled. I've made a ruling. Are you challenging the chair again?
Well, there's no point in challenging the chair. Too many people here stand to gain.
Can we just mute him, please? Okay, Councillor Munch, you have the floor.
So is this my second round because I'm not allowed a second round? Are you going to allow me to have a second round?
Technically, you have a second round and a wrap up, but.
So thank you. So I'll go for a second round, and then if I need more time, I'll do a wrap up, okay?
That's what you're allowed. I don't want to circumvent the rules.
Okay, so I want to just, for clarity, say that 100% of everything that is written in my motion is fact, not conjecture, not opinion. And I appreciate that some people on this council may have not enjoyed it, and I apologize for that. But the fact is that the Mayor Barrow was seen in public. I didn't see him. He wasn't seen in public. And the fact is that the paper reported a picture and in writing, which is what I stated. So when I'm making a whereas and therefore, I would like to do a lot of things here with the motion to really help our governance. I don't believe it's, again, as I said earlier, I don't believe it's insulting or embarrassing to hear people's opinion. We have a duty. I take my duty pretty seriously. I hope that other people take their duty seriously also. The fact is that the Municipal Act of which we're governed by says that any member of council is entitled, it's a pretty big, bold statement there, to say for 3 months, without notification, without any, we can have our time off by personal choice. Above 3 months, we don't have that entitlement. What this council did is said, without any knowledge, out of respect and honor, not personal, respect and honor of the head of council and of the man, without notification. That says a lot when we give respect and honor on his words without any pre-notion on a time-sensitive manner. And he said, I'm not sure, my doctors are giving me advice, and I'm asking you to give me my privacy. He asked for an extended leave without justification outside of his request. And all of us granted him that. And we gave him an exemption of the entitlement that we all share. Now, many people in the public, when they have to go away, they have to go on long-term disability, or they have to go on unemployment, and they have to deal with it. Not in our case, because we work for the public service. And at the end, we out of respect asked the mayor the same thing. Can you give us an update, sir? And he did. He sent a note into the clerk arbitrarily, and he said, I'm doing well, and I'll let you know in August. So we said, okay, no action was taken. And then on the first day back on June 11th, where the market was open, he felt well enough, for whatever reason, to go into public, to have conversations, to have his picture being taken, to go in public as the mayor, not as a private individual, as the mayor. We have a duty to say, hey, the extension of entitlement is no longer justified. Now we're saying he gets his 3 months. No problem. And we're saying openly here today, if within this 3 months he comes back, we'll entertain what he says. But not as of right to say forevermore, whenever you feel like it, come back. I've said in previous council meetings, I believe in equal pay for equal work. We talked about that today. Some people believe that. There's duties that must be performed. There are obligations. The acting mayor is performing them. It's tough job. I believe there should be some compensation for that. The motion to give Councillor Chan that was out of respect or whatever. What Councillor Chan has done since then, interesting, getting tax deductions and that kind of thing for giving money was never brought before council. That's an arbitrary choice based upon the money he received. He said today in his declaration that he took money, that he used that money to give money to charity. And I hope the heck he doesn't do that as a tax receipt, because that would be a net benefit.
Now you have to impugning.
Here we are today. I say, we have a duty. It's not personal. We're showing respect and honor to the man who's our head of council, who is the elected mayor and has asked for an extension, which we gladly gave unanimously.
So time's up there, Councillor.
So I'll go for a wrap up. That's fine.
Okay,
Can you start the clock, Ron?
Still don't see anyone else wanting to speak. So now you have your 3-minute wrap up as the mover.
So this motion was about responsible government, about showing respect for the head of council, to respect the man who's had a long-standing public career. His family's been involved. And I feel that we, because of that respect, are saying, and he believes in law and order, and he believes in following process, and he leads this council. We're saying, sir, you said that I'm feeling fine. Let me rephrase. Let's see what he exactly said. Anyway, he's feeling well enough to tell us in August. His February motion said, I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I really don't. And for that reason, I need an extension because I don't know. And all of us said, you bet, sir. 100%. Now he said, I'm good to go in August. I'm willing to come back to communicate you in August. That is within 3 months. That is within the Municipal Act. That is within the guidelines. We have a duty as a governance model. And I know it's tough. I know it's tough to govern. It's tough to parent. It's tough to do things. It's tough to lead. It's tough to manage. We have a duty for the acting mayor to be, if he's going to be the acting mayor, he should be able to act like the acting mayor. Not this cloud of saying when the mayor is going to come back or not come back. It's up to the mayor to decide what he's going to do within that 3-month category, but not indefinitely. Not when he says he doesn't need to be indefinite. His position in February 24th is not his position today publicly. And this motion that I put, I've asked twice. Every single word on there is factual. People want to make it personal. That's more a reflection of them, not of me. Because everything here is saying, this is what I saw. This is what I read. This is what I observed. This was my duty. And I respect the law. And I don't believe that governance should be entitlement. And here we are today saying the mayor didn't ask for an extension. He said, I'm good to go in August. That's 2 months. We're giving him 3. So yeah, we'll do a recorded vote. I respectfully say, I would have liked to talk about other things in this, but members of council offline didn't want to talk about it. Fair enough. So this is now you guys and gal happy to talk about it. It's too bad because we could be doing really great things for the city, but we're choosing to not raise our game. I respect everybody and their intellect and what their role is. I hope you do also.
Okay, so that's your wrap up, and I do agree with you on a lot of things. Just I don't know why the resolution for you is that Deputy Mayor Pirelli become acting mayor at the end of today's meeting. That's what you're wording. Can we put it on the screen? I think we should all know what we're voting on. We've got a recorded vote.
You've got a point of order.
We've got a request for a recorded vote and a point of order. Deputy Mayor Pirelli. Something.
Here you go again, Mr. Chairman, making an inaccurate statement. Where does it say?
How can you say that's inaccurate? What you know why it's true. Okay, I don't know why I let you get to me. So,
are you on drugs?
Your point of order.
A serious question. Are you on drugs?
Okay, I think that's
no, seriously, because your behavior today has been very unorthodox.
Well, we've been here 6 hours now. I've continually entertained your points of order, and it's continually you've not accepted my rule.
You keep attacking, Mr. Chairman, and you keep getting angry. We're here to do
what's your point, this specific point of order. This
Mr.
time.
Chairman, you just said that this motion is about me becoming acting mayor. How do you?
No, you're saying that is not accurate.
You're going to make a statement like that without being challenged?
Okay, but it's true, and you're saying it's not true, and I'm saying it is true, and then I sound like a child, and then you ask me about
my. You make a statement like that, you have to allow others to challenge that statement.
Okay,
the wrap up was done. Why did you
make up your own truth?
The wrap up was done, and you chose to have another speaking opportunity. I would like another speaking opportunity.
That's a fair comment.
Thank you. So do I have an opportunity to speak now?
No, I made one comment. You want to make a snide remark, that would only be fair.
There you go again, attacking me again, calling me.
I'm not attacking you. I'm saying I made a snide remark as I went to call the vote. You've said that.
Why do you do that, Mr. Chairman?
That I unfairly took an opportunity to add to my debate, and I said you can go ahead and do the same thing, and you have.
No, I haven't.
Okay, what? Okay, but it was one sentence, so go ahead.
Yes, this is not about me wanting to be acting mayor. If anything, Mr. Chairman, it's about you wanting to remain as the acting mayor. Thank you.
Okay, you could perceive it that way. Fine. Okay, I'm just going to put it the vote. Okay, Deputy Mayor, a point of order, and then Councillor Munch has a point of order.
Well, there you go again. I just finished my statement, and you had to finish with another statement. Why do you give yourself the liberty to speak whenever you want?
That's just the nature of the debate here. As chair, you can voice your objection, and I make a ruling. If you disagree with my ruling, you can challenge.
Come on, it's fairly obvious what's going on here. This, I understand you want to preserve the right for you to remain as acting mayor, but the fact is that your reign as acting mayor will end upon Mayor Barrow's return.
This dialogue is completely off of what we're supposed to be doing right now. Councillor Munch, you have a point of order. Councillor Munch?
I need clarification of the motion because there's just some statements made. If this passes,
It's your motion.
okay, I appreciate that. So we should be talking about the motion unless on the emotion, which everybody wants to
gosh, we
talk
just
about.
talked
So where does it say here that the mayorship and the acting mayor is going to be changed? Can we discuss that?
Okay.
Where that statement came from?
If not for granting this medical leave of absence in the absence of the mayor, which beyond June 1st, the deputy mayor's role rotates. And from June 1st to December 1st, it's Deputy Mayor Pirelli. From December 1st to June 1st, it's myself. So we resolved as a council not to do that. We resolved to accept the medical leave of absence under certain terms, one of them being that I'm the acting mayor. And if we rescind that, Councillor Munch, then we revert back to the other bylaw that would, on June 23rd, have a different effect. And in your motion, it's your words. You'd be rescinded at the end of today's meeting. You want to have this to be rescinded to take effect at the end of today's meeting. So
what does that mean? What in logistically, thank you. So if this gets passed,
look, it's on the
what exactly would happen?
Joe.
We get clarification.
Thank you.
If the councillor wants to know if his motion is passed, what would happen?
Thank you. If I might, so the way this motion that is has been the vote, if I might, has been called on, is passed. Everything that council passed in that mayor's the medical leave of absence resolution that was passed on February 24th would be rescinded. The entire motion. Accordingly, I think, and I do apologize to the acting mayor, I think he was referring to the role of acting mayor in the procedure bylaw, which speaks to the fact that there are two deputy mayors and they share the year. So if this motion passes and Mayor Barrow is still absent, Deputy Mayor Pirelli would be acting mayor on July 1st for the balance of the year. I believe that, I hope that clarifies this situation.
And what would happen with the rest? With the rest?
Do you, Mr. Acting Mayor?
So let's do an amendment then.
Oh my.
So I would procedurally, that the vote was called on.
The question's been called. We've got a recorded vote request. You wanted clarification before and.
Okay, so I mean, if you're happy to do that, I'm trying to get good governance here. And everyone wants to go there. If that's what you guys want to do, like, I'm not going to sit there and try and fight for everybody to try great governance here. When you guys don't seem to get focused on our jobs, it starves me that we have to meet to the level we're at. I think the intent of this motion, which is the most important thing, because I'm the mover, and what we're trying to do, and I've consistently said throughout here, and what I'm asking with the ramification of what we're saying is that we want the will of the mayor. The objective of this is to get the will of the mayor. Now, the will of the mayor has been communicated verbally.
Okay, no more debate.
Okay,
the
so
motion
is just fine. If that's what you want, then no problem. Get what you want.
It's your motion.
Well, that's why I'm trying to say there's.
And you've been allocated 3 speaking opportunities, Councillor Munch. And now when a recorded vote is called and we're about to put it to a vote, and you say, well, this is unfair to me, because now you're putting the motion to a vote that I spoke to 3 times, and it was my motion that I gave notice a week ago. This is your motion. I'm just at my wit's end.
It was brought to my attention afterwards of the intent of my motion, which I didn't intend for. But again, Acting Mayor, if that's your ruling, fine. I'm going to say to you, the intent of my motion.
Call the vote. Why are you discussing and debating back with me? I don't understand why members of council are doing that. I am conducting this meeting. Deputy Mayor Pirelli, you have a point of order. A point of order does take precedent?
Yes. we're at the voting stage and you guys are having a debate, so.
Yeah, I agree. You're 100% right. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. And I believe it was Regional and Local Councilor Crowley that requested the recorded vote, or at least that was that I saw first. So voting on the motion, Regional and Local Councilor Crowley.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor West.
No.
Thank you. Councilor Chan.
No.
Thank you. Councilor Barros. So, Councilor Barros?
Yes.
Thank you. Acting Mayor DePaula.
No.
Thank you. Councilor Liu. Sorry, Councilor Liu?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Silovitz.
No.
Thank you. Councilor Munch.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion fails to carry on a tie vote.
Okay, we have one more time-sensitive motion from Councilor Munch, and we have an in-camera session. Would members like to take even just a 15-minute bio break at this time? Okay. So we clear the will there. Okay, Councilor Munch, go ahead with your time-sensitive motion regarding caterpillars.
Okay, so it's been brought to my attention, I believe, to other members of council as well. I do know of a few that have reached out. We received correspondence, at least I have. I hope other members of council as well. We also have received communication from our staff. So I'd ask the clerk, because it has been time sensitive, if they can read my motion so I don't have to waste my time. That's done. So I asked the clerk if they could please read the motion. Again, the motion is 100% fact, so if anybody has any personal opinion about that, that's fine. It's basically all fact of math as opposed to English, which is meant for debate. So it's really truly meant, this is a deductive argument with discussion afterwards. So Mr. Hike, please.
Thank you. The member's motion is, whereas the city of Richmond Hill, March 10th, 2021, achieved international recognition for leadership in maintaining and growing its urban forest and named the Tree City of the World, one of only 15 cities in Canada, 120 in the world to receive this honor. And whereas the city of Richmond Hill has a strong foundation of urban forest management with many programs, bylaws, and planting initiatives that help manage, protect, and grow trees on public and private property, and recently launched its first urban forest management plan 2020 to 2040, which strengthens our ability to preserve and enhance 2.6 million trees and shrubs. And whereas our urban canopy and forests beautify the scenery and also represent an important investment in our environment, human health, and are vital to our overall quality of life. And whereas TD economists estimate that urban trees are valued at about $700 per tree. And whereas our neighborhoods, especially in heavily tree canopied areas like Wilcock Parks and the trail networks, have been plagued with a heavy concentration of gypsy moth infestation in 2021. And whereas each gypsy moth is capable of laying 100,000 eggs, each of which will make a current infestation even worse in 2022 if action is not taken. And whereas the city of Richmond Hill last sprayed for the gypsy moth and cankerworms in 2018 with success which provided temporary relief, and whereas our tree canopy must be protected with intervention, and whereas many municipalities have expressed concerns this year about the gypsy moth infestation, and the city of Mississauga, June 16, 2021, committed to an environmentally friendly caterpillar spray program, BTK, for affected areas in 2022, while British Columbia took action in 2021. Therefore, be it resolved that the city of Richmond Hill provided targeted 4-week communication strategies to residents to encourage households to reduce the caterpillar population by drowning caterpillars or spraying with environmentally friendly solutions, i.e. Dawn and water. And 2, commit to a budget and plan for environmentally friendly aerial spray of BTK for intensely infected areas throughout the city of Richmond Hill in 2022 and where necessary 2021.
Thank you, Clerk. So I think the motion was pretty sound. Other municipalities are doing it. We don't have to lead, although we're one of 15 cities in Canada. So we say we care about the tree canopy and the environment. We want to protect, the situation in a normal circumstance. we have an infestation. Today, we heard the very morning that we actually have a crisis and that we are acting upon it. Motion was done prior to that coming forward. And I've received numerous complaints. I have done my very best with my staff budget to go and do spraying on behalf of residents and others who have been at wit's end. And I'm going to show, if I've already shown you, this caterpillar. I hope you guys can see. This is full of caterpillars. Full. This is 1 hour. 1 hour at a residence home, which we cleaned up. This was just done with water and soap. Okay, no, as I said, didn't use chemicals. This was after $1,000 spray program, 500 twice. Each one of these would have laid 100,000 eggs. And next year, it will affect it. We have apple trees that are destroyed. We have a tree canopy that's important to preserve. We have other municipalities that are taking action. We need to take action. And I say to you that I'm willing to discuss this, as I am with all my motions, for the best governance model on a math so that we can get into city building, which is what my focus is. I'm going to say to you, I look forward to hearing the debate on how members of council care, because I do care about the environment. In fact, I've moved a lot of environment motions regularly for trails, for permeable pavers, and now here for the caterpillar. Real tangible things to help improve our quality of life, to improve our floodwater management and our tree canopy. This is just another example. I would hope that members of council see the crisis, maybe not crisis, but infestation for sure, and see that we have to do something. And we have to get our residents to do something, not just send a press release and not work on a periodic basis and not know what's going on, because I did not know what staff were doing, not because I don't, staff, they do their thing. I don't get in the weeds, as we'd say. Well, this is something that council needs action, because doing nothing next year, when this goes much, much worse. I'll say this, I was in a backyard and it felt like it was raining and it was a blue sky. And that was the, pardon the expression, that was the poo from the caterpillars above us. And those trees were sprayed and they were looked after, and we had done it, and the residents are saying, what do you want me to do? And I'm going to say to you that here I am today trying to say, maybe council might want to discuss this. So I look forward to hearing your opinions, and I will ask for a recorded vote at the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Munch. Councillor Chan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak. I just want to say that I will be happy to second the motion. Thank you, Councillor Munch, for bringing forward. Let me say this. I have been going to doing site visits in the past week. Probably like many of my colleagues, Councillor Munch mentioned that. We probably all get calls for particular infestation on particular certain types of trees, such as maple, oak, and so on. And in fact, just the last weekend, well, just not too long ago, when I was doing another site inspection, I have a caterpillar drop to my shoulder. So I have firsthand experience knowing what kind of particularly discomfort and certainly the level of nuisance and disturbance to people, residents in the area. In fact, I have been in constant, almost constant, at least twice or three times a week last week with our manager of environmental services. In fact, I'm glad that staff also joined me to talk to residents, and also have the road department to come out to clear off the sidewalk. And thank you, Councillor Munch, for showing that jar you have. But on certain sidewalk in neighborhoods, they are actually covered, literally covered. And you have to see it, believe it. I photo show it with the dead caterpillars and dropping. So action need to be taken. And not only action need to be taken, visible action need to be taken. I do, along with the good advice from our staff to let people know there's some self-management thing, and I do publicize to people approach me on the website. There's things that help the self-management. And I do actually pose a question to staff just 2 days ago. Could we either consider if environmental friendly can be sprayed? I believe that's also part of the motion here by Councillor Munch, can be done. If not, can we consider providing burlap to residents to help them rather than to say, hey, go buy yourself to that extent. So I'm acutely aware of the magnitude or the scale, at least in the neighborhood that of people brought to my attention. And I have the personal close encounter with the Caterpillar. So, and I've been working with staff and doing site visits and trying to let people know what are the visible action the city can do to help. Thank you. And I have the second motion.
Okay, Councillor West and then Councillor Barrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start off by saying to Councillor Munch, it's not the word you said that you can't say at the dinner table. It's called frass. That's the term for Caterpillar, you know what. So just so you know. Anyway, in all seriousness, this is actually a very serious problem. I've received many phone calls and not just emails. I mean, people calling. They're very upset about this, and I don't blame them. I mean, it's definitely a situation that's causing a reduction in enjoyment in a lot of people's backyards and their trails and our public spaces. I've spent an enormous amount of time actually doing my homework on this. And in fact, last year we had the same problem in another number of areas to a much lower degree. But I won't go into all of the things about this, but I will say I recently attended a webinar that the Richmond Hill Horticultural Society put on with an entomologist from the Ontario Entomology Lab in Sault Ste. Marie. It was actually fascinating. And I don't profess to be an expert. I think I'm very well researched on this, but I know that there's an enormous amount of subtleties in the management of this insect. And while it's happening all across the province, I mean, it literally all of Southern Ontario in patches, some places far worse than Richmond Hill, but all bad, are dealing with this. I am not entirely convinced that spraying with BTK is a good idea. I've heard very mixed reports about the effectiveness of that. I won't get into all of them because I don't have the time to do it. It's very expensive. The logistics are a problem. And one of the things that I'm not entirely clear on is, it's called environmentally friendly. I mean, it's not a chemical like DDT and all that type of thing, but it does affect more than just that particular species. And I would very much like to be completely confident in whatever we do, that it will have the desired impact. It will be an efficient thing. It will be financially responsible and environmentally responsible. And I've had many conversations with staff, and I believe they are far more expert on this than I am. But the only concern that I have with this motion is that I want to ensure that whatever we end up committing to doing, it's done soundly. And I really believe that probably what needs to happen here is for a fulsome staff report to come forward before we commit to doing something, because I stand to be corrected, but I suspect that a spraying program could be in the millions of dollars. And I could be wrong, but from the research that I've done, it could be very expensive. And with a 0% tax increase that we're looking for, that could be quite problematic. I suspect it may be worth it, but if it was effective, but if it's not effective, then it won't be. And I want to know all of that stuff from staff before we as a council commit to a course of action. Interestingly enough, most of the municipalities that I know have had very limited use with spraying. I mean, there has been some. And of those municipalities that I've heard of, I'm not sure that all of them have necessarily been very successful. So can I just ask through whoever to staff, If this motion were to pass in the form that it's in right now, what is the expectation for staff to come back with a report on what is the most effective course of action?
Through you, Acting Mayor, I do have Director Stewart on the panel as well that can speak. Sorry, I see a point of order, so I've stopped talking.
You know, I'd hate to do this. Thank you, Commissioner Jocelyn, but the Acting Mayor Jocelyn, it's okay, the question, but I think the question was not accurate. The motion does not ask for a staff report.
No, whoa. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for what would be the expectation from staff, Councillor. I want to know, with all due respect, the what you have in your motion here, I agree with you, seems to be consistent with the information that I've gathered. But the question is the subtleties about, you know, what is actually the most effective science-based route to go. And I would like to hear that from our staff. So I would like to know whether there would be a staff report that would come back to us outlining the subtleties that I have come to understand in this situation, to make sure that what we're doing is actually effective and it's cost effective and it's practical. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm looking for the experts to be able to give me that input. So I want to know what the expectation from staff would be.
Okay, fine.
I guess what I'm waiting for is somebody from staff to answer that question.
Through you, Acting Mayor, Director Stewart is on the line and can provide his assessment of the program that we have undergo and his opinion on the BTK spray.
Okay, Mr. Stewart, go ahead. Can we unmute Mr. Stewart?
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Acting Mayor and Council. Through the Mayor, staff share the concern about this motion. Right now, we would suggest it might be aggressive looking at spraying. One, we don't find it is effective, and we're actually seeing that the caterpillars are starting to show signs of a naturally occurring pathogen that occurs in them. This caterpillar, actually, it's circular like most of our insects, and we're suggesting and we're hoping, we don't know this for sure, but we think it might be in its highest point this summer. So at that point, if this pathogen does release, there's signs that are showing this across York Region. We're working closely with our partners, including York Region, and we're starting to see these signs. This insect, actually, there was an outbreak similar to this back in 1989, and really the populations actually take care of themselves. They crash. So no need to start spraying. Again, spraying is extremely expensive and it has limited effect. We do believe that our urban forest can withstand this. We do continue to promote public education. We could look at enhancing that, and we think this is better value than investing in spraying.
Okay. Is that all for now?
Yes.
Okay. I understand what Councillor Munch is trying to do here, and I agree with him. This is a problem, and the communications piece I'm in complete agreement with. But the only thing is, though, that I'm also concerned with the spraying at this point in time in the year, given its limited effectiveness and at this point in its life cycle, because they're going to go into pupas momentarily. I don't think the spraying in 2021 is a good idea, but we do have time for 2022, and we also have the ability for 2022 to take a look at what other municipalities have done, what was successful, maybe what wasn't successful. If we're finding that municipalities that have been spraying in some way, it was really successful, then I would be absolutely there to lead the charge to do this. But if we're finding that municipalities are employing spraying and it hasn't been successful, then I think we need to know that before we make a commitment here. So what I would really like to see is a commitment that there's a staff report that comes forward before we do anything in 2022 outlining a strategy. So
It's time, Councillor, you gotta wrap it up.
okay, if I can get that in as an amendment in this round, that's fine. But if I can't, I'll put it in the next round. It's your choice, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, we'll see who else wants to speak here. I did see another hand, I thought. Maybe not. Okay, so we'll go to a second round. Councillor Munch, it's your opportunity, and if you're amenable to working out an amendment, I hope you can work it out.
So thank you. So the motion says 1 and 2. Provide a 4-week communication strategy to residents to encourage households to reduce the caterpillar population by drowning caterpillars and/or spraying with environmentally friendly solutions. We're already doing that on the website. We already suggested that. Nothing new. I find it interesting today, and I say careful to staff now, because I am going to move. I'm going to hold people accountable. So if it's staff's position to say, we're good, it's peaking, no problem next year, and I'm putting my reputation on the line for that because I'm an expert, and we're giving expert testimony to council when they're moving resolutions, when they're ready, willing, and able, I say, okay, I accept you at your word. I say to you, rather, the second thing is I want council to assist staff. By the way, I heard Councillor Chan say this, and I heard staff say this earlier. They're already doing some work. So I'm going to ask staff now, how much money have we spent so far on dealing with something that wasn't budgeted for? Who gave the resources? Where's it coming from? If we're going to go to the extent, I just asked this motion to say we at council recognize a problem. We at council want to support staff, and we want to put together a plan in place. What I'm hearing is multiple of things now. I'm hearing, hold it, it's peaked. We don't need to do anything. Wait, we got to be cautious. Other municipalities are acting. Well, we're one of 15 cities in Canada that say that we're the tree capital of the world, but don't do anything. Oh, we're the Oak Ridges Moraine and we care about the green belt, but don't worry, because these $700 per tree that are damaged, I'm going to then go to residents and say, our staff said, don't worry, there's no cost. And you can go at the city because there's no problem for that, right? I disagree with that because I do believe in green. I do believe in protecting the environment. And what this is about today is to say, I want an environmentally friendly solution where possible. I want to put together a budget. I want to recognize there's an issue out there. I want to accommodate in 2022 and maybe in 2021. But if staff are saying, no, sir, we're out there now. I heard them today say, we've got tape on this, saying we're out there now. I have a counselor who said, I've been out there and they're doing work. Really? Didn't see a staff report on that. So I'm going to say to you, I'm more than happy to amend the motion. And I told people earlier, I'm going to start holding a lot more people accountable because I'm getting tired of mediocrity. We have a problem. We recognize a problem and everybody's kind of waffling. And if anybody in the world, you have a market of which we're responsible for tree canopy, providing basic services, we see an issue and we just want to kind of delay. So I don't believe in a blank check. I do believe in accountability and transparency. I'm not looking to read into things. I actually just want us to do a great job respectfully in a manner that treats people as professionals, because that's how they're paid here, as professionals. So I guess it goes back to everybody here. How far do we want to go? I just made 2 small recommendations. Those of you who see my motions, I have 6 or 7 others I can add to this. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to find a way where we can deal with this responsibly. The Councillor Chan's burlap, I did look into that, knew the cost is of that. And you know how much supply there is? And who's going to put it on the trees? And are you going to drown all the caterpillars that are in all those calls? Gladly say to you, yeah, Mr. Resident, if you don't want to collect those caterpillars, Councillor Chan will go to all those homes and they'll drown all those, because I've been drowning them. And I just showed you a small sample of what I did in 1 hour. 1 hour. 1
minute.
hour. I'm going to say to you, 100,000 eggs each, peaking in areas where they're nesting. We looked at some nesting. I too have had an exterminator company spend 6 hours with me and train me and teach me what they're seeing. Didn't bring it in the motion here, but I try to do my research. Anybody that knows me knows I dig in hard. So I'm going to say to you, what our goal is today is to recognize a problem, put together an action plan, and try to work together in the next year and a half. Because Mr. Stewart, if you're wrong and this doesn't peak, because many of the experts I talk to don't share your view. Now, I'm not saying your view is wrong. I'm just saying, if I take your view 100% with no action, absolutely, you bet. And what credibility that comes from that expert testimony does what? I'm concerned because I see it and I want action. I think a lack of action, we're already doing action.
Time's up, Councillor. Yeah.
So I say, wait, we need action. We're doing action. We are spending money, no budget. Interesting.
To Councillor Barros in the first round.
So my question is to the mover of the motion. When it says to commit to a budget, is it your expectation that staff would go out, put the budget together, bring it back to council for approval, or just commit to a budget internally and let us know later how they spent it? I mean, I support the motion in its entirety. I just want to be fiscally responsible and how we go about this.
Upon writing this in today, I am not qualified to know what the budget would or would not be. But I do think there needs to be some form of, hey, we're out there on a daily basis. Here's what we've seen. We see areas that are infested more than others. Here's our priority. Here's where we're at. And come back to council at some point and say, hey, and it can be a fluid situation, not a final report, because this thing is a very fluid situation. So I would say that the openness of my motion is meant for a dialogue to say, we as council need to commit to some resources financially for a plan. And that plan has to work in collaboratively with our staff. And if staff are unable or unwilling to do that, then we'll try to get outside help. But that's the intent.
Okay. So, Councillor, when is it that you expect staff to return to council with this first attempt at a budget?
As I said just now, I believe they're going to have to come back multiple times because I think it's just we don't know, and these things migrate, and the cycle is weird, and everyone's got an opinion. So I would like to see a preliminary report as soon as possible because it's widely expected they're not going to be here in September. Some say the middle of July, as per the cycle. So I think to wait till September, I think would be a mistake. I think we need to do something quickly. So I prefer to either see it in the next council meeting or a special council meeting so that A, residents see we're acting, 2, that we can get some preliminary discussion, at least preliminary. It don't have to be such an elaborate. I say to you, please just get us back what needs to be done now on a priority basis and what can be, based on what you can do that you're already doing, so that we can try to start having a dialogue and a focus from here at council and with staff.
So would it be fair to say then, Councillor, that we would ask staff to come back at the next council meeting? Because it's not going to be council committing. It's not going to be staff committing to a budget. It's going to be council committing to a budget.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I'm on side of that. As I said, yeah, 100%. No problem.
So would you be so willing to put an item 3 on there that says, and staff report back at the next council meeting with some numbers? Because I want to do it, but I don't know what it's going to cost. Residents want us to do it, and then I guess in that, if I'm understanding you correctly, Councillor Mudge, you're also asking staff to tell us the intensely affected areas. So they should probably tell us, what are the intensely affected areas and how much is it going to cost to spray them, aerial spray? So I'm assuming you're talking about low flying airplanes or like a crop duster, or I don't know if drones can do that, but I'm just curious. Or do you mean just going through with like an aerial bucket and manually spraying it? I don't know what aerial really means or what it entails.
Councillor Munch, do you have an answer to that?
Mute his microphone, please.
Councillor Munch, have we got him? He's unmuted.
Yeah, I'm going to, I'm writing it up now and I'll send it to you. I'm listening to what you're saying and I'm using your words. I'm good with all that. I'm not sure if anybody else wants to comment in the interim. But yeah, staff to report back on, to look at of what the cost is going forward and report back. So, yeah. Trying to do it. But work with me here. We do it together, right?
Councillor Barrows?
Yes.
This is going to go against your time. We can't stop your clock while another councillor answers your questions.
Just pause it.
Well, you make the rules up, so.
Staff to report back.
Don't make them up. I try to follow.
Go favor where you want to, give people latitude when you want to, and here I am in something very serious, trying to just get an answer in the best interest of the taxpayers. You're telling me.
Your 5 minutes could go ad infinitum if you're going to ask a question and then.
I'm not talking. It's not an unfair
You're
situation.
not talking, so normally that means your clock is stopped because you're not talking.
Yeah,
You're asking someone to retrieve something that is not on hand. Our staff will ask, we'll answer questions. And then if they're unable to answer, they will say, we'll get back to you or something. But now council is all waiting for Councillor Munch to retrieve information.
Okay, so what I wrote here.
Which I don't mind, but I think it's going to count against your clock.
You think or you know?
Okay, so back here, here's what I wrote, and I'd like assistance where possible from everyone or anyone. Staff to report back to council at the July 9th, 2021 council meeting to provide feedback on best practices, timing, and options along with budget to address the Caterpillar challenge that currently exists in Richmond Hill going forward.
Got that, Mr. Clerk?
That's fine. I would actually, if through Mr. Acting Mayor, I actually appreciate the councilor. He actually did my job quite well in that scenario. I just need to clarify if this amendment it's replacing clause 2. It seems to be
I'm adding
clause 3. Thank you.
So a Caterpillar motion. Yeah, I'm sending it to you now.
Well, my clock is ticking anyhow. I should probably say, Mr. Stewart, you and your staff are doing a very good job out there. It's just more than unfortunately we can handle. The residents, when they hear what we are doing, they're grateful. Unfortunately, they're still just really concerned. So, Mr. Stewart, from me and my office, this is meant in no way as any disrespect for you and the hard work that I know you're doing. Is that okay, Deputy Mayor Pirelli? Deputy Mayor DePaula, is that okay for me to say that?
You got 5 minutes to say whatever you want, as long as you don't insult staff or council.
That's why I was checking to make sure that what I said was okay with you.
Yes.
Mr. Clerk, Stephen Hike, did you get my email? Did I send it?
I did. Thank you. I'm just putting it in my meeting notes for display.
Okay, sorry, I don't think I formatted it perfectly, so you just have to bear with me. Sorry.
Just for the information of the councillor, I'm making one change, which I think you'll be okay with. It's just to clarify the date of the council meeting.
Oh, did I get the wrong date? Sorry about that.
Yes.
July 7th.
But July 7th, okay, I'll fix that line. Yeah, thank you for that.
And
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Barros. We're all waiting to hear from you.
Well, I've been waiting to see this amended.
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you. I'll send it
Want
to
to see
you.
the motion?
I'll send
Staff
it.
to report back to council at the July 7th council meeting to provide feedback on best practice, timing, and options, along with budget to address the Cortellucci. Yeah, I think that's perfect. Good job, Councillor Munch.
Wish I'd thought about it.
I'm happy to support this. And next week, we'll see what the numbers look like. And then we can give some direct, concrete instruction to staff as we go forward. Thank you very much. Happy to support this.
Okay. Okay, Councillor West on it, but it's the second round it would be then for you. I just didn't speak on the first round, and I agree with obviously we have to act, and obviously the approach is very good, the suggestion is very good, and this motion is very good. I just, Councillor Munch, I don't understand why it needed to be presented adversarially, that you're comments like I'm tired of mediocrity. I think we saw at the beginning of this meeting that arguably Richmond Hill is one of the best managed and run cities in the world, and there's so much for us to be proud of when it comes to the work our staff's doing. Point of order, Councillor Barros.
So that was uncalled for. We just worked very collaboratively together. And the first thing you do is go after Councillor Munch saying that he was being adversarial. Come on, stop.
But
stop. Just say good work. Glad we're working together. Let's move this forward. You always got to put in that little jab there, don't you?
I was concerned about the way it was presented. I thought it needed to be said, but I am encouraged by the way we are collaborating right now, and I will support this motion. Like I said, we have to do something. And I just through me, Ms. Jocelyn, is that time frame manageable? That in just 2 weeks' time we can have some good information?
Through you, Acting Mayor, I am just consulting with staff to see if we can hit that target. We certainly can outline the program that we are having, and hopefully we're able to get some numbers together that Councillor Munch is requesting, but we can at least bring back a report as best as we can for the 7th.
Okay, very good. So Councillor you haven't spoke the first time, and then Councillor West on the second.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I just want to thank Councillor Munch for the leadership and the initiative. However, when I look at 1, 2, 3, I'm just putting out there. I'm just curious. Why do we need 1 and 2 if we have 3? Well, maybe 1, but we don't have the context of that 4-week communication. But for number 2, I think it's a little bit redundant. So that's just my 2 cents. So up to you, the mover of the motion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Liu. Councillor West.
Thank you. So I'm glad we're at this place. I think that number 3 is exactly what I was alluding to in my first round. So thank you, Councillor Barros and Councillor Munch for your work on that. I think that's the key is, we need to know from a science-based point of view what the actual outcome would be if we did this, this, and this. And those are the concerns that I've seen throughout this, that I think that was the part that was missing from the original motion, and we have it now, and that's great. I just wanted to just close off by saying that, I think Richmond Hill actually has been doing a lot. And I think somebody said this earlier, it might've been Councillor Liu, when actually, maybe no, it wasn't, but it doesn't matter. When people phone me up and they say, you know, like the city's not doing anything, the city's actually done a lot. And in fact, you know, in the very early spring, they were out there with like Ghostbuster packs, sucking and vacuuming off the egg masses from the trees, and there were 65,000 egg masses that were removed. I can't believe, given the number of eggs in each of those egg masses, that didn't make a difference. You know, we've got good information on the website, and I believe that we are doing a lot of the things that need to be done. This is a monumental natural thing that's happening right now, and trying to stop this with any individual action isn't going to work. This is a concerted effort. It needs to be looked at from science, and I think the staff has done a good job on this. I've spoken to them many, many times about this. They provided great leadership and understanding for me, and I really appreciate the work that they're doing. I strongly suspect that a lot of the what we're asking for in this motion was going to happen anyway from staff. That was the impression I've been getting, but this motion will help to make sure that it happens. And I frankly think that there's value for the community in having further communication through a motion like this at council, so we can all learn more about it, because, you know, this is definitely a concerted effort that the municipality or any individuals are not going to get out of this without working together. And I would argue that, you know, it's across Ontario, so it's cross jurisdictional. So anyway, I'm glad to support this, and you know, and thank you to Councillor Munch for bringing it forward, and for the collaboration on this amendment.
Okay, thanks, Councillor West. I think I'm going back to Councillor Munch. You wanted to speak again? We're in a second round. You guys, it looks like we're moving towards consensus here. I can just call the vote. If no one else wants to speak to this, Councillor Munch, I can't tell if you're.
Yeah, I just have a comment, if I may. Can you hear me?
You do want it. You do
So
want
just to follow up, Councillor Liu. So the reason, no problem, you can say how, you know, 2 is a little bit redundant, but we do want to have an emphasis to say that we as council are want to try to commit to a budget and a plan. And part of our point 3 is to do that. I think, you know, a little bit redundant, but it also shows that we're putting an action in place and we have a timing, which is what 3 is. So a little bit, because 3 was disjointed from 2, but it's still an important component, because I really do think we want to talk about the environmentally friendly solutions. I really do want to see that we commit something if possible, you know, for the affected areas in 2022, and if necessary, 2021, which is what 3 does. And if we, as I said to council, the intent of this motion, which is more important than the writing of the motion, is that we together need to make sure that we're fluidly looking at this. And as Councillor West was saying, that already staff were doing things, that's true. Unfortunately, it hit us hard, and we don't have a mechanism that was giving enough fluid information to all of us, so the public weren't aware, and then we're receiving the complaints. And the problem is that if we're not all working, you know, some sort of a consistent plan, you know, we get this negativity, or we get this approach. And even if we do everything we say we're going to do, we're not sure we can do everything, but it's okay. We're trying to do best efforts, best practices on an issue that we all know exists and that we're already working towards. And other municipalities have already catered to all sorts of efforts in 2021 that we haven't done, like the burlap of what Councillor Chan mentioned, but it wasn't, you know, I think this is a really practical way of which we can show that council is taking efforts and staff are helping us lead there. That's it. So hope I answered your question, Councillor Liu.
We got the members of council already voting. We're all in favor of the motion on the floor. Any opposed? Okay, carries. Thank you very much, Councillor Munch. Okay, now I need a resolution to move into
bylaws first, Mr.
Okay, yeah, we have several bylaws. I think we can move them all at once. If someone's willing to move all the bylaws, the clerk will let us know which ones.
Yep. All bylaws listed as item 16.1 through to 16.8 can be passed.
All 8. Okay.
Yes.
Can I get a motion? Thank you, Councillor West and Councillor Barrows. Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, the bylaws carry. Thank you. We dealt with that. And
Resolution is going to closed session.
Yeah, so now we need the resolution to move into closed session. Thank you, Councillor West, Councillor Chan. It's moved in seconds, and we're moving into closed session to consider personal matters about identifiable individuals in one case, and also to consider matters relating to the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. Okay, so I'm going to call the vote on that. All in favor of going into camera at this time? Okay, all opposed? That carries. Okay, so we will go into camera, but members of the public, when we're finished, we will go back into open session. I see a recorded vote request there. So, Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll quickly for moving into camera?
Certainly.
The motion to resolve to move into closed session.
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, voting on the motion to resolve into closed session. Regional Local Councillor Pirelli.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Silovitz is absent. Councillor Barros.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Munch. Councillor Munch is absent. Acting Mayor DePaula.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor West.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Liu.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chan.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Munch, you are back in your seat.
No, Tom.
No.
Councillor Munch,
we had a recorded vote and you were marked as absent. Is that?
Oh, okay, then I'm absent.
Yeah, only because you weren't in your seat at the time of the vote that it was called, and I apologize. So the motion to go into closed session does carry.
Okay.
So if I might, Mr. Acting Mayor, for the members of the public, this live stream will end, and for the benefit of members of council, you will have received a second invitation of the closed session portion of this meeting for Zoom. We are actually in the process, I believe, of resending that because of the timing. Once this meeting ends, you can log into that meeting, and for the benefit of the public, once we are done that meeting, the closed session, we will live